Well, race fans, welcome to Bark River International Off-Road Raceway. It's round one of the Sportsman Series as we get ready to go with rounds also 5 and 6 of the Pro Series. So a lot going on this weekend. Bark River's notorious. We're going to have 3 days of racing. We started off last night with some Sportsman racing. Pick it back up again today. Want to welcome everybody on the World Wide Web tuning in. We're so happy to have you here. It's the Boss Snowplow Island Resort Casino, UP Off-Road 100. It's a throw down to the UP, we're calling it for the first time ever. We got a bunch of CAT executives here from Caterpillar checking it out this weekend. They're over across the hill in what we call the Taco Bell, little building on the other side of the downhill section. Crowd is still working their way in, and we're getting ready now for opening ceremonies. As we look out on the track, we can see the carts, short course carts coming out on the track in just a moment for the first race ever. I'm joined right now with Dan Vandenheuvel. I don't want to say you're retired because if something happens just right, you'll be back out the track once again. But we got Dan Vandenheuvel up here, one of the few guys that are instrumental in getting the. Yeah, but I'm on the web. One of the guys that's been instrumental in getting the whole dream of the short course carts on the track, and this is our first official points race. And you got a pretty good number out there, Dan.
Yeah, right now I think we have 10 carts out there. Last year, our first race ever was at Crandon. But now we're starting the point series. So every place, the more sportsman race, these carts will be at. So they'll be at each and every event. I believe we have 10 carts out there right now, 2 more. So if somebody wants them by Crandon, we'll have 2 ready.
Well, once again, it's one of those growing series. And you know what? Let's throw a different headset on you over there. Swap out headsets here. The guys are still getting some things hooked up here for both the crowd here and. But there's been so much drama on the track already with it just practice and qualifying, specifically in the Pro Series. About an hour ago, we had Pro 4 qualifying out here on the track, and Ross Hook, during qualifying, they were given, I believe, 3 laps, for practice and qualifying. Came right before the Boss Snowplow finish line and hit the double jumps wrong and rolled his truck over about 3 or 4 times. So he went off the track on a hook, so we're going to find out best we can what the situation is with his truck. Also, a newcomer to this racetrack, fast time qualifier in Pro Light this morning, Jarrett Brooks, really laid down the lap time. So a lot of cool things are happening, but right now we're getting ready. In just one, we'll have opening ceremonies and start the first race of the Saturday morning with the short course carts.
Well, when these carts go out, we changed up the schedule. Nobody really knows yet. When they go out, that's going to be their practice. For their race, they're going to go right after Super Stock Truck. The reason for that, we want these grandstands filled to see how exciting these little carts are, because this is the up-and-coming class. This is the future of off-road. Right now, there's kids in there from 6 to 13 years old. It won't be long. They'll be the ones piloting the Pro Lights. Then after that, the Pro 2s and the Pro 4s.
Well, I also want to emphasize the fact that the track that they'll be running on is an abbreviated track, first off. And in a perfect world, we'd have jumps built specifically for these carts. They can easily jump 8, 10 feet in the air and about 30, 40 feet in distance. We don't have that set up here yet because it was a last-minute thing. So they'll be running on an abbreviated track that we have set up. But these things, what they have, 18 inches of travel front and rear, and I mean these basically are go-karts with travel.
Right. It duplicates our Pro 2 truck. When we designed this in my shop, Mikey wanted to build something off of our Pro 2, just make it miniaturized. Then Briggs & Stratton got involved, has this awesome little power plant for it. It's just a little 11 horsepower motor. And then we get the racing clutches, the Walker Evans shocks. It's amazing the amount of people that stood behind this and will let us do what it's going to take, to make this class a great success.
Well, and the thing is also that we can look at some different racing series. And, in fact, some of the kids that are, I'll call them kids, that are in Pro Light right now that are here, started in this class not that long ago. Because we have 16, 17, 18-year-old kids in Pro Lights right now. back there in the pit area. They'll be racing here this weekend. They came from this exact class back out, on the West Coast, or even going back to the core days. We had this class, and this, like you said, the biggest thing is this is the future of off-road. These kids, in about some of them, 6, 7 years from now, could be in a Pro Light or a Pro 2. So we had to kind of create that beginner class and get these kids out on the track, because every form of motorsports has a feeder system, so you can work your way through the ranks. And in short course, until recently, we really didn't have that.
Right. It's amazing already. It's full first year of a point series with these things. Already, we have 40-foot motorhomes with stacker trailers hauling 2 of them in. We got 48-foot gooseneck trailers. Moms, dads, aunts, uncles, grandparents are showing up. So just for attendance at the track, we're looking at 10 to 12 people per cart that show up. So these tracks will benefit as much as anybody else.
Well, it's neat too is you got nine carts out there, and that's a tribute to getting this whole thing going. And by all means, it's a little bit of an investment to get going. But the thing is that they're very, very sturdy pieces of equipment. They could take a pounding. They are full-blown race cars, if you want to call it that. I mean, they really are. They take the maintenance of a pro class car. I mean, you got to tear them down, make sure everything's okay. But the biggest thing is, let's talk about the safety for the drivers. Head to toe, fire suit. You got the full head and neck restraints. I mean, they're in there.
Yep, they got the Simpson Hybrid Pro head and neck restraints on. There's 2 of the kids out there with the ISP seats. It's a full containment seat. You cannot turn your head left or right. I mean, this way, when these kids are going through the moguls, they know what the car is doing rather than bouncing around side to side. Let me get this spider off you here. There we go. Little maintenance. But these little carts, we have a little track set up at my house. Carter will hit this cart. Carter's my grandson. He'll hit this jump. And again, he's only 8 years old, but he's flying 5 feet in the air for 25 feet long, comes down, those Walker Evans shocks, suck that suspension right up, not a problem, and he keeps going. But he's got his father and his Uncle Matt and Uncle Mike that have all raced. So they're out there telling him every corner what to do here, what to do there, how to do it. Every time he hits our track, it's just our own little practice track. Grandma has the green flag, the yellow flag, the red flag, the checkered flag. So as he's racing, he's getting flags so he understands and knows what every flag means.
And the thing is, it creates confidence. I mean, the first couple times on the track, some of these kids are very tentative on where to go, what to do, who to follow, how to get around. And by the 3rd or 4th race, they know exactly what to do, where they're going, how to handle things. And you can see that confidence growth. And that's the biggest thing. Not only that, but it's a great disciplinary tool when you get home.
Absolutely. Homework must be done or you're not going racing. You have to behave. You're not going racing. But these kids, each and every one of them, we have 3 little girls racing. It is so awesome to see their faces. They don't care if they're first, second, third, last. It doesn't matter. They're having a blast. They get out smiling. It's priceless to see all these kids when they get it out at the end of the race. It's just amazing. So I invite everybody, when they're done, straight down the midway on the left-hand side, right next to Sean Morse's camp. That's where we have 4 or 5 of the carts set up. Stop by, take a look. These things are up on jack stands immediately. The dads and uncles and parents are working on them, checking them over, making sure every nut and bolt is tight, because this is going to be practice. Again, it's the first time these kids have ever raced together on a track. So even myself, the one that went out there and put the bales up there this morning, I have no idea what to expect. And because we lay it out, and when I'm walking around, 6 foot tall, I'm way up in the air. These kids are 2.5 feet off the ground. The whole sight, the whole visual is different than myself walking around.
Yeah, well, we have just a couple of moments before we have our opening ceremonies and the first race of the afternoon. So meanwhile, let's talk about some of the sponsors behind the scenes. And probably without a doubt, the biggest one that's a part of this series is AMSOIL, the official oil of the TORC series. Whether you drive off-road, on-road, on the trail, or on the water, AMSOIL is for any engine. Visit AMSOIL.com to learn more. AMSOIL, the first in synthetics. And don't forget about CAT. Do you operate skid steers, wheel loaders, bulldozers, or backhoes? If so, do what TORC does. Rent or buy dependable cat equipment and generators from Carolina Cat. With a location near you, Caterpillar offers the most productive and fuel-efficient equipment on the market today at a price you can afford. Also, Cooper Tire is an official series partner of the TORC Off-Road Championship. Stop by the Cooper Tire display where you can win free t-shirts, hats, backpacks, and more. You can also win a set of Cooper Tires by following all the live updates on Twitter at Team Cooper Tire. It's all brought to you by Cooper Tires. Life's a road trip. Come on, let's go. And Husqvarna. They are the world's largest producer of outdoor power products. Husqvarna offers a full line of lawn and garden equipment for your homeowner and professional. Chainsaws, blowers, trimmers, lawnmowers, tractors, and zero turns. Husqvarna has everything you need to get the job done. Stop by the Husqvarna display area to find out how you can save 10% on your next purchase of Husqvarna outdoor power equipment.
Owner of this vehicle, please move it or it will be towed. It's down on pit row. It's right in the way, so it does need to be moved immediately. Thank you.
You know, you talked about those cat equipment. Absolutely. That little skid steer that's running around here, I got to talk to these fellas. I need one of those at home. That would really help build our tracks for these little carts. So I gotta go do some politicking with these fellas and see what kind of price I can work out, because that'd be awesome to have at our disposal to bring to every single track to make this kart program a success. Because some of the equipment they just hauled in, that's huge. See that water truck that got stuck? That thing, that can flood these little carts out. And right now, you go through the pits. You think these kids are nervous in the cart? They just can't wait to get out there and have fun. The moms, it's hilarious to watch the moms. They're walking back and forth. They're fidgeting. Their fingernails are gone already. It's amazing.
Well, the crowd is still coming on in up the hill, I should say. The 39th year that they've been racing off-road here at Parker International Off-Road Raceway, and to see some of the aerial shots of days gone by, kind of looking around on the internet this last week, and talk about change, talk about the difference of all the improvements they've done. Jeff Nordstrom and his guys were out here the last couple of weeks, and they put a couple kickers here and there and some lips on some of these jumps. So we're going to see a lot of air this year, probably more so than we have in the last maybe 2 or 3. But just overall, the whole facility and the things that are talking about wanting to do as well to improve this place is just phenomenal.
Yeah. Well, now we'll get these carts out on the track, and like you say, 39 years. Isn't that amazing? I've been here 37 of those 39 years. So I've witnessed each and every change.
Well, let's see what we're doing now. Here, actually, what we'll do real quick before we get going, here's our lineup of the 9 short course cars coming on the track, and you might have to help me with some of these names here, Danny.
Gage Garvin, he's the first. Well, that's not the first one out, but that's who I have listed as first one out.
Well, they ought to be getting a lap or two for.
The little guy's supposed to go over the big jump. We need another dad down there to show these kids where to go.
Yeah, Gage Garvin out there, 296. Braden Boshaw is on the number 20. Carter Vandenheuvel in number 77. Jason Volkman is out there in the 87. Easton Sleepers in the number 13. Owen Van Eperen is in the 45. Ashton Horde, I believe, is running today in the number 9. And this is the name I might have a little problem with. Zachary Wahanowitz?
Wahanowitz.
Okay.
Wahanowitz.
Okay.
Mark Wahanowitz, the father of these two little ones, was the crew chief of Ben Wanasega's team.
Ah, okay.
So Ben Wanasega's a local guy here from the UP. Mark lives 7 miles away from here, so he's the lucky one. He has 2 kids in the class.
Oh yeah, he's got quite the investment up front getting these things in the track. So we got Zachary and Paige out there right now. Are they be giving hot laps or what are?
13. Right now they're just burning laps just to get used to the track. So they're just practicing, just doing the practice like the pros do. Go out there, see what they can do, see where the track is, and right after Super Stock Truck, that's when these guys will be out here racing. So when these carts are done, the opening ceremonies is supposed to be done right after that. Looks like Uncle Mike is in the flag tower, giving the kids the flags.
Just saw Jason Smith from USAC down there jumping up and down, pumping his fists in the air. He's having a blast. But I also got to mention probably the riskiest job in all of off-road is being a corner flagger. But then, on top of that, amp it up by about 10, the riskiest job in all of off-road short course racing is being a flag man for the kart kids.
Absolutely. I know a fella in another series that got mowed right over by a cart. He's trying to direct him. The little guy didn't see him, drove right over him, broke his arm. He went, "You got to go get your arm set." He's like, "No, not till these kids are done racing. I signed up for this. I love it." Broken arm. He stood out there. It was, that's a little crazy, but that's what that fella did. But yeah, these little carts, they're full, just like any other race vehicle, with the suspension and the brakes and you name it. So these little carts sell for $8,300. It's minus the seat belts, and window nets. Everybody wants their own seat tailored to them. Everybody's got their own opinion on seat belts. And window nets, that's just part of it. So all these little carts for $8,300 minus those three items. There's 2 of them almost ready to go. So if you get a hold of Justin after this, by Crandon, you can have one.
Justin Volkman.
What's that?
Justin Volkman.
Justin Volkman, yep. Down next to Sean Morris's camp, we got all the literature on him sitting there. Justin's phone number, Volkman Industries. You can go on their website, look them up. There's a fella here today from Detroit that's going to take one home. So he's going to be bringing one home. Yep, they're done with practice. They're going to lead them off the track. And then their race will be right after Super Stock Truck.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Well, make sure you stop down to the pit area, check out their setup, and get a close-up view of what these carts are all about. And they're basically spec chassis,
Absolutely.
spec carts. They're all identical. So
yep. When you take the thing home, you don't have to worry about, those guys, like my own team, show up with a semi or a big trailer. Doesn't matter. All the shocks are the same. All the tires and wheels are the same. The clutches are the same. Motors are the same. You cannot change that stuff. It's that, and what we wanted to do is, let's not make it where one child has an advantage over the other. Let's make it so these kids have fun, know what true competition is, and the friends that they've made for life already. It's amazing.
Well, it's kind of fun. So they'll go out there on the track and bait and bang and tear their trucks apart, and bodies will be flying off here and there. And that's during the race. And the parents are up in the stands freaking out because dad just spent $1,000 on this or that, and now it's wrecked or whatever. Mom's passed out because her little Johnny's out there wrecked or rolling over or whatever. And then about 5 minutes after the race, all those kids that were just beating on each other on the track are all playing catch with the football in the pit area.
They're either playing football or playing cars in the dirt, or the girls, they have a huge Barbie house set up over there. It's amazing. It is so fun to watch these little guys.
So we'll send them back down to the pit area, and keep that in mind as you work your way through the pits during today, maybe even tonight when you leave. Stop down and see the Dan Vandal setup of where all these carts are on display and being worked on, getting ready for tomorrow's racing. But make sure to stop down and check these things out. First time, we'll bring them out on the track later on this afternoon for their first points race ever, the short course carts. Great job, guys, coming out here and instituting this thing here in the Midwest. We're getting ready now. It looks like we're bringing some UTVs out here for the first time. We had them out here yesterday. I should say last night a little bit, and are going to turn them loose once again here. And never been seen before. These things are some pretty quick pieces of machinery.
I wish I knew about this. There's a couple fellas that called me a week ago and asked if they're going to have UTVs back. I went, yeah, I'm not sure. You got to get hold of the people at TORC, but I didn't hear anything about it.
I think that's I don't know if that's a Razor up front. I believe it probably 2 Razors running 1 and 2 out there on the track. I think that's Joey Sylvester and I want to say it's a Can-Am. Third car on the track. Not your normal side-by-side that you would find in people's garages around here, that's for sure. They're also running on an abbreviated track. Running on just the course that's here in front of the hill.
It's a lot nicer that way. Everybody in the grandstands can see exactly what's going on with these things.
I think they're all 1,000 cc's. I'm not sure.
You know, that'd be a nice track for some of the, what do I want to call, slower classes rather than going out back. Keep them out in front, keep them tighter, a little bit more challenging. That guy should have dove down to the inside. He would have had the lead by now.
See, we're supposed to have 4 UTVs out there, but right now I know that we've got Joe Sylvester and Brian Osborne, and it's awful hard to see the numbers, but we got Andrew Carlson here this weekend, Brian Osborne, Joey Sylvester, and Dave Lehman. That's Andrew Carlson and Amsoil Polaris running up front right now. Joey Sylvester in the number 8. He's in the 3rd spot. We'll see if we can get to the number, actually who it is. I'm going to take a guess that it's Brian Osborne.
But everything is unofficial, right?
Ah,
absolutely.
Every time, especially when it comes out of my mouth. Absolutely fantastic weather here this morning as we get ready to go.
And in case the seagulls return,
oh no,
you know, just in case.
I think the mosquitoes are chasing the seagulls away.
Well, they might be, but either way, I bought mosquito spray to have down at the bottom of the hill.
And a raincoat?
And
umbrella.
The ponchos. And the ponchos double for seagull protection. And then we have some really cool Kenda fleece blankets to sit out on the hill. The backside is like a waterproof material. It's pretty cool, especially on the damp ground in the morning. You could throw that down.
Actually, it wasn't Brian Osborne. It's Dave Lehman. And Brian Osborne, Joe Sylvester were the 3 UTVs that were out there. Gosh, I've been looking forward to this weekend for so long. Just coming back here and opening up this 2014 for the Moore organization and the Sportsman guys. I think it's been a long time coming, and it looks like we're losing the Husqvarna inflatable there. Don't worry.
Traxxas guys had to do a little body work on theirs this morning.
Really?
Yeah, the front
Duct
end
tape?
had a little collision, so they cleaned her up, painted her up a little bit. They're doing a little body work on the big inflatable.
Remember
That's
that thing
cool.
rolled all the way across the track at Eldora? Inflated.
Maybe it was still damaged from then, huh? So
Inflated, yeah.
they did a little touch-up work on it today. And Mark, because he lives so close, he was supposed to be out here last weekend with the fellas to lay out the kart track. Well, he got out there. Besides the grass being 3 feet tall, there's also a foot of water.
Oh, nice.
So he's like, well, Mother Nature's going to decide where we build a track and how big and how nice. That's why it's pretty small here for this weekend. Come the next race, you're going to see bigger jumps, tape. Maybe you throw a tabletop in there. It'll be more exciting for these guys. But when Mother Nature says, yeah, we're going to have a foot of water down here, you got to deal with it and roll with the punches.
Well, if you're a hunter or a ATV guy or UTV guy or just somebody else who got one of these GoPro cameras, have you ever wanted to enjoy your GoPro footage on the biggest screen in the house? Well, now you can. With a WD-TV media player, you can stream from your GoPro, USB drive, or any computer on your network and instantly enjoy your videos, photos on your TV. WD, absolutely. MagnaFlow is proud to be the official exhaust sponsor of the TORC Off-Road Series. At MagnaFlow, we are dedicated to building durable, quality products. Manufactured in the USA with cutting-edge technology and premium components, they produce exhaust systems that perform and sound great whatever you drive. Join Team MagnaFlow on Facebook and Twitter and stop by the MagnaFlow rig to find out and buy a high-performance exhaust for your vehicle, and that's MagnaFlow. Maxxis tires are trusted by TORC champions because their products take drivers to the podium year after year. And for your chance to win a signed Maxxis hat, text Maxxis to 56938. Text Maxxis to 56938. Don't forget to follow Maxxis Tires on Facebook and Instagram for future announcements and promotional items. So good luck and thank you to Maxxis. And Nitto's here as well this weekend. Fueling TORC this weekend is Nitto Tire. Come visit Nitto's booth to check out their full line of Grappler Series Light truck tires and to receive your free Nitto drawstring backpacks. Nitto Tire, fueled by enthusiasts. And Peak, the official antifreeze and coolant of the TORC Series. America-owned and with more than 65 years of hot and cold protection, Peak is right for your ride and your wallet. Peak, run true. And don't forget about Blue Def, the official diesel exhaust fuel of the TORC Series and the nation's #1 selling DEF brand. Available in over 25,000 retail locations, Blue Def is the only brand to trust in your SCR-equipped diesel car or truck. Well, we're getting closer to now to opening ceremonies. It looks like all the safety trucks are getting into position. The track looks like it's in prime condition for the first race of this afternoon. Moments away from opening ceremony, so please make your way to your seats so we get underway with today's racing action and today's opening ceremonies. Well, ladies and gentlemen, first off, we want to welcome everybody once again here to Bark River National Off-Road Raceway. And it's the Boss Snowplow Island Resort Casino, UP Off-Road 100. And it's the Throwdown in the UP weekend here. Once again, welcome to round 1 and 2 of the More Sportsman Series and round 5 and 6 of the Pro Series. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we cannot begin the race weekend. We do this every single race, every single time here at Bark River, wherever we're at across this country. And we're going to start it once again with recognizing our veterans and our current service people, no matter where they're stationed across our globe. Right now, if you listen closely, let's recognize some of those people. So please, listen closely. If you have in the past served in any armed forces, or if you are currently serving in any armed forces, please stand up and remain standing. If you have served as a fireman, EMT, or police officer, please also stand up and remain standing. Now, Bark River, look next to you. These are your friends, your neighbors, your relatives. Please give them a big, huge round of applause of thank you, as they are now our true American heroes. And now at this time, if everyone would please stand, gentlemen, remove those hats, as once again we'll be able to hear the greatest song in the world about the greatest country in the world, our very own national anthem, and sung by somebody very, very local. For the first time ever here at Park River International Off-Road Raceway, singing our national anthem is 16-year-old Kendra Kleiman. No doubt about it. What a way to start a weekend of racing. Thank you so much once again, 16-year-old Kendra Kleiman from right here in Park River, Michigan. As we get ready now for the first race of the day, we've got classics and stock trucks ready to come out here trackside. And race fans here at Park River, thank you for coming out here. Hopefully you're going to have some more of your friends and family and race fans come along with you as well. But in the meantime, let everybody know, right now we are live on the internet. We are live streaming across the World Wide Web. If you got family members or friends that aren't here, let them know right now. Text them, call them, tell them to go to torcseries.com or youtube.com and search for TORC, and we are actually on the internet. We've got, I know, a couple of service people across the globe watching us also, so thank you guys for tuning in. I know there's a troop that I believe are stationed in the Philippines. They're tuning in and watching. Thank you so much. We've got military personnel watching us every single race weekend. And you know what? This is one of the coolest things about motorsports and today's technology. We can share the moment of what we're going through with everyone across the globe. And thank you so much to all of our service people that are tuned in and watching us. It's because of what you guys are doing that we get to do what we want to do when we want to do it. And right now, we want to do some off-road racing. Race fans, here's our lineup for the first race this weekend. Coming on the track, we got the 511 of Brandon Roos alongside the 573 of Lon Jaske. Troy Peterson's out there in the 521 along with Charlie Wilson in the 512. Diesel Shannick is out there in the 593 with Corey Marquardt in the 590. And today running, I believe, will be Brian Fuchs in the 599. Coming up in the back will be the 4 Classics cars. We've got Kenneth Platt in the 612, Jeremy Dake in the 696, along with Dale Chestnut in the 613. And today driving is Dylan Mishler. So we'll give him about half a lap to come out on the track. They'll come across the Boss Snowplow finish line where their timing strip is underground. They're all running transponders, so they'll come across that finish line and trip the transponders, and scoring will begin the next time by at the drop of the green flag. We've got the Jumbotron set up at trackside to your left, so when they duck down in the back section, you look to your left and watch what's going on as our cameras pick up all the racing action. Richie Kuloff is out there once again behind the wheel of our Pro 2 two-seater as our pace truck this weekend. It seems like it's been a long, long time since the last time we were here at Park River. So race fans, I want to let everybody know we are coming back here once again later on this summer. So we're back to having 2 races here at Park River in a season. So watch closely to the right side of the race course. The 2-seater Pro 2 pace truck will be pulling off the track to the right at any moment. He accelerates and we'll pull off to the right. We should be going green to the top of the hill this time by. Classics running up front. There's the green flag. We're back underway. Here come the Classics into turn 1. Followed right behind in the stock truck. It looks like Kenneth Platt pulls the whole shot. Chestnut right behind, but he's got that inside line. They both stuff it hard in the second of the double jumps. They're still side by side, up across the finish line. Platt trying to hang on. Overshoots the jump, and that will come off some speed. And Chestnut now will take the lead. As they duck down that back section, that long left-hand sweeper. Chestnut will take the lead about 3-4 car lengths. Now over Platt. As I stated earlier, Jeff Nordstrom and some of the guys were out there with heavy equipment the last week or so and really put a little bit extra lip in some of these jumps. As Chestnut's now pulling out that lead, up to about 7, maybe 8 car lengths right now. Dale Chestnut extending that lead up over the doubles. Now it almost appears that right now, off of some of these double jumps, slower is faster to get through these obstacles. But Chestnut right now running up front. In third is the 5'11" of Brandon Thru, so he's got a good run going. And then back to the Classics. Now is in the back section. One truck is off the track trying to get back on, it appears. So we got a battle for position a little bit further back in the pack. I believe that's a battle for third right now as we watch the big screen. There's our leader, Dale Chestnut. He's our overall leader, but leading in the Classics division. All 2-wheel drive vehicles on the track right now. Chestnut, one of the favorites and one of the faster veterans. Chestnut just airing it out big time over the Boss Snowplow finish line. Wilson still maintaining second place, but man, a nice battle going on between Brandon Cruz and Corey Marquardt. That's all in the stock truck. He's got all kinds of things going on right now in the Classics division. I believe there's only 2 cars remaining on the track in Classics. Dale Chestnut putting a car 1 lap down. Coming back out of the hot pits, that's the 687 of Dylan Mishler. So he was just in the hot pits a moment ago, not still on the lead lap, but well back in the pack. Dale Chestnut running up front all by himself will take the competition yellow this time by to regroup the entire field, leading overall and in the Classics division. There's the competition yellow. He'll slow down. He'll pick up the pace truck in the back section. Crossing the line in second is the 612 of Kenneth Platt. And hanging out to third across the line, actually leading the stock truck, is the 511 of Brandon Roos, with Corey Marquardt running in second. And Diesel Shannick running in third. There's a shot of our pace truck collecting the field in the back section. Dale Chestnut in that blue and yellow Ford Bronco. Lon Jaskey and Dylan Fisher are going to get out of their horses pretty quick to catch up to the back of the field. They're both, I believe, on the lead lap, but they'll be dead last in the field when they come back around and pick up the pace truck. Here comes our field as they hit the top of the Boston Oak Plow Hill. They'll be going green this time around at the top of the hill on the right side of the course. Just as we saw at the start of the race, the pace truck will be pulling off the track to the right side. And Dale Chestnut will control the pace of the field. There's an orange cone on the track before the starting line. So anywhere between that orange cone and the starting line at the top of the hill, Dale Chestnut can accelerate and take the green flag. And everyone has to stay in line all the way across the finish line. They can't duck outside and kind of take a peek. They all have to stay in line. There's the green flag. We're back underway. Coming down to turn number 1. Once again, it's Dale Chestnut at the point. Shannick now. Pressuring in the back section, trying to move up one position. Here they come across up towards the Boston Oak Plow Hill. That is for the last podium spot. Here comes our leader now at the bottom of the hill, making that right-hand turn. Dale Chestnut. There goes Marquardt to the outside, that blaze orange Chevrolet, trying to make up a spot. Still not able to move up one position. Here they come, our leaders in the Classics. Chestnut, overall leader and leading in the Classics division. Looking so strong here this morning. Kenneth Platt now getting some heat for some stock truck drivers. Marquardt still can't get around. Marquardt now has the inside line on Brandon Roos. Marquardt goes inside, now takes over the lead. Marquardt now leading the stock trucks. Roos will fall now back to second, but a nicely planned pass by Corey Marquardt in that blaze orange Chevrolet. Now going after second place overall, and the Classics of Kenneth Platt and running in second overall. Getting a big charge down the hill. Here comes Marquardt. Goes to the outside. There's just a little bit of smoke coming out of that truck, but it's not slowing him down one bit just yet. Platt goes outside. Opens the door to the inside line for Marquardt. Here they come into turn one. Marquardt on the outside, Platten on the inside. It looks like Marquardt's pulling it off. Still, no, they're still side by side. Chestnut goes by with the overall lead, but man, we got a three-truck battle for second overall. One is a Classics, two are stock trucks. And it looks like Marquardt was just passed back again in that back section, and he has been. So Kenneth Platten now is back to running second overall. That's a battle between a Classics vehicle and a stock truck. As Dale Chestnut has got this race almost in hand, running away with it. Platt still hanging on to second. Jeremy Dick going by. Looks like he may have right front suspension damage in that car of his. White flag is coming out. For Dale Chestnut, he'll go by the Boston Snowplow finish line. Kenneth Platt hanging out for second overall and second in. Platten looks like he has pulled away into about 3 or 4 car length advantage. over Marquardt right now. Marquardt still the leader in stock truck. Here we go again. Marquardt goes way to the outside. Trying to find a line that works. Platt still keeping it inside and has the advantage. Just a few turns remaining for Chestnut. This is unofficial in the Classics division. Once again, it's Dale Chestnut taking the win, Kenneth Platt second, and I believe it will be Dylan Mishler finishing third. I'm not exactly sure, but I believe Dylan will finish third. We'll take a moment and get our top three finishers of both classes up to the podium for their winning interviews, and we'll be back right after this.
Welcome to the Barker International Raceway. The Island Resort Casino hopes all race fans enjoy today's racing fun and excitement. After the races, 10 visitors. All fans 18 and older wearing their wristband can enjoy a 20% discount at national retail and a 10% discount at any food item. The hundreds of Boss Netball employees in Iron Mountain, Michigan would like to send a special good luck to Chad Horde and the entire Horde Racing team. Congratulations, Chad, from your Boss Netball team. It's Coca-Cola. We'd like to welcome all race fans to another great weekend of off-road racing and invite everyone to sit back and enjoy ice-cold Coca-Cola or the Sammy Water. The Barker International Raceway would like to extend a big thank you to Riverside Auto Group and Northern Motors for supporting this weekend's racing event. Please support those who make this event happen. For your next vehicle purchase, think Riverside and Northern Motors. The Barker International Raceway would like to thank Nortrax Equipment, Roland Machinery, and Fabco Equipment for their years of commitment to this racing event by supplying some of the equipment you see used on the track this weekend. Without their generosity, this race could not take place. So from the raceway and from all the fans, thank you Nortrax, Roland, and Fabco. Welcome to the 2014 Off-Road Races. The Daily Press is proud to sponsor this weekend's events and remind you to enjoy the races responsibly. The Daily Press, your local news leader. The Barker International Raceway would like to express their appreciation for the following area businesses for working to make these races the best they can be. Dennis Malo Trucking, Scott Aldrin Excavating, Northern Plumbing and Heating, Tina's Tree Farm, Larry Johnson, Mr. Tile, and Jim Berry Electric. Thank you for your support of this event, and thank you for attending the Barker Off-Road Races.
Well, we got our first three finishers up here. We're going to start off with the Classics division. Looks like Jeremy Dake went back to tech inspection, post-race inspection. So he's up here in the podium. So I'll start off right now with Kenneth Platten. First race of the day, what's it like to be the first to come out here? You have no idea what to expect from the track, what it's like. What's it like to hit that thing, the first one out on the track?
Well, it's real hard because you never know what conditions are going to be. And then we always race first, so everybody gets to watch, look at the track, and find the groove, you know. So it makes it hard for the classics.
You're the guinea pig out there is what you're saying.
Yeah, they like to throw us under the bus.
Well, you got some lap traffic out there. I mean, are you guys have radio connection, or are you kind of like all on your own out there trying to get around this stuff? And who do you know who you're racing against at the time, and what position you're in?
Yeah, that makes it hard. I wish our class would, come out and get a good car count again, but it is what it is, so we got to deal with it.
Well, nice job, man.
Thanks. I'd like to say thanks to the local 139, the Waz Polish Pickle, and Legend E-Rec team. Thanks.
Congratulations. Let's jump up here, and I'm going to talk to Mr. Chestnut. You know, you got that goofy grin, man. It's like you're getting way too used to this, man. I mean, talk about dominating race today.
Yeah, it was. We just kind of hooked up really good, and just the truck was handling real nice, and we just let her go and ran with it and see how good laps we could turn. Very happy with the way it turned out.
Is there a little competition between the two classes, kind of a little trash talking, a little bit having fun with each other back in the staging before the race, so you kind of have a, I'll bet you $5 this race kind of thing?
Yeah, there's a lot of that. The classes get along real well, and it's nice that everybody's real respectful for each other. Being there's two classes and letting the other guys go through if there's slow traffic makes a big difference. It's a nice race, good group of guys.
Well, congratulations, man. Nice job today.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank my crew for getting the truck back together. We made it up here, and I'd like to thank everybody that helped us get here, ATD Transmissions, BFG, Curie Enterprises, Double D Services, Control Solutions, Off-Road Fraternity, AMSOIL, CVC Incentives, and everybody that's here to watch us race.
Once again, nice job. Great way to start the season.
Thank you. Thank you. It feels good to be up here.
Let's do one more time here for our Classics competitors out here, their first race of 2014. Oh, you made it. Eddie, so where were you hiding that you're not even breathing heavy getting up here? No sweat, no nothing.
Oh, we had some issues with spindle, so we were just babying around the track and making laps, and apparently it worked.
So you didn't even work hard out the track. The hardest thing for you this afternoon is to get up here to the podium.
Yep. Exactly.
Well, how were you able to make that car last throughout the entire race? So even at the pace that you're at, you still made it to the checkered flag.
Yeah, it was, I don't know, we were worried about the shocks breaking and stuff, so I don't know.
You'll take it.
We'll take it.
Congratulations, man.
Thanks.
All right, let's hear it one more time for our Classics competitors up here. Round 1 of 2014.
Race fans, we now have our stock truck top three finishes up here. Brandon, man, heck of a race going. You guys are battling back and forth, but yeah, the cool thing about this, I'm so used to seeing you guys on the track bang on each other, use each other in the corners, and kind of not being able to make it through the turns. But this race here, you guys all ran pretty darn clean.
Yeah, I think the new wrap from Baker's Line comes clean. I think we did a little step that we smashed it up those things. Special thanks to Baker's Line, Mark Calabresto, and Bowman. Keith Felt, Danny Felt, Ryan Felt, my fiance, Mindy. There's probably more I forget. I'm on the spot right now.
Yeah, at least you remembered the fiance. That's the most important part.
Exactly.
I covered you on that one, right? All right, let's hear it for Brandon Ross. Diesel! What the heck kind of name is that, man? Kind of scoot over here a little bit.
Let's talk about that race a little bit. Kind of bouncing back and forth and battling. And once again, you guys were changing positions back and forth. But again, I don't know about the back section, but in the front part, you guys weren't touching it a whole heck of a lot, if at all. Very, very clean race.
Yeah, we stayed clean pretty much the whole race and made it fun. And I tried to just stay out of everybody's way and make my way around.
This is, again, the only first race of the year. What's it going to be like when it comes to, like, the last race at Crandon and kind of, like, take the gloves? Kind of won't be too many straight fenders, I'm going to guess.
Yeah, it'll look like death cars out there, but I'm hoping I'm in the next spot over then.
Nice way to start the season, man.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my crew especially. I tore it up yesterday pretty good, and we spent till 1 o'clock this morning working on it, so it means a lot to my friends, family, my crew, and everything like that. So thanks, guys.
Congratulations. Now, Corey.
Come on, Scott. Right up here.
Oh, really? You're going to make room for me, man?
I'll make room for you.
All right. Blaze Orange. I mean, does that got any kind of significance? Are you like, dare I say, the wild man of stock?
I'll let you make that call.
Man, you've had a great weekend so far. I mean, to start the season the way you have after last night, now today, what are you looking forward to the next round?
Same success, I guess. Couldn't ask for better, a first and a second all weekend, and considering everything we went through this weekend, and drove without power steering today again, so we had to work for it. Had a lot of fun racing Brandon the first half of the race. We were side by side, and nice clean racing. I'd like to thank McGuire's, Mike and Denise especially, for all their help. Jane's Classic Touch, Andy Arndt for the shocks. I forgot him yesterday. All the crew from Lena, Metal Storm, Charlie from ATD Tranny, Hoskin Electric, Jeff is my spotter. What a great weekend. I mean, got to thank Don Demony, the carb on that truck.
Come on, really?
We couldn't get it running, and 20 minutes ago, Don borrowed me his carb, so probably got to get it back to him here quick, but thanks to him. And everybody, thanks. My wife, Jody, my kid. Why did you remind me?
I'm not married to her.
My kids, Kennedy and Sam, and we have 60, 70 people from Lena here, and the town's only 600, so this is awesome.
And you may have won the race, but I think you're in the doghouse, so congratulations, man. Great weekend anyways.
Thank you. Thanks to Bark River Lions Club, Traxxas, TORC, everybody that puts us on an awesome weekend.
Nice job, Corey.
Thank you.
Your wife's going to kill you.
The Island Resort Casino wants all race fans to enjoy the outdoor races this weekend. Please be safe and please leave the fast run into the turf. Please do not break and play. Boss Hardcore would like to invite all owners of Boss Hardcore and equipment to sign up for the Boss Owners Group. Enjoy special programs and services available exclusively to the Boss owners. Sign up today at BossPower.com. Gates Coca-Cola, your local soft drink provider, would like to welcome all race fans and invite everyone to sit back and enjoy ice cold Coca-Cola or Power. The Coca-Cola International Race Club would like to extend a big thank you to Riverside Power Group and Modern Motors for supporting this weekend's racing event. Please support those who make this event happen. For your next vehicle purchase, think Riverside and Modern Motors. The Coca-Cola International Race Club would like to thank North Mexico, Roman Machinery, and Transport Equipment for their years of commitment to this racing event by supplying some of the equipment you see used in the track this weekend. Without their generosity, this race could not take place. So from the race club and from all the fans, thank you, North Roman, and Capcom. Daniel Forest Products is a proud sponsor of this racing event. Daniel Forest Products are now buying standing timber, offers competitive pricing, and their custom harvesting services. They are this area's private timber specialists. To learn how they can help you, call 630-1844. 630-1844. Coca-Cola International Race Club would like to extend a thank you to all race masters of this race weekend. Our rugby leaguers would like to support their sponsors, and we ask you, the race fans, to support those establishments that work so hard and commit so much to ensuring we continue to have outdoor racing here on the field. And thank you for attending the Coca-Cola Outdoor Racing.
Well, race fans, don't forget, Radar Tires is here in what is sure to be a successful second season of racing with the Radar Renegade MT. Stop by their booth to get entered to win a set of Radar tires and meet the Renegades, Pro Light drivers Luke Johnson and Cam Ramers and Ian Harris. Radar Tires is proud to support the Breast Cancer Research Foundation with a $5 donation for every Radar tire purchased. Get social with them on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, or at radartires.com. And of course, don't forget, experience extreme radio-controlled excitement with Traxxas. Traxxas offers nitro power, electric power, and the tire-melting XO1 supercar with a top speed over 100 miles an hour. Traxxas is the fastest name in radio control. Traxxas trucks are ready to race with no assembly required. See action-packed videos and the full product lineup of Traxxas.com. That's TRAXXAS.com. Traxxas cars, trucks, boats, and helicopters are available at hobby stores worldwide. Hey. Whether you're a sponsored pro or a weekend warrior, VP Racing Fuels are purpose-built to grab the lead and keep you there. Extreme off-road conditions bring out the best in VP. VP Fuels make more power and more consistent, and they're easy to find. For more information, visit vpracingfuels.com. Rugged Radios is also the #1 source for racing communications. From headsets, two-way radios, and receivers, Rugged Radios has all the equipment needed to take your team to the podium. That's Rugged Radios. Check it out at ruggedradios.com. All right, race fans, we're getting ready now for the second race of the afternoon. It's 1,600 light buggies. 23 cars taking the lineup. Here they stand on the track. Here we go. On the front row. Let's see. No. We have jostled up the position a little bit, but here's who's on the track. The 144, Stephanie Padel, alongside Tom Benevenuti out of Canada, the 156. Herman Barnum is in a light buggy in the 182. Nick Visser in the 180. Jerry Mueller's out there in the 112, along with Matt Selka. Actually, it's Elwin Niemi Jr. in the 185. Brian Holzer in the 100. In the 122 is Dylan Marquardt. Kirk Groff is out there in the 137. Tracy Fleischman in the 120. Anna Rabe in the 124. Logan Kolpak is out there in the 111. He's our current point leader. Greg Stingle in the 172. Matt Mullen in the 174. Derek Dilkins in the 121. Billy Booth in the 151. Hannah Zipper is out there in the 192, along with Craig Rave in the 126. Starting in that 19th position, it's Barry Wallen in the 117, along with Tony Keepers in the 152. Starting 21st, Todd Lemke in the 109, and Bo Ambos is right now on the front row outside in the 188, along with Greg Booth in the 134, starting on the front row inside. 23 cars in the light buggy division. This is going to be good. I don't care what you say when your butt's only about 3 inches off the ground. Limited horsepower, who cares? Limited suspension, who cares? These guys really put on a show and have a lot of fun doing it. Once again, we want to welcome everyone from across the world that's tuned in to watch the UP Off-Road 100 here at the Parkville International Off-Road Raceway. It's the throw down at the UP. Boss Snowplow, Island Resort Casino, all behind this weekend's racing action. So thanks for tuning in. We're going to go into our pro races later on this afternoon, but this morning it's all about the Sportsman More Series. So here we get ready to go. Keep your eye on that pace truck on the front. We'll pull off to the right side of the course. We'll be taking the green flag in about 100 yards. Green is out. Here they come to turn one. It's Bo Ambos and Greg Booth into turn one. And Bo Ambos pulls the whole shot. 3 wide, 4 wide coming out of turn one. It's Bo Ambos about 3-car length advantage right now as they cross the Boston Club inside the first time. I'm believing that is Jerry Van Mueller, right now. As they make their way to the back section, he's pressuring Booth now going up the back of Bo Ambos. All these cars, limited suspension, all stock VW components, limited horsepower, air-cooled motors running at a restrictor plate, so very much a beginner's class and budget restricted. So it looks like Jared, 3 wide going into that right-hand turn. Bo Ambo still maintains the lead. But Jerry Windmuller rubbed off a ton of speed, and he's being split the middle right down. Going into that left-hand turn as he's going backwards. He's lost 5, 6, 7 positions, even more. Ambos now with a sizable lead. Booth maintains that 3rd spot. Looks like Ultra now into that 4th. Booth battling the inside, trying to move up into 2nd. Todd Lemke running in 2nd. Bo Ambos still maintains the lead, but his lead has dwindled considerably. The cars are just stacked up like crazy as they make that left-hand turn past the cemetery. Once again, here comes Booth now to the inside, trying to move it back up into 2nd. Here they come towards the Boston Plow Hill. Ambo still maintains a sizable lead, but there is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Our top 5 are right there. Nice run by Bo Ambos right now, starting in the front row, but still has maintained a nice, clean race. No over-rotation, not a big push. Todd Lemke running well as all. Holzer now moves up into 3rd, Booth falling back to 4th. Ambos across the line. Here comes Todd Lemke. Booth goes by. It's the 151 now. Billy Booth is getting back into the mix of things. Also, keep an eye on Greg Stingle, that Blaze Orange car. He had a great run yesterday, starting the back of the pack, working his way up to the podium at the end of the race. But right now, it's all Bo Ambos, and it looks like he may even. So our top 5 right now are Bo Ambos up front. Brian Holzer moves into 2nd. Tony Keepers in the 152 running 3rd. Greg Stingle in the top 5 running that 4th spot. And Derek Kilkins now in the top 5. Bo Ambos has got the best lap time of everybody in the track right now, running up front, clean track, but still
best lap times of the entire field right now, and it's getting better. He's getting faster. Holzer still maintains second. Stingle now up. So it's Bo Ambos, Brian Holzer, Greg Stingle, Tony Keepers, and Derek Dilkins as our leaders make their way back up towards the Boss Snowplow Hill. There's Holzer running in second. He's stretched out his advantage right now. So pretty quiet, uneventful race right now for Bo Ambos, who's been running a faster lap time each consecutive lap. But right now, as I look at timing and scoring, Brian Holzer has the fastest lap time with a 1:42.2. As the competition yells coming out this time by. There's the flags as Bo crosses the line. Here comes Holzer running second. I can't get over. Great run by Holzer right now. So it's Tony Keepers running in third. Greg Stingle in fourth. Derek Dilkins in the top five. Stephanie Padel in sixth. Matt Mullen. Elwood Niemi is out there. Tom Benevenuti in the ninth spot. Dylan Marquardt running 10th. Logan Kolpak, Billy Booth, Todd Lemke, and Herman Barnum. Man, this is all screwed up, dude. Yeah, I know. I wanted a tough case when I saw this. But now. So once again, we've got Richie Kuloff out there in our Pro 2 two-seater in that side of that pace truck with Bo Ambos, Brian Holzer, and Tony Keepers running 1, 2, and 3, as you can see now on the big screen. They're all bumper to bumper. Keep in mind, one of the biggest things that USAC really is a stickler about is on these restarts, that the leader controls the restart of the race, not the flag man. When they come across that left-hand turn at the top of the hill to the right side of the course, we can see it happen right here. There's an orange cone out there on that racetrack, and anywhere between an orange cone and the flag man, the leader can take the green flag. He starts the race. As soon as he gets on the throttle, the flagman will wave the green flag, and that's when the rest of the cars, the rest of the field, can accelerate as well. They cannot pull out a line. They can't peak to one side or another. They have to stay bumper to bumper, directly behind each other, all the way across the flag stand. And USAC has been very much a stickler about that. So keep an eye on that throughout the afternoon. And they really watch it and are not afraid to throw that black flag. So keep your eye on that pace truck. The lights will go out at any moment. And Richie will turn off to the right side of the course into the grass. And then it's all about Bo Ambos and when he accelerates, because he now has control of the entire field. And look at them stack up. Green flag is out, they're underway. Top 5 cars into turn 1. Stingle running in that 7th spot, trying to move up into 6th. And does. 3 cars, now 4 cars, 5 cars stacked up for that 3rd spot. Meanwhile, Bo Ambos and Brian Holzer are beginning to pull away from the field. Lemke running in 3rd. Billy Booth right there as well, the top 5.
Holter not allowing our leader to pull away as he did in the first half of the race. Now about 1, maybe 2 car length separation. We've got a great battle for the lead. Holter running second, having his best run in quite some time. And how about Stingle now running in that 4th spot? Our leaders coming through turn 1. Nice clean turn for our leader, Bo Ambos. I'm trying to keep an eye on our 3rd place car, Booth. He's got problems, it looks like, with that left rear tire. Not sure if he's got a bent rim or just a big clod of mud tucked inside that wheel. But Billy Booth right now running in 3rd, maybe having some sort of problem with that right rear tire on his race car. But meanwhile, it looks like Bo Ambos stretched out that lead about 1, maybe 2 more car lengths. And Bo now has the fastest lap of the race with a 1:39.8. No one else has cracked the 40-second mark. Bo Ambos with a 1:39.8. The next closest competitor with a 1:40.2, and that is Brian Holter. So Bo is slowly pulling away once again. And we have got a brand new car in 3rd place, Greg Stingle, now running in 3rd. Still a little bit of time remaining for Stingle to try to reel in our top 2 cars. It looks like there may be something bent on the left rear of Booth. You see that tire wobbling. It's hard to tell if it's maybe a bent axle, maybe a bent rim, but it's hard to tell. Doesn't seem to be slowing down a heck of a lot. It's got to be screwing up that handling of that car. Tony Keeper's right there in the top 5 as well, so Tony's still got a shot at it. But as you can see right now, that blaze orange car, Greg Stingle, started the race in the back of the pack. Now works himself up into 3rd, but he's got a long way to go up to Bo Ambos running up front right now. Our top 3 cars, pretty much a big gap. Oh, and there's a car on the side of the track. I believe that was the 180 of Nick Visser. So tough break for Nick. His day is done as he's off the track right now. So we take a look back to the front. And Bo Ambos has lost a little bit of that gap back to 2nd, as it looks like Brian Holter has made up a little bit of ground in that last half lap as a yellow flag is out in that zone. And yes, it is on the right side of the course. Looks like everybody's getting passed cleanly as our race car is getting pulled off the course. As our leaders come into turn 1, it looks like white flag will be coming out this time by. Time is running out for our 3rd place car. Stingle to try to move up. Brian Holter running in 2nd, about 6 car lengths back. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I just was notified about just a moment ago that we got the 50-50 drawing going once again, and if we were to have a winner right now, $1,000 would go to the winner right now if we had it. Don't shake your head at me. I know what I'm saying. If we were to have the 50-50 drawing right now, the winner would get $1,000, so there's still a lot of time. You have to buy some tickets for that. White flag is out. Brian Holzer running a second, about 6 car lengths back. He had a faster lap time last time by than our leader. Almost 1 second faster than Bo Ambos, and he's gaining on him. Once again, the yellow flag's out at the right side of the course up on top of the hill. So he has gained on our leader, and Stingle's right there as well. Stingle skillfully used that yellow zone to make up a little bit of ground. And we got 1, 2, and 3 right here in front of us. Bo Ambos, Brian Holzer, Greg Stingle. I don't think Stingle has it right now. Holzer's got 2 more corners to make a run at our leader, and he is. He's made up another car length. He's gonna try the inside line. Bo protects the line. Bo Ambos will take the win. Holzer second and Stingle third. Matt Mullen fourth. Tony Keeper, Stephanie Pato, great run for her. And Derek Tilkins crosses the line. So, man, what a wild last lap for Bo Ambos and Brian Holzer as Stingle snuck up on the both of them and made it a 3-car battle for the lead. And the checkered flag will go to Bo Ambos. Once again, we'll take a moment as our top 3 finisher will make their way up to the podium, and we'll have our winning interviews in just a second. In the meantime, we'll be right back right after this.
For the International Raceway, for many years, the Island Resort Casino has been a title sponsor of these off-road races. Please come on the back of the race, the volunteers, all of the other sponsors, the drivers, and all the race fans who together make this the best off-road race weekend in the Midwest. Welcome to the 2014 off-road races. Boss Snowball is a proud sponsor of this weekend's events and remind you to enjoy the races responsibly. For information about Boss Snowball, visit bossfly.com. Boss Snowball, always there to back you up. Bates Coca-Cola would like to welcome all race fans to another great weekend of off-road racing and invite everyone to sit back and enjoy ice cold Coke, Coke Zero, or Diet Coke. Let us know and never know so excited to be sponsoring this weekend of racing action and invite you to participate as well. The invitations to bring you a new driver audio, new control, and even master customization packages for trucks and Jeeps. Riverside Auto Group has 7 local dealerships to serve your purpose and Ford, Chevrolet, Chrysler, Cadillac, Jeep, Toyota, Honda, and Nissan. Riverside Group has it all. To the International Raceway, we like to thank North Cox Equipment, William Machinery, and Transport Equipment for their years of commitment to this racing event. Some of the equipment is used in the past this weekend. For that reason, this race did not take place. So from the racers and from all the fans, thank you, Marshall, Ron, and Falcon. The Popular International Raceway would like to thank Rapid River Masters for their generous contributions to this event. Rapid River Masters are local producers of the finest semi production outdoors available in the market. These trucks are only used by the historical, others who need little performance in the field. If you're looking for the best, look for Rapid River Masters. The Popular International Raceway would like to express their appreciation for the following area businesses for working to make these races the best they can be. Old Sport Repair, Race Feeding, Sage Point Financial, DS Tech, Rapid River News, Tony's Green Thumb, Twins Forest Products, Beckler Concrete, and Giving a Break Safety Signs. Thank you for your support of this event, and thank you for attending the Dark River Off-Road Races.
Well, race fans, we got the top 3 finishers up here in the light buggy division. I'm going to come over here first off. Mr. Consistency, always in the podium. Stingle, another good run back from the back of the pack, work your way forward. And man, I'm thinking what you would give for 1 or 2 more laps.
1 or 2 more laps, I think I had a good shot at it. I was catching them in the end. It was pretty hard working traffic out there. There's a lot of guys being competing against each other and then trying to get around them when they had issues. We had a little contact, got over the berm once, so we kind of lost a couple positions. But other than that, we had a great run. The BFGs hooked up great. They were right like the year, stellar. Other than that, glad to see Bo's back up here and Brian. Great competitors. They've been doing it for a lot of years too.
So what do you attribute your consistency to? I mean, because once again, no matter what, it seems like no matter where you start the pack, you always end up on the podium, no matter one of these 3 spots.
Well, it starts with your crew, your motor builder, and your tranny builder. If the car holds together, then it's all up to me, and 22 years of experience, I've learned a few things in that.
Nice job, Greg.
Thanks.
Let's swing over here now to Brian Holter. He's got half his family up here. Brian, welcome back to the podium, man. It's been quite some time since we've seen you last.
Yeah, no, thanks. It feels good to be up here. I was close yesterday, but couldn't quite get it. But beautiful track and a beautiful day. I think Peshco National Bank, new tires this year, BF Goodrich, and Hulcher Brothers Incorporated.
Talk about that race a little bit, man, where you kind of like, you had a great start. You're chasing that guy down for a while, then you'd fall back, then you kind of catch him back up again, and I want to let you know you also had the fastest lap of the race. For a while there, Bo had it. You guys were kind of going back and forth, but you ended up the race with the fastest lap.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. I didn't know that, but I had Matt Gerald on the radio here trying to coach me, and I kept trying different lines and see somehow where I could get to him, and it just, maybe 1 more lap I might have got him, but he ran a good race, and hats off to him.
Nice job, Brian.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to come up here now. If I could squeeze into the big guy, I did not know that they made fire suits this size, man. I swear to God. Nice run, though.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know what to say. This is my first win. I'm speechless. I just got to thank everybody that helps me. My family, my crew, my wife-to-be, KK. Thanks, Stingle. Thanks, buddy. You know, I can't do it without the help of my team and Scotty and Wyatt and Chris and Tim Christensen. And I got to say his name, otherwise, you know, freaky. You know, my buddy Todd Lemke. I don't know why I said his name, but he's looking at me. But yeah, my sponsors, you know, Apex Heating and Air, my car, which by far is the best looking car out there, obviously, by Victory Sign. You know, Performance Diesel, man, I got to think Praxair.
And don't forget about thanking the person that does your hair.
That would be me. How's it look? Is it good? First time on the, you know, as I was racing, I go, I'm going to win this thing and pull off my helmet and have this mop. So get some pictures. You know, Brian, good job. Sting, why say it? He's always up here, so he don't need to hear nothing. Thank you guys for coming out, and we'll get him at Crandon again.
Nice. I don't know what, anybody got anything? Nice job, man.
Thank you.
Michaela Vero, if you could please come to the sound tower over to behind the podium. Michaela Vero.
fans. Testing 1, 2. Here we go. Our next race of the afternoon coming up trackside. Once again, 2 classes racing at the same time. We've got Super Truck running up front. Actually, we've got 3 classes out here at the same time. We have got the Limited 4s, Formula 4x4, and Super Trucks on the track. Here's our lineup. Limited 4s, we're running up front with Milan Mesnik in the 69. It looks like, is he out there? No, he's not. He is scratched. So we have Al Drews in the 32 and Dan Badeau outside him in the front row. In the Super Trucks, we've got Kevin Hanegriff in the 266, Jimmy Ritterbusch in the 224, Tim Nelson in the 248, Mark Peterson in the 222, Troy Retzloff out there in a brand new truck, the Toyota 211. Jerry Edgerton was on the podium last night in the 220, and Garrett Bancroft, last night's winner in the 217, will be starting in the back row in the Super Truck division. And then finally, the Formula 4x4 in the back. We've got Ryan Rebman in the 402, Michael Platz in the 454, and Dave Mia in the 475. One of the guys that were instrumental in getting Retzloff on the track in that 211 is the one and only Kurt Reeves. Back in off-road racing, having taken a couple of years off. And one of the cool things about last night's racing, for the first time that I can remember, in 3 different divisions, race cars sponsored by B&L Santoy were on the top spot on the podium, with Dan Badeau and Garrett Bancroft. So we'll see if we can see if the guys from B&L Santoys can repeat it once again. Get some of their guys up in that top spot on the podium. And you can see them all bunching up right now, bumper to bumper, side by side, right behind Richie Kuloff in that Pro 2 2-seater pace truck. Pace trucks off the track. We're going green at any time. There's the flag right now. We're under green flag racing. The big boys of the Sportsman divisions are on the track right now. Into turn 1, it's going to be Al Drews with the whole shot. Dan Badeau right there behind the second. Pulling the whole shot in Super Truck is Tim Nelson, that black number 248. Al Drews across the line with the lead. Nelson right behind that black 248. 4-wheel drive, 2-wheel drive, and then 4-wheel drive trucks in the back. Leading right now in the Formula 4x4s, the 475 of Dave Mia. Ryan Rebman out there in the 402. Now as they all cross. Going to the dogleg section, it's Al Drews. Right behind him is Dan Badeau, last night's winner in this class. And how about Nelson, the 2-wheel drive, right now running in third, right behind Dan Badeau. Badeau tries the outside line, that long left-hand sweeper way out in the flump. Badeau still on the throttle, trying to pull up alongside Al Drews. Looks like he's pulled up alongside and maybe just inch forward. Badeau will now take the lead coming to turn 1. Now Al Drews, keep an eye on him. He'll try to duck down the inside. There's that inside line. Drews cannot take advantage. He'll fall back to second. Nelson now running in third. Hill's going after Al Drews. And Nelson doubles the back section. Takes that inside line on Drews, they make contact. And we've got a brand new leader in Super Truck as Retzloff goes by, Edgerton goes by, and now he gets into contact.
with Bancroft, and you go from first to fourth in just a matter of less than 100 feet. Tough break for our one-time leader in Super Truck, Tim Nelson. So now it's Dan Badeau, Troy Retzlaff, Jerry Edgerton, Al Drew's in fourth, Garrett Bancroft fifth. As we have got limited 4, Super Truck, limited 4, Super Truck, all in that order on the track. And Dan Badeau has just about checked out right now with about a 4, maybe 5-second lead over Troy Retzlaff. Oh, and you can hear that horsepower on Dan Badeau going through the corners on the chip. Just hearing that bop, 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 as he's just over-revving that motor right now in the low gears. Dan Badeau going by, a little bit quicker lap time than the last time by. 1:33.45. Retzlaff, 1:36.62. Edgerton a little bit quicker by a second, so he's gaining on him. And here comes Nelson. Nelson's moved up one spot. It's so hard to get Dan Badeau in the same picture as the second place truck as we keep going back. And finally, there's Troy Retzlaff, Jerry Edgerton right behind him. And that's a battle for the lead in the Super Truck division. Retzlaff in that Toyota, a brand new truck for him this weekend. And Edgerton, that's actually an older truck, a former Kevin Probst Pro 2 that he's running. And he's really gaining on Retzlaff right now. Meanwhile, in the 4x4, Dave Mia has all but checked out from the other two trucks he's competing against. And Ryan Redmond and Michael Plotz, but Dave Mia just all checked out. Edgerton pressuring Retzlaff big time right now. Retzlaff cannot make one mistake. Edgerton right there. As we watch the screen right now, Retzlaff still has the advantage over Jerry Edgerton. Such a different contrast of Super Trucks we're looking at. Brand new chassis at about a 6, maybe 7, probably a 6-year-old chassis that Jerry Edgerton is running. And it looks like Ken Nelson may be gaining on the both of them a little bit further back. In fact, Tim Nelson is running a faster lap time by almost 2 full seconds. Actually is 2 full seconds faster than Jerry Edgerton last time by, and he's big time gaining on him, and this time by will be the competition yellow. As Dan Badeau has got 2 corners to go before he takes the simultaneous red and yellow flag with Retzlaff, Edgerton, and Nelson. 1, 2, 3, right there on our screen. And there's the competition yellow being waved for Dan Badeau as we watch Tim Nelson trying to go to the inside on Edgerton before the flags. Here comes Nelson on the inside. Nelson will make the pass, almost like he caught Edgerton napping right at the flags. So a valuable change of position right now for Nelson as he moved up one position right at the flags. That puts him 3rd overall.
as his lap time was faster than Dan Badeau, our leader, by over a second. So Tim Nelson may be the fastest truck on the track right now in that super truck. So it's Dan Badeau, the leader in the limited 4. Troy Retzloff leading in super truck. Tim Nelson second. Jerry Edgerton third. That's all in super truck. Edgerton is third in class, 4th overall. Garrett Bancroft also 5th overall, but 4th in class. Al Drews, the next 4x4, is actually 7th on the track. Mia right now crossing the line. He's leading in the Formula 4x4 class. Some of these trucks are struggling around this race course as we watch our pace truck making their way around the back section. You see Dan Badeau in the limited 4, right behind him is the two-wheel drive, Troy Retzloff, and Nelson right behind him. This will be a very interesting finish to this race. The top 4, I'll even throw in Bancroft in this because he won last night's race. Very interesting last half of the race with the top 5 trucks on the track. The super trucks are beating down the doors of our limited 4 of Dan Badeau in that 17 right now, leading overall in that B&L Santoys entry. Our pace truck pulls off the track. Dan Badeau controls the field, waiting for that green flag. There it is. We're back underway for the second half. And look at Bancroft now sliding the outside on Edgerton. Bancroft goes way down the inside of Edgerton. Into turn number 2. They're still side by side for that 4th spot. And it looks like Bancroft will make the pass. 3rd in class, 4th overall. So Dan Badeau, Troy Retzloff, Tim Nelson, and Garrett Bancroft on the top 4. The question is, will Troy Retzloff and Tim Nelson have anything for our leader, Dan Badeau, as it looks like Badeau is slowly pulling away as we watch the battle for 2nd and 3rd overall and 1st and 2nd in Super Truck on our screen. You can see Badeau right there pulling away a little bit. Nelson tries, he throws that truck sideways, way over the corner, over-rotates off the track. Here comes Bancroft. He'll move up 1 spot. Nelson may be in the danger of losing 1 spot to Edgerton. And it looks like he's hanging on to 4th overall, but man, what a costly mistake late in the race. Here comes our leader overall, also leading in the limited 4 is Dan Badeau, Retzloff in that 211 Toyota, leading in super truck, 2nd overall. Mark Peterson now flipping the back to Garrett Edgerton. He's trying to make a battle out of it. And there goes Bancroft to the outside. Not a very good spot to try to make a pass on the outside here at Park River. Now he'll try the inside line. They make contact. Oh, Nelson goes over. Nelson goes over 5-6 times. Just going in the dogleg turns before the uphill. They make such slight contact in the air.
So safety trucks are right there on the spot. But man, it was barely a touch in the back section. So ever so slightly. And it was just enough to turn the truck sideways in the air and just rolled over in about 6, maybe 7 rollovers. So we're right now waiting for a report on Tim Nelson. It looked like a vicious rollover, but man, not a very good spot to try to make a pass. So they made just a slight touch in the air, and it was just Tim Nelson end over end, side to side. Dan Bonneau still maintains the lead. Retzloff running in second. Edgerton now into third, fourth overall on the track. Actually third, second in class. White flag is coming out for Dan Bonneau, this time by. White flag waving for Dan Bonneau this time around. As Edgerton now reeling into the back of Troy Retzloff in the battle for the win in Super Truck. Long left-hand sweeper, still a battle. With Retzloff with the advantage, about 2, maybe 3 truck lengths over Jerry Edgerton through that cemetery turn, now into that straightaway. 2 double jumps into that dog leg turn. Here they come as they battle for the win in Super Trucks. Retzloff has it, here comes Jerry Edgerton running in second. Meanwhile, up front, it's all Dan Bonneau, all by himself. Overall win and leading in limited fours. Pushes hard at turn number 1. Gets through the corner. He's got 2 turns remaining to make it a sweep of the weekend. Meanwhile, here is the battle for the lead and the win in Super Truck. Here comes Jerry Edgerton. 2 turns remaining. That Monster Energy Chevrolet going after that Toyota. He'll try the inside line. He backs up. Still time remaining. Edgerton is right there. The door's open. Here comes Edgerton. And Edgerton crossed the line before Retzloff could get there. Here comes Bancroft. And Mark Peterson, second and third. And Retzloff, 20 feet from the finish line. We'll find out what the call is going to be made at that point. But wow! Came right down to the last corner. As the 454 of Michael Plotz crosses the line, I believe he's 1 lap down. Here comes Dave Mia, Dave Mia. I believe he's our leader and going to be our winner in Formula 4x4. We'll figure out our finishing order in just a moment. We'll bring our top 3 finishers in all 3 classes up to the podium. In the meantime, how about a few words from our sponsors?
Hundreds of Glass local employees in Iron Mountain, Michigan would like to spend a special good luck to Chad Horde and the entire Horde racing team. Congratulations, Chad, from your Boss Snowplow team. Bates Coca-Cola would like to welcome all race fans to another great weekend of off-road racing and invite everyone to sit back and enjoy ice-cold Coca-Cola or the sunny weather. The Barker International Raceway would like to extend a big thank you to Riverside Auto Group and Northern Lights for supporting this weekend's racing event. Please support those who make this event happen. For your next vehicle purchase, think Riverside and Northern Motors. The Barker International Raceway would like to thank North Tracks Equipment, Roland Machinery, and Fabco Equipment for their years of commitment to this racing event by supplying some of the equipment you see used on the track this weekend. Without their generosity, this race could not take place. So from the raceway and from all the fans, thank you, Northwest, Roland, and Fabco. Welcome to the 2014 Off-Road Races. The Daily Press is proud to sponsor this weekend's events and remind you to enjoy the races responsibly. The Daily Press, your local news leader. The Barker International Raceway would like to express their appreciation for the following area businesses for working to make these races the best they can be. Dennis Meyer Trucking, Scott Gladwin Excavating, Northern Flying and Heat, TS Tree Farm, Larry Johnson, Mr. Tyler, and Jim Bailey Electric. Thank you for your support of this event, and thank you for attending the Barker Off-Road Races.
Well, race fans, while we wait for the rest of the classes to get up here, I got Dan Badeau up here all by himself. Well, not exactly by yourself, but I don't think you mind the company, just the same. Now, I'll come up there, what the hell. Man, what can I say? Don't say it like that. If they only knew what you just said. Talk about the race a little bit today. I mean, it was kind of a Sunday drive on a Saturday afternoon. I don't think you quite knew that about halfway through the race you had some guys in the two-wheel drive chasing you down, but by the end of the race, it was all you.
Well, somehow I unplugged my communications and didn't hear Jeff, and I thought, didn't know what was going on back behind me, and so it was kind of a Sunday drive, but it's too bad that Al and Milan didn't show up, you know. I guess Al went out the first lap.
Well, Al pulled the whole shot, and he started spewing a little bit of steam out of the truck, and it didn't take him long. He may have dropped out due to overheating, but the thing is, he looked pretty fast in the first half of the race. But the thing is, what are future aspirations for this class? I mean, and then you specifically. I know you're struggling to get this thing going, but I mean, you as a driver, you have won in just about every single race car you've ever been in, and where do you go from here?
Pro 4 if I'd like to, but it's just not going to happen, I don't think, the way things are going. But, you know, there's supposed to be a couple more trucks for Crandon, but in the World Series, I still got that truck sitting at my shop. It's for sale. I'd like to get it sold to somebody.
Well, you know what? Start the season with 2 wins. Clean sweeping this thing's not a bad way to start 2014, no matter what the car count is.
Right. You know, I like to, you know, I couldn't do it without the guys and BNL Motorsports and Amjo, but I'd like to thank them. But maybe next time.
Well, you know what?
It's hard to say that, you know, we started out with, 5 trucks the first year, and then it's kind of going downhill on us right now. But the economy's got a lot to do with it, and we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Stay positive, and you know what? B&L Santoys gets another trophy out of this whole thing, man.
Absolutely.
All right, good job. Dan Badeau, our winner in Limited Fours. As we wait now for the rest of the field, the rest of the class to come up here towards the podium. Well, we got our front row 4x4 guys up here, so I guess we got 2 of the 3. And Ryan Redmond, once again, you guys made it up here to the podium. Yesterday, you were up here as well. But the competition out there in that class, you guys kind of like messing around with each other, don't you, a little bit?
Oh, it's just a blast. It's fun to drive those trucks. They're just a handful. It's great.
We're running 4-wheel drive, short wheelbase. Is it kind of tight or kind of hard to make it through some of these tight corners with their, you know, kind of the back end wanting to swap around a little bit, or how do you handle that?
You can do what I did earlier. Just let it do a donut. But yeah, you just try to hang on.
Well, who do you talk about to get you on this track here this weekend?
I gotta thank J&R Auto Sports, everybody with Keiko Motorsports, and just everybody that helped us out along the way. Thanks, guys.
Nice job, man. Well, I'm going to swing up here to Mr. Mia. I'm not going to. Are you kidding me? If I knock you off, it's going to be kind of like a chain reaction. I'm going to have 2 women mad at me, so I'm not going to do that. Now, you got. It's a competitive class, obviously. So I look at your truck out there. It's the fastest one out in the class, obviously. But the thing is, it's beat up. These guys lean on you a little bit, or you just don't like to change fenders out.
Well, I kind of help a little bit with the beat up. So the first thing I had to do, the most important reason why I had to get up here today was to apologize to Jimmy Ruderbush and his crew. I got into him yesterday, it looks like, and for that I apologize. It wasn't intentional, and I thank Jimmy for accepting my apology. Sucks because his truck got really screwed up and he wasn't able to line up today. But other than that, today was just about going out and going around and not flipping. That's always a good start. And then making it finish. And the restart, I blew one of the hoses off. And then I thought we were going to have a funny finish line moment because I was losing power coming around the second from last turn, and I thought Ryan was going to pass me going over the finish line. I actually had to downshift a second to make the thing have enough go to get over the finish line. So that's how my day went, and we're going to go fix it and come back tomorrow and be fast again.
Well, the thing is, you're on the podium, you're collecting these points, and you're going chasing that championship for 2014. That's all that matters, man.
The other thing we need Brad LaMarche back out on the track. He's out there somewhere. I like to have somebody to go fast. He's going to come back at Crandon, and that's what I think. He's out there. I saw his hauler here.
I'm trying to wonder why he's not here now, because that truck looks like it's brand new every single race. But you know what? We'll wait for him to come to the track and you guys have a little fun. But in the meantime, enjoy the celebration.
All right, thank you, Scott.
Dave Mia, our winner in the Formula 4x4. Let's hear it one more time for the guys up here in the podium. Nice job.
Hey, Bark River, don't forget to get your 50-50 tickets. 50-50 tickets. They're coming around and selling them. They will be drawing at around 4 o'clock.
Well, race fans, did you know that Husqvarna is the largest outdoor power equipment manufacturer in the world? That's right, Husqvarna offers a full line of lawn and garden equipment for the homeowner and the professional. Chainsaws, blowers, trimmers, lawnmowers, tractors, zero turns, and more. Trust Husqvarna with all your lawn, garden, outdoor power equipment needs. Stop by the Husqvarna display area to find out how you can save 10% on your next purchase of Husqvarna power equipment. Tractus manufactures the world's best-selling radio-controlled cars, trucks, boats, and helicopters, including the award-winning Slash short course race truck, nitro-burning T-Max, and 100-mile-an-hour X01 supercar. Visit Traxxas in the pits or go to thetraxxas.com to find your local hobby store with over 30 vehicles under $300. Get in on the fun of Traxxas, the fastest name in radio control. Winning TORC drivers rely on VP Racing Fuels to keep their trucks running right, and now you can use that same technology in your car. VP additives are a perfect way to clean out your fuel system and put the power back in your drive. For more information, visit vpracingfuels.com. And race fans, don't forget the rugged radio Nitro B is a small single-channel radio receiver for racers and spotters to hear the TORC race officials. This UHF listen-only receiver allows track officials to notify drivers and spotters of a yellow flag or any wrecks that may have occurred on the track. The Nitro B is the official receiver for USAC. Get your Nitro B today at ruggedradios.com. Getting ready now for the next race this afternoon will be the 1600 single buggies, 14 entries there. We got the pro buggies coming up right after that with 8 cars. Super stock trucks, we have 17 entries here this afternoon. And then we go into the pro program a little bit later on this afternoon. So still a lot of racing going on, and don't forget we got UTVs and the short course carts, the kids' first points race of 2014 coming up here this afternoon. So it'll be the first time they've been on the track in under racing conditions. It'll be a cool thing to see, as I believe we have 8, maybe 9 entries there as well. So a lot of racing to go. And don't forget we got live music once again on top of the hill this afternoon. I believe music starts at 9 o'clock right behind the grandstands in front of the beer garden area. So a lot to do, a lot to have fun with. And don't forget, walk around this pit area, meet some of the drivers, meet some of these crews, and check out some of their sponsors, and definitely check out all the companies up here and manufacturers midway up on top of the hill. And don't forget, we've got Tim and Timmery here from Race and Dirty with the official Bark River International Off-Road Raceway event t-shirts. They have on side, I believe they have some hoodies there as well, some hats, and all kinds of apparel. And Tim came out here with some brand new stuff. Some very special sunglasses. Ask him about his special sunglasses that are here, so check them out. A lot of cool things. So between races, grab something to eat, something to drink, maybe pick up a 50-50 ticket. It was quite a while ago, probably about an hour or so ago, that if we had a winner, that winner would get $1,000 at that point. I'm sure it's considerably more right now, but make sure to pick up that 50-50 drawing or an entry. A lot of cool things going on. Stop around, check around, kind of snort around the uphill manufacturers areas, a lot of cool stuff. So as we get ready for the next race, so once again, it's a 1600 single buggy division, 14 cars strong. Hang tight, we'll be back in just a minute. We're live right now, it's just that, yeah, no, we're streaming.
live for pro at supposedly at 2:30. The way he kicked it sideways, he may have bent the chassis. I wouldn't doubt it. Huh? Retzlaff. Or was it Nelson? No, Nelson, I think.
Whoever's the leader was the one that got acid.
Yeah, then it was Retzlaff. It was Retzlaff. Yeah, yeah. Well, I wonder if Kurt's thrown the headset yet. Yeah, right here in the corner, right here.
Yeah, he got underneath it, and he had more power, and he tried to close, like, oh shit, I'm closing it all. He did, he popped up.
They both lock front tires.
He popped up, and he rode on the front of his nose.
Hey, how are you? You been here all day? You know, set up for a couple weeks. Bigger jumps? More jumps? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. That'll be cool. You can't really get too rough with those little short course karts. It almost needs to be like a mini bike supercross track kind of thing. Yeah. Hey, I'm going to be working for you for your, I don't know what the jamboree thing weekend. So I'll be up there. I'm going to leave right from Sturgis from the TORC race coming right to you guys. So I'll be hanging out with you guys for the weekend. Cool. I'm looking forward to it. I want to get the hell out of California. No mosquitoes there, but I don't care. I want to get out of there. He's around here somewhere, but he's running around with his head cut off, man. He's just... Yeah, he's around here somewhere. I actually think he's wearing a red TORC t-shirt in the front with staff on the back, or crew on the back. So keep it out for one of them. It's probably him. Well, race fans, here we go. Our next race of the afternoon. It's the 1600 buggies, single buggy division, 14 cars strong. Here they come. Here's our lineup. The 343 of Travis Dinsmore is out there along with Jason Flugrad in the 356. Joe Maggie in the 338. J.D. Corin starts fourth in the 369. Bruce Manicky in the 301. Jeff Pashinsky in the 324. Dave Luger in the 328 along with Robert Skinner in the 326. Bob Blaney in the 376. That car has not changed its looks, I think, in the last 10 years. It's been the same look in that thing. Very easy to see who Bob Blaney is out there on the track. We got Mark Steinhardt out there starting the 10th spot, the 331. Brad Erickson from right here at Bark River in the 308, starting 11th. Jeff Villamore, our current points leader, starting 12th in the 379. Then we have Eric Sinkowski, who starts 13th along with Cynthia Gauthier in the 341, starting last. Her first weekend of racing anything off-road. And that's the girlfriend of Joe Sylvester running in a Pro Light. And if you're not familiar with the name Joe Sylvester, he is, I guess you'd say, the current world record distance jump holder in a 10,000-pound monster truck. And he sold everything monster truck and is going full-blown off-road racing. Still be running some monster jams, events, things along that line. But him and his girlfriend and the rest of the gang are all up to their eardrums in TORC off-road, so good for them. But anyway, Cynthia will be starting that last in the field, that purple 341. Richie Kuloff out there in that 00, the two-seater Pro 2 pace truck. Travis Dinsmore, that 343 on the front row inside. He controls the pace of the field. We can't see it from here, but there's an orange cone on the track. And from the start of or from the point of that orange cone to the flag stand, he can start the race anywhere he wants. As soon as he accelerates, the green flag will fly to the rest of the field.
No passing before the flag stand, no pulling on a line. USAC officials watch that very closely. Pace trucks off the track. We're about to go green flag racing. There it is. We're underway into turn one. Here they come down the hill. And right off the get-go, they're 3-4 wide, and Dinsmore has the whole shot. Maggie right behind. They make contact. Maggie slides his left front into the right rear of Dinsmore. They both continue on. No harm, no foul. They're 3 wide into turn 3. Dinsmore has the lead. Flugan right in second and third as they all cross the line. So Jeff Villamore makes a crazy pass to move up a couple spots, but as I'm looking at timing and scoring right now, Dinsmore still maintains that lead until right now Maggie goes inside. How did he save it? The little knot bounce off the inside of Dinsmore. But wow, both those cars have pulled away from the field. But I don't know who filled their fire suit more. Was it Dinsmore or was it Maggie? But man, so close to a huge disaster at the bottom of that hill and going into that right-hand turn. And Steinhardt, how about that? He's in the top 4. Steiny's moving up. Jeff Kaczynski right now running in that third spot. And here comes Steiny trying to make an inside move on him. Dinsmore, Maggie, Kaczynski, Steinhardt. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right now you can see on our screen we got Maggie, our battle for second, third, and fourth. As Steinhardt may have fallen, yeah, he fell back a spot. That is something you don't see very often. As they hit the top of the hill coming down Boston Snowplow Hill, going into the long right-hand turn. Man, Dinsmore is looking so strong right now. Steiny is now on the outside, pulls up alongside. Stays on the outside. I was kind of expecting him to slide back to the inside line, but Steiny running it fourth, stays on that outside line through that left-hand turn. Dinsmore still the sizable lead. Here comes Steiny up to the inside. Maggie running in second. Baczynski third. Now Baczynski goes outside. He's up to the inside line now on Maggie. And scrubs off way too much speed. Misses the shift. It looks like he missed the shift and Steinhardt goes by. Dave Luger now moving up. Luger's in the top 5. Dinsmore still the sizable lead, but keep in mind there is a competition yellow, so no matter how fast you are now. I mean, everyone loves that competition yellow except one person, and that, of course, is the leader. But, man, when you struggle so hard, here we go, the battle. We got Maggie Baczynski. Baczynski goes so tight to the inside, he'll move up one spot. And it looks like Maggie may be having some sort of problem because he's now going down 2 spots in a straightaway. Or has he? No, he gained his spot back, and here comes Blaney now. That orange and blue car, Blaney now getting in the mix of things. And Steiny is chasing down Dinsmore. Dinsmore had a sizable lead. And now it's down to about 6 car lengths. Man, what a battle going on right now from 4th on back. There's 4 cars, 5 cars battling for the 4th place. Look at that. Here comes Erickson. Erickson sports the issue on the inside of Blaney. Tight to the inside. Blaney allows enough room. And now Erickson passes 2 cars. Erickson's now moved up 2 spots. I believe that puts Brad now on the podium. No, it doesn't. Brad is still running in that, I believe, 4th spot. But man, what a move he has made. And Steiny's moved up front. We got a brand new leader and a little bit of smoke out of Dinsmore running in 2nd. Erickson now in the top 5. And here comes that competition yellow. And man, oh man, guys like Brad Erickson are breathing a sigh of relief. New life for that guy as he was at the podium. Here comes Dinsmore right back on Steiny. Dinsmore is not giving up. Two turns remaining before the competition yellow. Steiny had left the door open, but he'll hang on to the lead as they cross the line. It's Steinhardt, Dinsmore, Basinski, Dave Luger, Erickson, Blaney, Villamore as they cross the line. So what you see on the screen right now, they're all pretty much bumper to bumper, but let's see. Dinsmore got out of line a little bit, but by the time they come back around, retake the green flag, there'll be single file, bumper to bumper, and this is where the critical restart comes into play. And USAC watches it very, very closely. They're very, very strict on not pulling out of line and kind of taking a peek at the truck or car in front of you, or trying to make a run at the restart. Then there you see our new leader on the last time by. Steiny made the pass for the lead on Dinsmore. He is so, yeah, trying to get on him a little bit to move up a class. He just looked at me and thought I was, just kind of got on me a little bit about it. Can't fault him for that, man. He's been so dominant and so good. He's out here having fun and teaching the young guys a few things. So it's Mark Steinhardt, Travis Dinsmore, Jeff Mashinsky, Dave Luger, Brad Erickson all in the top 5, followed along by 6 through 10, Bob Blaney, Jeff Villamore, Joe Maggie, Jason Flugrat, and J.D. Corrin in the top 10. So still a lot of racing to go, but man, their hands are full. If you got Steiny up front at the halfway point, I don't want to say you can kind of cash your check, but you got to prove me wrong, because for so many years, that driver right there on your screen, when he gets it, he never gives it up. So we'll find out what's going to be happening here in the second half. As the pace truck's pulled off the track, green flags in hand, and it's waving right now. Here they come to turn 1. It's Mark Steinhardt, Travis Dinsmore, and Jeff Mashinsky, 1, 2, and 3. Oh man, Erickson goes way to the outside. Opens the door for Blaney. Blaney may have taken the advantage. Erickson still right there. Man, what was Erickson thinking going so wide through turn one? And Blaney goes way outside. Erickson now going after Kuczynski as they duck down in the back section. That orange car, Jeff Kuczynski, has the spot. Erickson's going back after him. Now, right on the back bumper. As we take a peek to the lead up front. There's first, second, third, and fourth right there. So Dinsmore, he had a little bit of puff of smoke here about a lap or so ago. Still looking very, very strong. Here comes Erickson right back, goes inside, has that fifth spot. There's three watching the turn. The door was open. And how about Villamore? Where did he come from? What a move by Villamore as he just dynamited the corner, outbraked everybody, and passed two cars in one turn. Villamore now takes on the inside of Wyszynski. And he's got the inside line and makes it look easy. He's now in the top four. Oh, Dinsmore pulls off. Right rear problems. A broken brake for CV on the right rear. Travis Dinsmore has been done. So now it's Mark Steiner, James Luger, and Jeff Villamore into the Queens. Brad Harrison's having all kinds of problems this afternoon, trying to keep it together as he's fallen back to the sixth spot now, behind Blaney. Actually, it'd be fifth spot now. We'll see now if Villamore can keep that momentum going, and right now, with just a few laps remaining, Mark Steiner has got a sizable lead. Very hard to gain somebody that much gap in just a few laps in this class. Villamore right in the back bumper of Luger. There goes Steiner up across the Boston Plow finish line along with Dave Luger, Jack Villamore, Bob Blaney, Erickson. And Villamore's done it. Villamore's gotten around Dave Luger. Villamore now running that second spot. And white flag will be coming out this time by. There still is a shot, but a lap and a half remaining. Villamore's been having the fastest lap of the race. The last three laps consecutively. So Jeff definitely is on the move, but is there enough time? The gap is shrinking. Villamore's catching Steinhardt. He's definitely catching Steinhardt. But man, that's a long way to go in one lap. On that last lap, Jeff Fillmore had once again the fastest lap of all the field. Almost 1 full second faster than Steinhardt. There's the gap now between 3rd and 4th, I believe it is. Yeah, Luger and Blaney. Here come our leaders, TORC, the Boston Plow Hill. There's Steinhardt, still a large gap. But this is where Fillmore makes up the ground right here in this corner. He makes up a ton of ground. He cut the lead by 2/3, if not more. Steinhardt has got his work cut out for him. In one corner, Steinhardt has a push. And here comes, look at this. Here they come into turn 1. Steinhardt has got to be in the protection mode. He'll keep it tight to the inside. Fillmore over-rotates. He may lose one spot. Oh, man, slam the door. Fillmore will hang on to second. One small mistake by Fillmore cost him a shot to lead, but here comes the winner. Mark Steinhardt will take the win. Jeff Fillmore takes second, and 3rd will be Dave Luger. As the rest of the field crosses the line, we'll hustle over to the podium and get our top 3 finishers up there. In the meantime, how about a couple of words from our sponsors? What do you say?
Which recruits local volunteers to provide snow removal services for the men and women serving overseas. After all, they're protecting our freedom. Plowing their driveway is the least we can do. For more information, visit allstar.com. Bates Coca-Cola would like to welcome all race fans to another great weekend of off-road racing and invite everyone to sit back and enjoy ice-cold Coca-Cola or the Santa Monica. The Barker International Raceway would like to extend a big thank you to Riverside Auto Group and Northern Motors for supporting this weekend's racing event. Please support those who make this event happen. For your next vehicle purchase, think Riverside and Northern Motors. The Barker International Raceway would like to thank North Tracks Equipment, Rolling Machinery, and Badco Equipment for the years of commitment to this racing event by supplying some of the equipment you see used on the track this weekend. Without their generosity, this race could not take place. So from the raceway and from all the fans, thank you North Tracks, Rolling, and Badco. The Barker International Raceway would like to thank the following list of special partners for donating the use of some of their equipment or materials used on the track this weekend. Casperson Lighting, J Excavating, Horliff Dairy Farm, Barker Concrete Products, Dan Getzler, Getz Dairy, and Rusty Anderson Excavating. Thank you for your partnership. The Barker International Raceway would like to extend a big thank you to all the sponsors of this race weekend. There would be no race without the support of these sponsors. We ask you, the race fans, to support those establishments that work so hard and commit so much to ensuring that we continue to have off-road racing here in the UK. And thank you for attending the Barker Off-Road Races.
The race fans, we have our top three finishers up here in the Buggy. Dude, are you breathing heavy from the racers running up here to the podium, man? Dave, it was one hell of a race watching you guys out there going back and forth, and the end of the last two laps made the race.
It was pretty incredible.
Going back and forth with these veterans like these guys, and it's been really an honor for me to be up here in front. Brand new car this year, first race this year, and my first podium ever. So I'm very happy. I want to thank all the guys at Moore for all the hard work they do. Everybody at TORC, Park River, and my crew. They worked their butts off to get me here, and I appreciate it.
Maybe you should take some of those wins, get a treadmill, get ready for some more running, man.
I could use some cardio, I think.
Nice job, man. We'll swing over here to Mr. Villamore once again. B&L Santoys, bud. What's that about? You guys, every one of these cars have been up on the podium this weekend, and once again, you were right there. But you had a shot at that old man right there. You had a shot at him in that last lap, but a little bit over rotation.
Yeah, you know, coming from the back, it's a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun at the same time. I'd almost rather have it that way with all that passing and, you know, just the fun running with a bunch of good group of guys than to just run away with it. It was a lot of fun.
Well, you definitely made it a drama-filled last couple laps there, especially, like I say, on that last one. But nice weekend, man. What a way to start the 2014 season.
Thanks a lot. It's good to be here. I got to really thank B&L Motorsports, Allenson Hydraulic, Leduc Transmissions, my wife and Garrett and Evan. They support me all the way. My dad is doing all the work. Mom's always following us along, being there for us, whatever we need. And it's just a lot of fun.
Congratulations. Great weekend.
Thanks a lot.
All right, now it's like, you know what? I owe you an apology. I didn't mean to call you an old man.
Sure, Scott.
Nice colored beard, though.
That's salt and pepper.
Sure, we'll call it that. Congratulations, man. Once again on the podium. It's consistently, you're up here every single time, and that's what it takes to win another championship, and you're kind of on your way to doing it right now. It's going to be a long season. Actually, it's going to be a short season, but it's going to seem like it's very long, but on the podium again.
Yeah, you know, I had a pretty good start today compared to yesterday, and had to work my way around a couple guys, but BF Goodrich tires worked real well, and I didn't realize Jeff was making that much of a run at me at the end there. My radio was breaking up, and I wasn't sure, but not any excuses. Jeff drove a hell of a race. I mean, the guy's fast, and glad to finish up on number one on the podium. Way to start the year out. We're probably second in points now, and I think me and Jeff are going to have one hell of a battle all year long. So looking forward to that. Congratulations to Dave. I know he really, really works hard, and it's great to see somebody new come in, do the work that he does, and get up on the podium. I'm sure he's pretty stoked about that. So got to thank Krause Hardwood Floors, Todd's Automotive. Without Todd's help, I can't be here. My friends, family, the Moore Group, Park River for putting this race on, and all the fans out here to come out to watch this race.
You know, I've known you for a long, long, long time, but probably not as good as everybody out here. Does he ever smile? He wins a lot, but he doesn't smile a lot. What's the deal, man?
I'm always smiling on the inside, Scott.
Ladies and gentlemen, here one more time for our single buggy guys up here at the podium. Great weekend for our top three finishers.
Well, once again, here come the Seagulls. Don't look up with your mouth open. Or just don't look up, period. But I'll be the first one to say because I have a funny feeling that this keeps. Somebody from the Lions Club will tell me to tell you, do not feed the Seagulls. If it keeps up, if you keep feeding the Seagulls, it will get ugly, and you may be escorted out of the facilities. So please don't feed the Seagulls.
Testing, 1, 2. Here we go. Next race is the Pro Buggies are on the track. 8 cars. This is a wild bunch of the open wheel. The Buggies, unlimited suspension, unlimited motors, 4-cylinder. These things are wild. I call them the Formula One of off-road. These things will scream. Here's our lineup, the number 45 of Rodney Van Eperen. How about that? Years and years off the track. Ran a Pro Light for a few years a while back, and now is in a Pro Buggy. We got Brian Boshaw out there in the number 32. Tom Schwartzberg in the 3. And you know this name from the way back in the days. Larry Pegram is out there in the number 5. Popcorn Sutton White Whiskey entry on the front row. Ryan Schwabe's out there racing with his dad, the number 5. Chris Hanlon out of 972. Scott Schwab in the 29. And John Frana in the 907. Once again, that only 4-wheel drive buggy on the track. Kind of looks like a starfighter from Star Wars. Starting that second row outside. 4-wheel drives. That car has always been fast here. John Frana out of Rockford, Illinois. The Husqvarna number 45, that's Rodney Van Eperen out of the, I want to say, is it Appleton, Kimberly area? Fox Valley. So we have 8 cars out on the track. Yep. Very comparable lap times to Pro Lights. In fact, it was a few years ago we had a Pro Light Pro Buggy Challenge, and it was very competitive, very fun to watch, but scary just the same. Yeah, open wheel against these trucks, and trucks sit a little bit higher. Buggies have a tendency to look up at the truck as they go by or as they go by them, but very fun race, very, like I say, comparable lap times to Pro Lights. Pace trucks off the track. Front row is all set to go. Here we go. Green flag is waving. Here they come into turn 1. On the outside, that Popcorn Sutton White Whiskey number 5 is Pegram. He'll fall back to second. Scott Schwabe has the lead. Here comes Rodney Van Eperen. For just a moment, had the inside line. Here comes Pegram right back. They make contact 2, 3, 4 times. And Schwabe will take the lead. So as they duck back into the back section going past Cemetery Turn, Schwabe has the lead. Pegram still in second. Van Eperen in third. They do that left-hand turn now off the double jumps into the dogleg. Here they come towards the Boss Snowplow Hill. Schwabe still running up front. And Pegram over-rotates. And Van Eperen goes by. Pegram comes right back to the outside. Van Eperen has that inside line, that left-hand sweeper.
And it didn't take long, but John Frana's off the track. The four-wheel drive car of John Frana's off the track in turn number 2. Whoa! Pegram almost slides into Van Eperen. Throws a sideways through to the corner. So Schwabe still maintains the lead. Pegram running in second. It's been 1, 2, and 3 with Van Eperen running in third. Looks like Scott Schwabe stepped into his own car and has picked up right where he left off years ago and dominant in this class. Where his son, Ryan Schwabe, has jumped into the newer car, the 8-arm car, and is learning the ropes himself now, a little bit further back in the back. But now Pegram gaining on our leader once again on Schwabe. Fell back just a moment ago, the last lap and a half or so, now pulling him back in as they make their way into turn number 1. Nice corner by Pegram through turn number 2. Used the banking, never lifted, never shifted, made up some ground on Schwabe. Now it's within 2 car lengths. Pegram overrode in the cemetery turn. So he'll lose a big gap back to our leader, but here comes, he still hangs on to second, but now he's within 1 or 2 car lengths of being passed by Van Eperen. And don't forget about the competition yellow. Chris Hanlon and Brian Bosha battering for position a little bit further back in the pack. So right now, Scott Schwabe's up front. Pegram in second. Third, once again, is still Van Eperen. We'll see if we get some lap times on him this time by as Scott Schwabe does a run 1:35.5. Van Eperen ran a faster lap time than our leader, so Van Eperen is the fastest car on the track right now. And now Larry Pegram's pulling away from the second or third place car, and our top 3 are just gapped out as we're running a competition yellow this time by. So all that work, all that speed that Scott Schwabe has is going away in about a half a lap as he's running up front now, again about 10, 12 car lengths out in front of Larry Pegram. So it looks like a little bit of that lead that Scott Schwabe had earlier in the race, definitely the last lap, has gone away. Maybe he's just downshift a little bit because the competition yellow is right in hand now. As he crosses the line with the lead, Schwabe has the point. Larry Pegram crosses in second. Here comes Rodney Van Eperen. And we've got a car going up in smoke. It looks like it's the 32 of Brian Bosia. Yes, it is. So Brian's having all kinds of problems. It doesn't look like that thing is going to last because it has a blue tint to it. Doesn't look like it's coming out of the radiator area, more likely the exhaust, so not a good sign there. As the rest of the field crosses the line, Tom Schwartzberg and Brian right behind him, so tough break for that number 32. Man, perfect track conditions today. That hasn't rutted up at all, hasn't dried out at all. I don't see any blue grooves, nothing along that line. Mother Nature's cooperated to the point where the track here at Park River International Off-Road Raceway is absolutely astounding. So we still have a few races to go before we get to the pro classes, and a couple pretty fun ones at that. The big one we're going to be talking about will be Super Stock coming up in just a moment with 17 entries. And these are the bad boys. And then the fun ones, we're talking about the short course carts. The youngest competitors here this weekend will be hitting the track for the first time ever under points racing conditions for an official race where they take a green flag and a checkered flag. And there's that pace truck on the track. Scott Schwabe up front, Larry Pegram running in second. Third is Rodney Van Eperen. Chris Hanlon running in that fourth spot. Ryan Schwabe right behind him. Tom Schwartzberg and Bosia is out there in that black number 32. The smoke has quit, which I don't know if it's a good sign or not. I've been told oftentimes that as long as it's smoking or steaming, it's a good thing. When it stops, that's when you're screwed. Well, the pace truck's accelerating and pulling off the track as we get ready to take the green flag. They're bumper to bumper, grouping back up. There's the green flag. We're back underway. And it looks like, it looks like Pegram may have missed a shift, which opened the door for Van Eperen. They hopped tires for a moment, but got unlocked and now back underway. So no harm, no foul in that first turn, but they're back underway. Scott Schwabe at the point. Larry Pegram and Rodney Van Eperen. 1, 2, and 3 as they duck into that back section. All three are top three, all in camera view right now. And Pegram once again making another run at Schwabe. He can reel him in fairly easily, but there's just, once he gets right in the back bumper, not able to battle, pull up alongside. Van Eperen trying to reel in the second place car as well. Van Eperen having a real good run this afternoon. Scott Schwabe is still in a 3-4 car length lead over Larry Pegram. Things are starting to heat up with just a few laps remaining. Pegram now riding the back bumper, battling the grouping back up. The top three are getting tighter. Pegram tries the inside line. Pegram barely off the track. Scrubs off a lot of speed. Van Eperen now on the back bumper, but for a moment there, Pegram went off the track, started hopping hay bales, was able to save it and get back on the track, and that only helped Scott Schwabe pull away just for a moment. Now we'll see if Pegram can pull him back in. If you could only watch the front part of the course, you would not have seen what took place in the back section. As Pegram again now off the track. Pegram got squirrely, got a little sideways, drove off the track, and now that puts Rodney Van Eperen into second. And Scott Schwabe has looked smooth all race long, not out of control, no over-rotates into the corners. Now keep in mind, these cars also have turning brakes, which help these things rotate through the corners, which can lock up the back wheels. Rodney Van Eperen off the track. Tough break for Rodney Van Eperen as he lost control just past the Boston Cross start-finish line and looped it off the track and really opened the door now for Scott Schwabe. And now it's nothing but Scott Schwabe and watching if Larry Pegram can reel him back in. As it looks like Pegram may have been the fastest car all race long. It's just a matter of getting right on the back bumper of Schwabe and trying to work his way around. And he hasn't been able to do that. So we'll find out if Pegram in that number 5 Popcorn Sutton's White Whiskey entry can get up to the back bumper of Scott Schwabe and make something happen. As the white flag is coming out this time around for our top 2 cars. Here comes Pegram on the outside, taking a peek. There's the white flag. And look at the battle for 3rd and 4th.
TORC, the off-road championship presented by AMSOIL, opened its 2014 season on 2 of the most brutal short course tracks in the country, Las Vegas and Charlotte. Both brought an intensity that only short tracks can bring. The racing was close and hard. Drivers went to battle. Some celebrated, some were defeated. But now it's time to open it up, air it out, and rattle the stands with wide open racing from Bark River, Michigan. Known to send trucks flying far, sometimes too far, the 1.5-mile track in Michigan's Upper Peninsula will be the scene for speeds of over 100 miles per hour, a place where roost is either your ally or your enemy. The scream of the engines will show just how hard the drivers push the limits of their trucks and their emotions. The throwdown in the UP starts now. Welcome to the nation's premier off-road racing series, TORC, the off-road championship presented by AMSOIL.
Welcome everybody, we're here at Bark River International Off-Road Raceway in beautiful Bark River, Michigan, as the white flag is out for the Pro Buggy race now. And one, you know something, we're getting ready here, myself, Scott Reno, Robbie, and the thing is, what a fantastic day. The track is in perfect condition, and we're getting ready for what we call the throwdown in the UP here in Michigan. What a great day of racing.
Yeah, the pro races are about to start. We're finishing up, taking the checker flag in one of our sportsman's classes. those of you watching from around the world and the people here in Bark River going, what do you mean? We've been here all day watching racing. But we'd like to welcome everybody watching around the world on YouTube channel as well as on Motor Trend. So you've been watching us throughout the day watching Sportsman. We still have the pro action coming up here very shortly.
Oh, yeah. But before we got the pros, we got a couple of Sportsman races. And the cool thing is we've got the little kids coming out here, the short course carts. They've never raced it before, and we're going to bring them out here in just a little bit for the first time ever.
Whatever we have remaining, you will see it on the internet. And welcome, everybody. I'm Robbie Floyd. This is Scott Rain. And it's a great day. It's a cool day. It's a chilly day. You might be down in Texas, where I'm from, and saying, man, it's 90-something degrees, but here it's probably in the upper 50s.
Well, here's the statistic for it. You can talk about stats on racing all you want, but on the way here, somebody let me know that there's still 17% of Lake Michigan has got ice on it. We're in June.
I think they're right at the end. Yeah, I think they're finishing that up. And we have a big video board here in case you aren't with us here live. But we have a video board. So everything you see on that video board, for the most part, is the same thing they're going to be watching around the world. People in Europe, you started getting texts from people around the world at our other stops when we were at Charlotte as well as Primm, Nevada. But we have a big video board. The ScreenWorks crew over there doing a good job. And that's what we'll be calling off of throughout. If we, looking from our vantage point, we can see about half of the track. Everything else over near Graveyard Turn, which we'll talk more about that a little later, is to our right and the fans' right. And they can't see that as well, but they can watch it on the video board.
Yeah, this is the second longest track in the entire circuit. It's a little over a mile in length. I want to say it's like 1.3 miles in length.
1.4, I think.
Okay, and it's natural terrain. There's jumps built, but a lot of the places, the hills, the rolling bumps are used as jumps. So this is kind of cool. A lot of the guys, this is their favorite track, and I've been looking forward to this. And it's going to be really cool because it's the first weekend the pros are running with the Sportsman classes, and that's what everyone looks forward to.
It's a lot different than the races we've seen so far on TORC the Off-Road Championship. We started at Primm, Nevada with rounds 1 and 2, then rounds 3 and 4 we were in Charlotte, North Carolina, which we were in the dirt track just outside the big speedway and in the dirt track, but it was all stadium type events. Everything was right there in front of you. This one's spread out. Longer lap times. I mean, what are we running? Buggies just a moment ago should be equivalent to the pro lights. Minute and a half, lap time. So considerably longer. If you're a motocross fan, this is very much like an outdoor motocross track compared to what we've seen before, which is more arena cross or supercross style.
Well, that being said, like you said a little bit ago, that we're just finishing up the pro buggy race. You continue on. I got to go to the podium and do a quick interview with our top 3 finishers, so I'll be right back.
All right, you can do that. And as you see the track preparation here throughout the afternoon, all of our track crew working with CAT Equipment. They're one of our official sponsors. But in between each one of these classes, they take periodic intermissions. Scott will go up there and interview what a great race we just had in one of our buggies, the pro buggy class. But they have to prep the track. You see road graders out there. You see front-end loaders. They do everything. We've had several races today already. They had qualifying earlier for the pro races. That's what we're on Motor Trend right now going to be talking about that. I believe we still have at least 1, maybe 2 more of our sportsman's classes. I think a little bit later we'll see the super stock truck starting grid, which I think like 16, 17 trucks are going to be in that. But right now it's a little bit of track prep, and we'll be kicking things off with our final sportsman race of the day. I'd like to welcome everybody here live. It's my first time to Bark River, Michigan. It took me a long time to get up here from the state of Texas, but I've heard a lot about it as well as Crandon. And it's a very nice facility. It does remind me of my motocross roots. And I hear they have quite the motocross contingent up here in this part of the country as well. But you see the guys lining up, getting ready for that final race of the day, as well as the pro lights coming up. For the pros, we have pro lights, of course, the pro 2-wheel drive and the pro 4-wheel drive. It's already been a busy season so far. We took a break. This race originally wasn't supposed to be here. We actually will have 2 events in Bark River, Michigan this year because due to the weather they had in the Midwest around St. Louis, they had to move it from that facility, and these guys picked it up, and good to be here, and we'll be here twice this year. I hear that second race is going to get crazy, and even more fans turn out. Had a good turnout yesterday, a full day of sportsman racing, but just like I said, we saw a lot of sportsman class competitors racing today, and I think we still have 1 more to go. Again, there's taking a look at the hill. Quite the observatory you have here, kind of an amphitheater seating where you can bring your lawn chair, sit on the hill, but also thousands of fans can sit up there in the stands as well. And those in the upper left-hand corner, as you look towards the stands, they can actually see the back portion of the course. Ricky Johnson, you know, the two-time TORC champion in the Pro 4 class, gave me a little golf cart ride on the backside. I know the course workers are going, who in the heck is out there on a golf course in between the races? But when I'm riding around with Ricky Johnson, I feel pretty safe that, you know, he knows what he's doing. But that's what it looks like from the back portion of the course looking back up. Some elevation changes here, a lot of off-camber turns. We haven't seen much of that. We've seen mostly the U-style racing, like an AMSOIL Arena Cross, which I get to cover during the year. This will all be televised on the NBC Sports Network. I'll get you those dates and times as well. 2 great shows already so far. Have not had any runaway races in any of the classes, but it'll be on the NBC Sports Network. Tess Sewell will be doing the play-by-play. And this week will be Ricky Johnson will be doing the color commentary with Christy Lee down in the pits, as well as Tony Bachhoven. Hadn't seen Christy, but Tony Bachhoven here as well from his roots at the Knoxville area. I'd like to thank all of our fans for coming out here and spending the day and spending the weekend with us. It's very affordable. I think it was only like $20 for the entire weekend to get your armband here. Everything, you know, from the young kids to the old, a lot of stuff to do. The Traxxas remote control cars. They actually have a full-on permanent track over here for the Traxxas remote control cars. They're one of our sponsors, but, you know, the kids have a lot of stuff, a lot of cool stuff they can do. A lot of vendors here as well. Talking about, can you? Again, it's a 2-part day here as far as we're concerned, as far as announcers, because everything that they hear around the world on the World Wide Web, on the YouTube, it's the Motor Trend channel on YouTube, but you're hearing as well, so it's kind of a live event call as well as the internet call from around the world. So welcome both of you each time. I know it seems a little bit weird.
Well, race fans, we got top 3 finishers up here in our Pro Buggy division, and kind of a cool thing going on. First race ever for this man right here, but not only that, first race ever that father and son have gone against head-to-head. And Ryan, big smile on your face. I don't know what your dad's been feeding you, but there's no room for me up there, so I'm going to stay right here. But congratulations, man. What is it like, A, to be on that racetrack racing, and then B, racing against your dad?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome doing that, and it's a lot of fun. So yeah, I gotta thank him for letting me run his car. He got the old one, but it seemed to work out for him. So
now, do you kind of, as big as you are, you kind of look down on your dad? Did you kind of like force the issue, Dad, I am racing? You have no choice in the matter?
Oh no, but he knew.
Nice job, man.
Thanks a lot.
Let's swing over here to second place. I think I got a new nickname. We haven't had a chance to talk a lot in the pit area, but I've been talking to your crew guys and the car owner, and I think the nickname that probably will fit, I kind of coined the phrase wild man years ago for Adrian, so I'm going to probably call you the squirrel. Obviously the fastest car on the track out there, but you reel in the leader, but then something would happen, you loop it a little bit, and then get back on the track and reel them back in, but then they get squirrely again, and have to reel them back in again, and then get squirrely again, and have to reel them back in, and squirrely again. And but Larry, congratulations, man, on the podium. You look pretty fast out there today.
Yeah, I had a good time. I got to thank Mark and Megan Kavami for giving me this awesome popcorn Sutton Tennessee White Whiskey Real Tree car. It was a good time. I don't know if I'd call me squirrely or just guy who can't make one lap without making a mistake. My hat's off to Scott, though. He ran a great race, and he didn't make one mistake the whole race. And every time I'd get close to him, I think he had extra mud that he was throwing on my shield, and I kept, just making mistakes. It was my fault, and like I said, the car was good, everything was good, but I had fun, and we'll be back tomorrow to give it another run.
Well, before we go any further, I should probably ask you, for the fans that don't know or aren't familiar with your resume, kind of let us know about what it's all about, who you are, where you came from, because it's very impressive to begin with.
I'm just a poor white boy from Ohio, I was born in the late 70s, and I race AMA Superbike, and one of my sponsors is Real Tree Energy Drink with Mark and Megan Kavami, and they said, hey, you want to drive a buggy in the dirt? And I said, are you kidding me? Get out of the way, I'm coming. So I just had a great time, and I can't thank them enough. I mean, this is an opportunity to have so much fun, and my hat's off to them and my whole crew, all the Barlow brothers, and they switch their hat and screw with me, so I don't know which one I'm talking to. And everybody, John was spotting for me, was doing a great job. Everybody did great. I should have quit making so many mistakes.
Well, it's kind of would be a fun pit area because not only do you have the wild man under that awning, you've got the bootlegger and now the squirrels. So, great bunch of guys to hang out with. Congratulations, man, to the second spot.
All right, thanks a lot.
All right, now we'll swing over here, and I'll try to make a little bit of room. Scott, you've been doing this quite a long time. Is there a reason why you kind of swapped from the new car to the old car? Is it the size of the car to give him more room, or you knew that he was going to be kind of forcing the issue with you?
Well, it was the size of the car. He wouldn't fit into the old car. We would have had to bend a new cage to get him in there. So yeah, he ended up with a new car, but that was fine. We just kind of decided to do this maybe 3 weeks ago, and so we worked on moving seats around and getting him in there, and yeah, it worked out really good. The old car felt like home to me. That car is probably, I think it's at least 12 years old, and as soon as I went out for the first practice yesterday, I just knew it was going to be fine. I just came right back to me. So, yeah, it was good, Ron. Ran a clean race. Larry was right on me all the time, so I had to be careful. But, yeah, and it's just great having Ryan ended up third. I can't believe it.
Well, it's going to be fun. And I asked him what it meant to him. What's it mean to you?
Yeah, it means a lot. It's just really nice that he can kind of come up, and, he's been helping me out for years. And he ran bikes, did well on the bikes, and he's wanted to move in the cars. We just hadn't been able to do it. So now we had a chance, and it worked out great.
Well, congratulations, man. It was a historic weekend, not only for the TORC series, but for the Schwabe family.
Yeah, thank you. And I also like to thank my crew, Hojo and Zach, and thank Amsoil and BF Goodrich.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
All right, race fans, let's hear it one more time for our top three finishers in the Pro Buggy. We've got Ryan Schwabe, the squirrel, Larry Pegram, and Tosh Schwab.
So that's it. I can't believe Scott just called Larry Pegram, and with all his accomplishments, the squirrel. But that is funny. It is good to see Larry in the four wheels here. You've seen him with that Mazda Road to Indy deal, so he's done some four-wheel, open-wheel stuff before. So we're going to step aside for just a moment. We're at Bark River, Michigan for the throwdown in the UP this weekend, rounds number 5 and 6 for TORC, the Off-Road Championship. We still have another Sportsman class to go, but we'll be back right after this.
Emergency safety crews depend on their gas-powered equipment to start when they need it. That's why they use VP small engine fuels, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. Designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
Back here to Bark River, Michigan, part of the throwdown in the UP weekend as we get ready for our next race, the Super Stock. And I call these guys these are the bad boys. These are the MMA guys. They go out there. It's a stock chassis
of Sportsman racing.
Yeah, the Sportsman series. Yeah, exactly. And they talk smack to each other. They're friends, but then there are also things happen during the race weekend that carries over, and there'll be arguments, and they'll talk about it in the pits. But they're also the guys that will take care of it on the track, and that's the cool part. And there's 17 entries out here coming out, which is going to be fun itself.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a few guys out there. They're doing track preparation right now. I'd like to welcome everybody watching from around the world on the Motor Trend channel. But yeah, this is still a sportsman class. We've yet to get in the pros, but these guys, as far as comparability, how would you compare them to the pros? Not necessarily in skill level, but what about the machinery they'll be driving?
Oh, it's quite different. These almost look like trucks you could buy off the showroom floor. Obviously, they're far above, modified above that, but full roll cage, they have to run a stock chassis, or frame rails, I should say that. That's the biggest thing. I think all the suspension components have to maintain the factory locations. They can do some modifications. They can add a couple shocks, maybe run coilovers.
Tire change.
Different tires. But they have to be, I want to say 15-inch wheels, I think, maybe 16-inch. But they have to run tires that you can buy off the shelf. That's the biggest thing about this class. That's the big equalizer there. They can do some modifications in the motors, a lot of motor work they can do. But these things are very fast. I mean, they've really developed over the last couple of years.
But typically, you're saying that this is the upper class of the Sportsman series or the Sportsman Tour. If you were a Sportsman guy driving, this is the top shelf. This is the highest level.
This is actually, I don't want to say a step down, but yeah, it's called the Super Stock. We have a Super Truck, which is like a detuned Pro 2. Those are the bad boys of the Sportsman series.
So what are we talking about money-wise? If somebody wanted to start this, because again, Sportsman, these are the weekend warrior guys. These are guys coming out traveling all around the region and stuff. What are they looking at if they wanted to get into this class at a local level or regional level?
It's kind of hard to say because you got guys that live and breathe, and I mean they'll eat ramen noodles all week long to be able to afford a beadlock or something like that, or a set of beadlocks. But I would say on the low level probably about 40, 45,000, and the high level probably 80, 85 maybe.
So a lot of money still invested.
Yeah, and the thing is they don't spend the money all in one time. Okay, here's a check for this truck, turnkey truck. I mean, there's some trucks out there that have been developed, built like probably 6-7 years ago, and slowly developed. And when you're running on a budget, you can only accumulate so many things in 1 year. So right now, the fastest trucks on the track are probably 7-8 years old.
Oh gosh, we're seeing the shot looking back at the crowd and the birds. We're not about 25 minutes from Escanaba, Michigan, a big fishing community, and it looks like these guys aren't looking for fish, but they're looking for nachos as well as French fries. But a lot of birds in the area. But yeah, this area, I knew it from walleye fishing or whatever, big beta knock, right down the road, or little beta knock.
I'm so impressed that being from Texas, you pronounced it correctly. That's awesome.
Yeah, I get it right every now and then. But we want to remind everybody you can also win a signed Maxxis hat. Autographed by the drivers. All you have to do is text Maxxis, M-A-X-X-I-S, to 56938. Again, you can see it on the big video board over there. All you have to do is text Maxxis to 56938. Again, always, if you're using Facebook or Twitter or whatever, just throw that hashtag TORC, T-O-R-C. That stands for TORC, the Off-Road Championship. But text GoPro also to 56938. You can win a GoPro Hero 3 Plus. I have a Hero 2. I need the 3 Plus, but I don't think I'm eligible. But we will give a brand new GoPro Hero 3 Plus Black Edition to some lucky fan here. All you have to do is text the word GoPro, G-O-P-R-O, to 56938.
Oh, I'm hurrying. I'm trying to get...
I don't think you're eligible, dude.
I'm still going to try. What the heck?
But you can win a ride-along. If you think it's cool watching them, you ought to get in the truck. I've got to do this. I got to do it at Charlotte. But you can also ride along with the drivers if you text the word TORC, T-O-R-C, to 56938. So 56938, that's the number, no matter what. And then you just, put your own little hint in there, whichever word it is, and this time it's TORC. If you want to ride around this track in the pace truck. You see that red truck? That's our TORC pace truck. You can ride around in that truck. I did it at Charlotte. It is awesome. And they do get you up to speed, so you're not just crawling around there at putt-putt. All right, I'm staging them for the start speed. They do lean on it just a little bit.
We get one of the pro drivers to actually drive it. One of the guys that's in a Pro Light, Pro 2, or Pro 4 will be your driver.
I had Brad Lovell. I think I had him at Charlotte.
So, I mean, we don't know who it is just yet, but you'll have a pro driver behind the wheel. I'm going to guess.
Maybe I can get Ricky Johnson to drive it for me. You think he would listen to them saying, Ricky, you need to back it down? That's the guy I want driving.
No, he doesn't listen.
Yeah, I know. He doesn't listen at all.
He just doesn't listen.
Send us your pics in your best shot. You take a picture. I took some on my Instagram and threw it on my Twitter and Facebook. I took a shot of that Bark River International Raceway sign with trucks jumping. I did that the other day. There goes the pace truck right there. But tweet or your best shot, tweet or Instagram your pictures to #TORC. Again, whatever you do, just throw the hashtag in there. That's what all the kids are doing.
No.
Yeah, that's what all the kids are doing. I figured that out. If I just go #Scott Rain, #TORC, #awesome, #birds flying. You can just keep hashtag, but make sure you put #TORC to your stuff.
I tried text to win a ride in that thing right there. We'll find out. Who's ever monitoring probably has my cell number, so it probably won't work.
Now, I have Tim Watson's our guy down in the truck, and he always knows the answers to these questions. But I heard, very much like Crandon, there was a possibility, or I heard it from Kim yesterday, that they may do a standing start. Did they figure out if they were going to do a standing start for the pros or not?
No, I haven't heard that.
That would be awesome.
I don't think it's going to happen. I see hay bales along the outside of the dirt track right now.
But when it comes pro time, how long does it take to pull a hay bale? I just said I heard that yesterday.
It'd be nice. I would really like to see that again. I missed that. As we look at the screen now, we can see some of the super stock trucks lined up, and then we've got some pro lights behind in staging. So it's getting closer for pros to hit the track. But, I would really love to see the Land Rush start here, because nowhere else can you see the whole start.
Right.
Land Rush. I mean, Crandon, it's awesome. Absolutely. There's nothing like it in the world. You don't see the Land Rush start there, but if your butt's on the side of the hill, you're sitting there, you're sitting in the grass.
You feel it.
Yeah, exactly. You're 1/3 of the mile away from where the exact line of where they accelerate, and your butt moves in the dirt. You're that far away. It's the closest thing. Before I moved to California, I swear to God, that was the closest thing to an earthquake I've ever felt in my life.
That's cool. Like same thing like you feel in drag racing with a nitromethane.
Yeah, it's exactly it. Yeah. Well, here we go. We got super stock truck moving, and they're making their way up onto the course. Here's our lineup. On the pole up front, we got Danny Beauchamp in the 826. Alongside of him, Harvey Lewis in the 855. Matt Dale is out there in the 877, along with Rob LeGrand in the 870. Jeff Fannin in the 804, running Parsons Chevrolet sponsorship. Haven't seen that name on the side of a truck in a long, long time, that logo, which is really, really cool to see again. Alongside of him, big boy Gatlin Keener. And you thought that Ryan Schwabe was big. Wait till you see Gatlin Keener.
Bigger?
Oh boy, yeah.
I didn't know it was possible.
Farm boy making good out here on the racetrack. He's out there in that orange 886. Alongside of him will be the 851 of Larry McKasick, and in the 8th spot will be Tom Varner in the 837. Jay Schaefer's out there in the 887, along with Mitch Doors back starting the 10th spot, the 897. Nick Bing finishing second yesterday in the 833, and yesterday's winner and the only Dodge in the field is Don Demley in the 885. Starting that 13th spot is Garrett Laurer in the 819. Scott Heikela?
Yeah.
Heikela.
It sounds like a Finnish name.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah, in 899, he'll start 14th. In the 15th spot will be Dave Schneider in 811. Matt Sorek in the 827, starts 16th. And finally, Troy Shaden will start off 17th in the 829, well back in the field. And, as they come around the hill here, just listen to those motors. It is so hard to try and tell me this is a limited class.
Yeah,
and these things are stout.
But look on the front row, the differences between the body styles of the first truck and the second. The one on my near side, the hillside, looks like something I drew back in high school. I mean, it does. But the other ones, a little more open body, a little more exposed stuff. But something tells me that car on the outside front is pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a slow truck out there. It's, you'll see some guys that are probably old school, maybe limited budget. They'll run non-rebuildable shots, but they have like 2 or 3 of them per corner. And some of the guys got a little bit bigger budget. They'll have a buildable shot, 1 per corner. So it's
Well, like some of these are breakaway bodies, right? But
Oh, yeah.
that one definitely was not. Though that was original metalwork, it looked like.
Well, some of them have the fiberglass. You can run fiberglass if you want, but a lot of these guys...
It's expensive.
Yeah. A lot of you guys will still run the stock skin, so to speak. Now, as we get ready to take the green flag, you'll watch Richie cool off in that pace truck. He'll pull off to the right side of the course, accelerate, get out of the way. And now there's that orange cone. From the orange cone to the flag stand, our pole sitter can take the green at any time and has, here we go into turn number 1. Danny Beauchamp pulls a quick hole shot. Here they come to turn 1.
That first turn's a right-hander, and it gets wide, but you want to get on that inside. If you get pushed too wide, you're going to hit a wall, as we see one truck getting very close. It looks like the front 3 staying that, and actually the blue, the second truck, dropping back to 3rd.
They're still 2-3 wide, trying to negotiate through the corners through turn 2, then up through a double jump area, and into turn 3. And it's still Beauchamp running up front. Fannin now up in the second at 8:04.
He comes from 5th. Looks like 8:77 and Dale Matt back in 3rd. That was the one who was in second, dropped back just a little bit. Again, I don't think we have the correct timing and scoring up in here. These are the the Sportsman classes, so we'll try and get you the best we can in the super stock truck class, but we're having to do it from my side. The transponder's not necessarily working on all the trucks.
So what we call the cemetery turn, right here in that left-hand long sweeper, just to the outside of that, outside the fence, is a small local cemetery, so that's why we call it the cemetery turn. Here they come towards the Cooper Tire Hill. And even still, they've got a lot of laps on this racetrack, some of these drivers. They're still on the first lap or two, somewhat tentative making their way around, as there's been a lot of track repairs, some water put down. So they're still being somewhat tentative. Lap 1 and 2 will not be the fastest lap of this race. Wait for probably lap 7, 6, or 7. Meanwhile, Beauchamp still maintains that lead, as in fact has stretched it out considerably, up to about 15 car lengths or so over Fannin. And he's equally that much of a gap back to our 3rd place truck, which I believe is it Dale Schmidt? Yeah, it's Dale Schmidt running in 3rd. Or Matt Dale, I'm sorry, Matt Dale running in 3rd. And yesterday's winner, who basically ran away with this race, he's still stuck in mid-pack.
A lot of smoke out of Matt Dale over there. That blue truck's got something going on.
Oh, yeah. And that's not the good spot either.
No, he's hurting. It's coming up from the front there somewhere as he makes that right-hand turn. He looks more like a crop duster instead of a race truck.
And Gatlin Keener now getting some heat from right there in that orange and white truck. He's getting some heat from Mitch Dorr from the outside in that black and white Ford. In fact, he's just passed him. Mitch Dorr's moved up 1 spot. As I started to say, Don Demony, who's last night's winner, is stuck well back in the packet, trying to have problems. He ran away with this race in the first half. They came up with the competition yellow through that, and he took the green flag and ran away again. So definitely is not going to happen today. Meanwhile, up front, it's all Danny Beauchamp.
Well, you talked about, I mean, when you called Larry the squirrel, sometimes when you have to start back in the pack, you get around people you're not familiar racing with, and sometimes problems arise for that. You stick a nose in there, they don't expect you're there, slows you down, you scrub off total speed. But we have races throughout the pack back there, and looks like 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. I mean, they're all tight side by side. Front kind of spread out a little bit, but back there in 5th, then it's a little busier.
Yeah, it's real hard the first half if you're back in the pack. You got to make these passes, even though the leaders are pulling away like they are right now. That's why the competition yellow is so valuable to some of these guys. Now, Danny Beauchamp, not so much. He doesn't like the competition yellow at this point.
No.
But the rest of the field, oh heck yeah.
He likes the competition checkered when you're out in front.
How about this? The battle for 4th heating up. Gatlin Keener now tries the inside line on Mitch Dorr. Gatlin Keener in that orange and white truck. His dad's out here in a Pro 2 later on this afternoon.
And it looks like finally Matt Dale, his truck has given up the ghost, coming up towards that checker flag. You were talking about Keener and how he was moving up. This is a guy that's been moving down, and it's tough when he started up there on that front row.
Wow, tough break. Matt Dale just limping around, and the smoke has stopped. And I kind of made a statement before. It's like, I've often heard from racers, as long as it's steamy or smoky, things are okay. When it stops,
we have a problem.
There we got somebody in the hot pits. That's the 829 of Troy Shaden. Nice looking truck. New graphics for him this year, but you can see they're underneath the hood, and that's not a good spot to be looking for problems. But man, how about this? Look at our leader. He has all but checked out. Fannin right behind him, as he's still probably about, 20 truck lengths back.
Yeah, the lead of about 4.5, 5 seconds. He had a 3.8 second lead. Beauchamp did, or Beauchamp. How do you say it? Beauchamp?
Beauchamp.
Beauchamp. Do you still have the M&P in there, Beauchamp?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, just checking.
Oh, I got my hand slapped years ago about that.
Yeah, I want to make sure. Beauchamp. Jeff Fannin back in second, but I think he's losing more ground. Now, if I'm Beauchamp, I don't know that I want to push it too hard. Don't want to strain the equipment. First, see, there is no MP in the bottom. I told you.
No, I
asked you that.
No, in the spelling, yeah.
Oh, no.
Not in the pronunciation.
Oh, I'm saying it. Okay, good.
There's always a woman to correct us.
Yeah.
Always. A wife, girlfriend, neighbor, sister, don't matter.
Well, if I were Beauchamp, I don't know that I'd lean on the equipment a little too much when you got a 5-second lead. You don't want to put a hurt on your truck when you know they're going to get re-racked in that competition yellow. And I see another puff of white smoke coming from one truck as he heads towards that back section. It's tough. And things are starting to get dry. Oh, there goes Crop Duster straight in front of us.
Is that Jay? Oh. Is that Jay Schaefer? I can't tell.
Yeah, it's a blue truck pulling off there, and he went from race truck to Crop Duster like instantly as he made that right-hander heading up that hill.
And the way it's sitting there, it's like something more than just going up in smoke. Yeah, I think that's Jay Schaefer.
Yeah, and that's coming down. He's coming out. His day is done. Quickly. So this is Sportsman Racing for you watching on the Motor Trend channel. The pros will be our next race class, I believe, after this. The pro lights are starting to line up. And it looks like I see the competition yellow coming out. Was it already out? No, they're going to bring it out this next time because I see our pace truck already pulling out on the field. So Beauchamp, Fannin, 1 and 2 with a considerable lead. That race for third really tightening up.
Yeah, Mitch Dorr's really worked his way through the field very well, starting at 10th spot, now battling for that last podium position. So Mitch is probably the quickest truck on the track right now. Meanwhile, I kind of look at the point standings from yesterday's finish and where they are on the track right now. And Don Demity started at 12th spot with a 12th place inversion. And he's running in the, let's see.
You figure if you're in 6th, then you made up half and you just make up the other half. So that's probably generally the goal, is at least to get in that 5 or 6 slot.
Yeah, Nick Bing is no slouch either. He's usually one of the fastest trucks on the track, so he's got a long way to go to get to the front too. Now count on, as soon as they throw that green flag, there's going to be some aggressive driving, at least on the first lap.
Because that's when the race actually turns on. That first half, that just sets you up for this competition yellow. But from here on out, that's where the race will be decided.
Yeah, you spend the first half battling for position, and in the second half, you're just flat out, to the woods, so to speak. But Danny Beauchamp has had the luxury of starting in the front row, but you know what? He's still running pretty quick lap times. As I look at the timing and scoring here.
38.0.
Yeah, Matt Sorek. 136.9, so he's the only one in the 36s. Everyone else is 37, 38.
I see Mitch Dorr a 34.
Whoa, yeah. There you go.
But again, everything, we want to remind everybody, everything that Scott and I say is officially unofficial, because we do have timing and scoring. It shows 15 trucks out there. It looked like we started with 17, but we'll try and give you everything that we can. We have Beauchamp, Fannin.
Hey, you got it right.
Beauchamp, yeah, I just needed it once. And
we're still getting, even though they're wearing sunglasses, we're still getting the evil eye from
the stink eye from them. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm sure it's a French derived name.
See, this is where they're doing a lot of communication with their spotters.
Where do the spotters stay here? Speaking of that, where are they?
They're up in the grandstands. There's a special deck that's been built here at the facilities on top of the grandstands, so the spotters are up there. They can see both the front and the back section of this racetrack. But they're really talking back and forth a lot. The drivers are relating to what the truck is doing, the gauges, what they're reading, how the driver feels. Meanwhile, the spotters are talking back to their drivers about where they are on the track.
I think somebody else was faster in this point. Try this here if you get a chance.
Exactly. So once again, we'll be taking the green flag at about 200 yards as Richie Kuloff will accelerate in that 2-seater Pro 2 pace truck. He'll pull off to the right side of the course,
And then Danny Beauchamp will control the pace of the field. He'll hit that orange cone, and anywhere around that point, he can accelerate at his will before they get to that flag stand, and we're back to green flag racing.
He says now, is that Jeff Fannin that's in second unofficially on our sheet here? Fannin in second. Looked like he got a good jump, but lost a little ground as they make that right-hand turn. The first turn here at Bark River is a pretty strong right. Very wide, able to go 2, sometimes 3 wide. Beauchamp's trying to check out. Look at it. He's on the throttle. He's hooked up today.
Man, some of the guys jockeying for position right now. Some ins and outs. Here comes Demony. He's inside of Gatlin Keener, now going after Sorek. McKasick running in third. He still maintains that position. Headed down that long back section. This is a high-speed area of this racetrack. There's 2 jumps right there, but they're pushing about 80 miles an hour, 80, 85 miles an hour, and they go into that long left-hand sweeper. And the scary part about that, it's not a true turn. It's a little bit of a turn, a straightaway, and then a little bit of a turn.
Yeah, I got to go around there with Ricky Johnson a little earlier, and he said that was the fastest turn that he pretty much has ever faced. He said 100 miles an hour for him is back in the old days, it was pretty much a full straightaway heading into that wide left-hand turn. As we still see Danny Beauchamp out in front. Good race for second, third, fourth, and even fifth starting to sneak in there. So that race back there is for second, third, and we are past the competition yellow. Look at that, side by side, a race for third. There's Beauchamp separating himself, but we have 2 and 3 wide. Fannin was in second, but look at that race. There's 4 trucks, 5 trucks back there behind Beauchamp that any one of those guys can move up there and just have a chance for this win.
Yeah, yesterday's winner, Demony, moved up another spot just a moment ago, so he's in the top 5, and he's got 2 trucks now in front of him, and he's got the inside line right now on Mitch Dorr, but he'll split the middle and 3 wide into turn 2.
Is that Demony in the yellow as he makes that left-hand turn? Now he's set up on the outside, really not much room to go there, but again, he started back in 12th place, has worked his way inside that top 6. It's go time now or never.
Fannin having a very good run. Had problems last night out here on the track. The Devils making up for it right now.
Bigachik still in third, Ziorik fourth, Bing in fifth. I don't see.
And now it looks like Mitch Dorff's got issues with a rookie. You know, how about that? You got an established veteran driver in a very fast truck, gets past.
Oh, look at
this. And on that yellow stripe in that back bumper, and Mitch Dorff comes right back. And not once was there any paint swapped. I mean, no contact was made.
Now, you don't know that there's a yellow stripe on that yellow bumper until he passes you.
Yeah. Oh, how disappointing is that?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's all right.
So Mitch Dorff now up in that third spot, right behind Fannin. Again, from second on back, they're pretty tight. But the more they battle, we hear about it all the time, the more that they battle from second on back, the more that helps the leader. And that's exactly what's happening right now with Danny Beauchamp. He's like, listen to the spotters. They're telling him exactly what's going on the racetrack. Fannon's in second. And but he's got to be kind of sweating a little bit with Mitch Dorr right now running in second. And that's a brand new truck for Mitch Dorr. His dad, Jeff Dorr, was a former Rough Rider back in the days when Ford Factory was involved in off-road racing. So there's a vast knowledge base for Mitch to be working on.
So Dorr in the black and white truck. Again, I have him on my board. He's back in 8th. I know that's not right. He's up there in 3rd now. You're right. Putting a lot of pressure on second place Fannin. Beauchamp, you know, hearing from his spotter, they're probably saying smooth, just drive smooth. Don't pull the pig room. You saw Larry, you know, stabbing at it. He said it himself, having a smooth, consistent lap. And that's what it's taking right now, and Beauchamp has not missed a step today.
Well, here's the thing. This is all about speed and momentum at this racetrack. You have to keep them both. If you over-rotate, you just scrubbed off a ton of speed and lost all your momentum, and that is the hardest thing to get back at this racetrack because it is so fast.
Look at Dorr. I think he wants it this lap. He's got to get by. He's setting up to square to go to the inside. Dorr back in 3rd, trying to get by Fannin. He is about as close as you can get without making that pass. Fannin might be running a little more of a defensive line right now, maybe not the fastest, but
yeah.
Again, I don't know. Beauchamp really hasn't pulled away either.
You know, it's very interesting concept because right now, like you say, they're battling, but they're not gaining on our leader, and our leader's not pulling. In fact, they may be gaining on our leader. There may be something going on with Danny Beauchamp.
Dorr now with a lot of drive, and you see Fannin starting to get a little squirrely there himself. Watch this left-hand turn, because Dorr had a pretty good drive, and he closes in. He's only about a half a truck length behind. Now make that right even with him going to that inside left-hand turn to battle for second.
There's the white flag. If he's going to make something happen, it's got to happen now. Our leader's still up front. Oh, here comes Dorr. He's got the inside line. He waited and waited and waited. No contact was made. But Mitch Dorr now moves into second. Time could be running out, though, even though there's a little bit of a gap between Dorr and our leader. It's a big gap to make up in just half a lap. Danny Beauchamp, Mitch Dorr, that's to keep your eye on. Watch that gap. Let's see if it shrinks at all.
I can promise you from a race we saw earlier today, you'll see Beauchamp take, he's really slowed down right there. He'll take the inside line in these last two turns, make Dorr go the long way around, but Beauchamp is starting to lose ground. Watch this as they head back into turn number one, this long right-hand turn. First we got the left. I think Dorr might have a chance with about 4 more turns to go.
Yeah, there's only 2 trucks separating our leaders right now, and it's just between those two. Dorr a little bit on the high side, kind of jumped over that berm a little bit, may have lost a little bit in turn 1. Now it's about 3, maybe 4 truck lengths. Danny Beauchamp has 2 turns, a double jump right here. Scrubs off a little bit of speed in that second double, but he'll hang on.
Make him go wide. Danny Beauchamp takes the victory ahead of Mitch Dorr.
And Fannin, how about that? Fist pumping in this truck as he crosses the finish line.
Hey, he was in second for all but a lap and a half of that race, but a good run by him. A big plume of white smoke just after the finish line for one of our competitors up there, but a good race. And you have to think Dorr's going, if I just had another lap.
Yeah, exactly.
You saw how hard he wanted that one where I said he was close. He needed that pass about a lap before. He just couldn't get it done.
So you can see right now the quick shot of our trucks crossing the line. There's Danny Beauchamp taking a checkered flag. Now he's a very active on the social media, so he's kind of fun to watch during the offseason, watching the progression of that truck being built. And it's kind of neat to see him on the second race of the weekend at his home track on the top spot in the podium.
You know, Taylor said earlier as we see these trucks exit, this is going to be it for our Sportsman class, but Taylor told me earlier, I think tonight they're going to have the RC track. They're actually going to have a race over there at the RC track. There's a permanent track here. And tomorrow, I think people can register to actually race the pros, like Mike and Mark. And, you know, the Jenkins Clan and the Traxxas sponsored drivers are going to be over, Keegan Kincaid, going to be over there driving on the RC car track as well. So you see the turnout here, a very good turnout at Bark River, Michigan. It's our, 5th and 6th stop on TORC, the Off-Road Championship. We're about to kick things off here in just a moment. That's it for the Sportsman class. As we come back, it will be pro lights, I do believe. They're going to have a little intermission with the UTVs and maybe some kid carts out there. We're going to step aside here online and watching around the world. This is TORC, the Off-Road Championship, the throwdown in the UP.
I'm one of the owners for Total Chaos Fabrication. I'm also one of the drivers. We have to test our equipment. You have one opportunity to nab the money shot. I have to believe that it's going to be accessible and it's not going to fail on me. We'll travel with equipment like external WD hard drives. We have to trust that the equipment's going to protect our data. I have to believe in what I'm using and I have to have trust in it.
As the velocity of change in the world increases, so does the promise of opportunity. For over 86 years, we've stayed true to the belief that if you put quality in, you get quality out. No matter the job, our equipment is built for it. No matter the ask, our dealers are up for it. No matter the challenge, you'll be ready for it. Build on a company that's built for it.
Riverside
Welcome to the UP, those of you watching around the world. My name is Robbie Floyd. Scott Rain up here by my side. He's actually going behind the bleachers. Victory Podium. Going to get an interview here in just a moment. We're on YouTube for the Motor Trend channel, but also here live. A great crowd, great turnout here as Sportsman Racing is finishing up. We just finished a super stock truck race, and then we will actually have some UTVs out there during our intermission. So a lot to offer here. It's not just a pro race, but a lot of sportsman class racing as well. You see the fans in attendance, a big turnout, amphitheater type seating. The grassy knoll, no, we're not in Dallas, but a grassy knoll here overlooking the track. And there's some of the UTVs. We haven't seen those on any of the TORC Series events yet this year, but you're seeing the UTVs out there now. Looks like 3 of them. We started with about 6 or 7. But also some kids going out here, some kid carts, the starting grid. They had like 8 or 9, and we might see a little bit of those. Some of the future stars of the TORC Series coming up as well. But this class really been popular lately. I live down in Texas, and I see a lot of people starting to pick up these things and really pushing them beyond their limits. I mean, some of these are lower class UTV, some are upper class, but the original intent for these utility vehicles is not racing, but these are modified machines. And you can see what they do right there. They are somewhat open wheeled, not fully closed, so yes, you can hook tires, but these little guys are going at it. So taking a look, do not have timing and scoring for these little guys. Again, now we're back live with the race called here for the live event as well as the Motor Trend channel. Another one of our sportsman classes, the UTVs. Again, not the original intent of these machines to be out here racing, but Dave Lohman, the leader right now. Looks like the 151 of Andrew Carlson, I believe, in second. And third, the 8 of Joe Sylvester. So Joe getting some practice in, kind of spread out, not much action here quite right now, but you see these guys catching a lot of air down that front straightaway. And you're also starting to see some of the track drying out just a little bit on that inside line. I made a mention just a moment ago that you probably will see the leader take that very inside line, but if you watched, he really was not able to hold that inside line. They do track prep in between the classes. We did not have any track prep before the UTVs, and I'm not sure how much will be done before the pro lights, but the pro racing about to start here very shortly, as well as our winter interviews over there on the side for the truck class you just saw. We're in Bark River, Michigan, the 5th and 6th stop of the TORC, the Off-Road Championship. They call it the throwdown in the UP, the Upper Peninsula. We are way up here. If you're a Southerner, if you're a Southern California guy like several of these guys are, it's a long drive. I came via Dallas to Chicago by way of Green Bay and then drove a couple of hours north. We're about 20 miles to the west of Escanaba, Michigan. .151 trying to...
Jeff, I got to tell you that it's so cool to see Parsons Chevrolet, that logo on the side of a race truck again here in off-road. It's been a long, long time, and when I saw that thing on the track for the first time yesterday, I'm like, that just brings back so many memories.
Yeah, it's a lot of honor to drive that badass bow tie, to bring it back and for Parsons to come on board with us. That was huge for us this year, and to get a podium here the first weekend of Bark River, I'm glad we could do that for him. Yesterday, we broke a brake line in a race and raced 3/4 of the race with no front brakes, and we got in the back of Danny down here, and now both of us are up on the podium. So awesome turnaround for the both of us. Got to thank once again Parsons of Anigo, AMSOIL, Fannin Plumbing, TNS Trucking, Main Street Eds, Able Distributing, BF Goodrich Tires, my K2 Pro Signs, and Uncle Denny with Denny Abney Auto Body. This one goes to the guys on the crew. We were up till 2 in the morning last night the frame of that truck was pushed right back to the spring pocket, and Beaver and Josh and all the guys, Eddie, Dad, we were up till 2 in the morning getting this truck figured out, and here we are on the podium. I can't thank them guys enough. This one's for them. So real happy to be up here.
I always said that this class was probably one of the most emotional classes out in the track. You guys wear your hearts out on your sleeves, and dang it, when you wear those dark sunglasses, we can't see your eyes, man. So you know what? Congratulations, great weekend.
Thanks a lot, Scott.
All right, it's Jeff Fan. We'll swing over here real quick. Mitch Dort, it is an honor to see you up here, going back to the old Rough Rider days of your dad, and coming over with a brand new truck and on the podium right away the first weekend. Nice job, man.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, we had a little rough finish yesterday. I made a mistake there, but feels great to be up here today in second. Wish we got in first, but couldn't quite get to him. But great weekend all in all. Can't wait to get to Grandin.
Well, I see just your truck is just still black and white. Have you got something in the mix for us? Can you give us any kind of a secret?
Not really. Just felt like changing it up and liked the way it looked, and thought, why not? Let's go for it.
Well, congratulations, man. It's nice to see you up here again.
Thanks a lot, Scott.
All right, Jeff Dorr, now we'll swing over here. Oops. Sorry. Yeah, I'll stand behind you. Now, you've got a story in itself about this weekend, and we're only in day number 2. Tell us what happened starting yesterday morning.
Well, yesterday morning, we come out here to Bark River, hometown track. Figure everything is going to be good. And we go out for practice, smoke an engine, go to Escanaba at like 4 o'clock, get back here at 7 o'clock with a new engine in it, engine that's never even been run before. And somehow we caught the back of the pack and got in the race, and we got up to the top 5 somehow, and we got tangled up, got taken out, ended up having to putt around the track, and came up with 10th place, which is cool. But yeah, like 6, 7 guys here, you guys know who you are. I don't know everybody's name off the top of my head, but we went to my shop, somehow changed an engine in 3 hours and got back here. And now we're on top of the box today. It's pretty huge.
And also on top of that, there's some other information that we were told about. And again, I always say that this is an emotional class. You guys really wear your hearts on your sleeve. And you're one of those guys wearing those dark sunglasses, so we can't see the emotion of what your eyes are telling us. I mean, you got to know some of the guys out there that helped you out. You're one of the people here local. You're, like I say, it's your home track. And obviously the fan base, Jeepers, we're like 20, 30 deep up here at the podium.
Yeah, fan base is huge. I love everybody. Thanks for coming and watching. Hey, AJ, hold your shirt out. Let me read off the sponsors. I got Hilltop Camper, K&M Industrial, Copland Iron Metal, Splash of Color, Bach Mobilities, Kicks Country, JC's Mobile Wash, UP Cars, B&D Transmissions, JC Gas and Weld, Pike Distributors, Budweiser beer here today is from Pike, Benoit's Glass and Lock, we got Nate from Pike here, and Valier Construction and Gary's Collision. Thank you all.
Nothing more can be said. Congratulations, man. You nailed it all. The friends, the family, the crew members, and that long list of sponsors. Take a deep breath, man. Congratulations here one more time for our super stock drivers.
See them doing the track prep out there now. I believe that's it for our sportsmen. I know that we did have some kid carts that could possibly race. Not sure if they're going to have them race after, if they've already finished up their program. The cart should be maybe our only other race, but then again, they can do it after the Pro 4s, the little guys. But They're doing the track prep now, and you know what that means. We looked in the background. We saw the pro lights starting to set up. Scott, you got some great interviews from all of our sportsmen, but now it's the guys that make their living doing this. Several of them do, and the pros, the bad boys, the lights, the pro two-wheel drives, the pro four-wheel drives are remaining. The cat equipment is on the track. We're going to step away just a minute while they prepare the track. We're going to get ready for the kickoff and opening ceremonies here for TORC, the Off-Road Championship. It's the throwdown in the UP from Bark River, Michigan.
When you take that checkered flag and you're standing top on the box, you're proud to have AMSOIL on your shirt. But I tell you what, when you take that motor apart in the dyno room and you look at those bearings and you see how great they are, you're really proud to be an AMSOIL driver and to be representing a team that has product that's that good.
Well, welcome back once again to beautiful Bark River in northern Michigan. Absolutely perfect weather. A little bit on the cool side, but this is what you expect here well north of the equator.
I saw you put your mittens on as you went over to the trophy presentation.
Yeah, this is the throwdown in the UP. Rounds 5 and 6 of the Pro Series and rounds 1 and 2 of the Sportsman Series. So this is what's cool about this weekend. This is the first time the two have raced together.
It is awesome. Like I said yesterday, and I threw it on my Instagram. What does I have? Robbie Floyd 329. I put it on there. I saw when I got to see a Cutlass Supreme race against a Bronco, I knew I was in the right place. I knew I like Daddy's home because I was like, that was awesome.
There's some real grassroots racing. Wait till we get to Crandon, and that class will be even more. So there'll be a bunch of sedans out there in that racetrack.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I like this track. The track where our Cat crew's out there. All of our equipment provided by Cat, the short name for Caterpillar. But they're refreshing the track. They'll throw some water on it. The track's held up very well today. They said this is about as warm as it's been all year. I can promise you, although I heard the mosquitoes get strong out here, I promise you there's going to be a lot of sunburnt people at the end of this weekend because it is sunny. It'll sneak up on you.
Oh, it's not.
It's cool, but it's sunny.
Yeah, it happens every single year, and it's not a surprise to the people on the hill. It's what I love about Bark River is the same people have been coming here, sitting in the same spot of the hill since I can remember. And I've been coming here since like 1994, 95, something like that.
When you were 4?
Something like that, yeah. We'll call it that. And this is so neat, and it's just so friendly. The whole crew that work here, volunteer driven. That no one's on the payroll. There's not no payroll to be had. They're all volunteers.
The Lions Club
here. Club, yep.
Doing,
and what's amazing, look at this facility, the permanent track, obviously, but then look at the buildings, and this is only used twice a year.
Really?
That's it, just twice a year. And it's just
somebody said the motocross is good. They don't have motocross at this track, do they? Really?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Somebody told me that, and me and RJ looked at each other like, I don't know, man. You get some serious head shake because of all the strength. Need to add a few more jumps out here. But yeah, no, it's awesome. I mean, nice scenic, hillside. Kind of spooky when you have a graveyard as you make your way into the thing, but they call that graveyard turn. And it is. Ricky said that was the fastest turn, period. He said like 100 miles an hour as you make that left, for them. And it's kind of changed throughout the years. Now they're making almost like whoops and little jumps down to it. But it used to be a flat-out straightaway going to that left.
Well,
but it's off camber a little bit on that outside.
One thing that you're probably not aware of if you haven't had a chance to walk the track or ride in a
I did on that
golf
side.
cart is in the middle of that long left-hand sweeper,
it's a hump.
there is a drainage ditch.
Mm-hmm.
And we actually had a driver, quite a few drivers, go in, lose control in the high-speed area. In fact, we had a driver last year. Lose control in the middle of that turn and actually was upside down in that drainage ditch in about 4 feet of water. And so you got all these obstacles, the high-speed area, the outside retaining wall. A lot can happen down there. It's not a matter of just skimming off the outside retaining wall.
Oh, you don't want to.
If you hit that, you get sucked into it and you're stuck there. It's not a
Yeah.
and the thing is, then you're throwing that drainage ditch.
Yep.
If you clear that obstacle to make the next left-hand turn, there's a cemetery.
Yeah.
And
Now where you want to be.
Yeah, it's just kind of.
No matter what, you don't want to be there.
Oh, I gotta go.
You got to go do the UTV podium. There's nothing like talking to Joe Sylvester, just hopped out of a UTV, getting ready to race today. Here you go. But yeah, I got to take a look around that left-hand turn, and it's over there towards where you enter the track. And there's that hump in it that Scott was talking about. There's a drainage ditch, but also it kind of makes it off camber. If you go inside, you square it up early, and you get on that inside, you can almost use that hump as a berm. If you get too far to the outside, you get near that berm, there's nothing but bad news because the track slopes away from you, making it off camber. On camber turns more like Talladega Super Speedway, where you have something to bank off of. So Scott's going over there for the UTV podium. Get a word from them. They're still doing some track prep, and we'll begin things underway here for the pro races for the throwdown in the UP. Looks like they're doing UTV ride-arounds, and I don't know what that vehicle is, but it was hauling tail going up that hill.
Well, I got two of the finishes up on UTVs. Joyce and Wilson are run back the pits and the full light race. The finishing second, we got Andrew Carlson. In the 151, you look familiar. I can't quite put my finger on it. I have a funny feeling I'm just going to miss it. You know how do you make the transition from snowcross into the UTV thing? It's still off-road, obviously, but you know the best snowcross races out there in the world, and here you come racing in Park River in UTV. What's it like?
Oh, it's amazing. I'm always looking for something to do in the summer. Racing, and yeah, it's fun.
The thing is, you're kind of like the pioneers, because this has never been done here before. Obviously, it's kind of throwing on the track, and literally on the track. I really wasn't specifically built for you guys, but you're a pioneer. You're one of the first guys that come up on the track. And the thing is, people will remember that when I said the UTVs come out here, and you're going to have 15 to 20 of these things on the race, because you're one of the first ones that run that.
What's that?
First off, what is this thing based upon, and what's the price tag there? What's that turnkey?
You know, that's my first time out here racing in the Twin Series or racing. Hopefully it's a people thing, because these things aren't too
Yep, those of you watching online, they are doing the UTV interviews.
It's a situation that people do. You're one of the players. I mean, we're the first one. So in a year or 2 years or whatever it may be, you're going to have 12, 15 of these racing. We're the first ones that have to be the first one that have their own race. So when people come around on the physical time, we are going to take a closer look at this thing. Nice job, man.
Thank you very much.
All right, we got the UTVs. The first time ever here in off-road racetrack to say nothing. We got Andrew Carlson and this is Gabriel. Congratulations, guys.
like that.
Bark River, Michigan throwdown in the UP here June 14th and 15th. This is the 5th and 6th rounds of TORC the Off-Road Championship. We'll be back with the pro racing here in just a little bit. They are doing track prep. You see the course workers, the track maintenance personnel. They're doing ride-arounds in some UTV. I don't know if it's a Can-Am, Bombardier product. I don't know, but it is hauling tail around this thing with about six people to see what this track, if you want to ride along, you can do that. 56937. I think when you hashtag TORC, we do that to anything. If you're watching, make sure you put hashtag TORC to anything here, not only in Bark River, but around the country for that matter. Also was told, you know, they got a 50-50 raffle here because this Sportsman class just finished that. 50-50 is now over $2,000.
If they have the drawing now, it would be the winner would get $2,000.
Really?
Last year, I think the winner went home on one day with like $5,500, and on Sunday I think it was $5,000. So
I need to throw $5 in there.
Oh yeah, and there's all kinds of things up here at Bark River. They're so notorious for having raffles and 50-50s and giveaways and stuff like that. I mean, this is one of the cool things. It's almost to a point where the fans will not go home empty-handed. There's no way. What are you doing?
I looked at you. You stopped. You said, hey. Oh my gosh, you brought out the rubber band. It's an awesome day here today. You know, we've already seen a lot of racing. I think we need to bring in the third member of our broadcast team. Kelly Snyder is going to talk about, what are you going to bring us about, Kelly? This track's really going to change throughout the day, isn't it?
Well, guys, that's definitely true. The drivers have learned to expect the unexpected when it comes to Bark River. They've talked about it's been cold, it's been hot, it's really windy, but one thing they can all agree on is that Bark River is by far a driver's track and almost every driver's favorite track out here. So they've talked about it being a little more dry and a little more slick than it's usually been and what they expected, but they said the Sportsman class running before them really helps. It allows these tracks to be able to be maintained. The guys are able to add water to it, turn it over continuously so that by the time the pros get out here and race, this track is well groomed and ready for those guys. But the one thing they said to look out for is that big tabletop. They're flying over 200 feet to the base of that, but some of the drivers said that may not be the fastest line to take. We can all take that jump and make it all the way down 200 feet, but the real guys that know how to race this track are going to try to get all fours back on the ground as fast as possible because that's the quickest way around this track, guys.
Thanks a lot, Kelly, and Kelly getting us all the scoop, and I was told she was going to talk about the track and stuff, and that's good that she talked to the driver, said it actually helps to have the Sportsman, because I wouldn't have thought that, but if that's the case, if they can churn it up and turn it up and keep watering it, that will let the track hold a little bit more moisture.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and that's what this track is all about is continuing maintenance. If you came here 10, 12 years ago, this thing was notorious for having like gravel and big rocks.
Oh, nasty.
And literally, I'm not lying, over 900 horsepower race trucks, as they zing past us here in front of the hill, you would hear the tink, 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 tink of little pebbles and gravel bouncing up into the cockpits and bouncing off the roll cage and the
Nobody
screens
likes
and things
that.
like that, yeah.
Nobody likes that, but she talked about that. I thought that was a good point. It's a driver's track, I think, for sure. I mean, you can't just hold every inside line and expect to hold position here as well.
Well, this is a high-speed track as well as Crandon is, but what this has that Crandon doesn't is a lot of the corners, in fact, most of the corners are all really, really hard to negotiate in the fact that they're not true, if you want to call it oval type of turns. They're
more double apex.
Yeah, you kind of, yeah, exactly. You go into a soft turn, then all of a sudden it sharpens real tight.
Right.
Or it's real tight at the beginning and then softens as you come out. So you can't, you almost like have to set up twice in a corner to make the turn, or try to get your car to rotate twice to get through the corner. Crandon, when you get there, you are just absolutely going to die because it's Talladega. It's pedal to the metal through the corners. If you don't lift, if you do lift, you're going to have about 15, 20 guys behind you just pile driving you from the back.
Just keep it pinned. And our largest class of the day about to look at that on the video board. Look at how many trucks are lined up. We have 23 on the roster here, from Chris Bowser all the way up to Sean Morris, but 23 drivers on the track at the same time. They've already qualified a little earlier.
Yeah, and it's fun. It's amazing. Our fastest qualifier this afternoon is also our points leader. Jarrett Brooks has really been setting the series on fire this season. and looking very, very strong. And he's been doing nothing but racing just about in any, not just in TORC, but in other series as well. So the kid's getting some major, major valuable seat time. And just to see him after practice last night, happened to be walking past the pits at the right time, and to see his big goofy grin when he crawls out of his truck, and he loves this racetrack. He couldn't emphasize it enough how much he loves Bark River. He goes, I love it here. This is so cool. I love it here.
Yeah, it's my first time, and I have to say I enjoy it. The time that I've spent here. And I'm not just saying that because I make a mean Bloody Mary. I'm just talking about the facilities are top-notch. No traffic, coming in. I like that. I dig that. I'm right near a fishing mecca. Awesome. Even the Bassmaster Elite Series, this is known for walleye fishing up there, but the Bassmaster Elite Series is actually out of Escanaba. It's a big, big fishing event. You're talking about largemouth bass. I don't know what kind of birds they are, the correct terminology, but massive amount of birds over in the pastures.
Wow, I wouldn't want to be in staging right now because my brand new truck that's got a nice new wrap on it, getting ready for the race, is
a swarm of birds. Look at that.
Over the top.
Seeing if we can get that on the video board, if it's showing it enough. But it looks like at least 500 birds.
I got to emphasize, I don't know if we've done it yet, where, go ahead and go to the TORC Series Facebook page and like us, and, take pictures of what's going on, your buddies, your family, whoever it may be. In fact, we lost picture up here, but there they go.
Oh, there they go.
Yeah.
Whoever's in those trucks.
The water truck. What's he watering? Jeez.
Yeah, the worms are coming out.
But, go ahead to our Facebook page and like us right now. Take some pictures of your buddies, your family, your race crew, whatever it is, and throw it up on our page and like it. And, you kept seeing this hashtag. I don't know how that hashtag thing works, and I really don't want to know because
it's randomness. You just throw a hashtag in front of whatever word. Hashtag glad to be here. Hashtag is sunny. Hashtag. It's just out there. And if enough people put that hashtag, then it gets into like favorites.
It's not a hashtag, it's a pound sign.
Oh yeah, that too. Asterisk or whatever, that's the other one. Ampersand? Ampersand, that's what it is.
Huh?
The hashtag's the same thing as an ampersand, right?
What the?
That's the.
What do you guys do?
That's the actual name. I went to college for a long time, but I'm not sure if that's the right one. Dude, I got serious backdrop issues going on. All right, let's go down to Kelly Snyder, our partner. What do you got for us, Kelly?
Well, guys, let's talk about the guy leading the points battle right now in the Pro Light class, Jarrett Brooks. Guys, Jarrett is only 16 years old, but this kid has sure accomplished a lot in his 16 years. He's a recent X Games competitor, finishing 4th. And guys, he's leading the points against some of the top competitors and some of the top TORC drivers. But he wrote on his Twitter and his Instagram page earlier that with only 7 laps total he's ever done here at Bark River, he qualified with the fastest time. So this kid is definitely the one to be watching in this race. He'll be starting in the 3rd row with that 6 inverted positions. And guys, here they go. Let's see what happens in opening ceremonies and when they drop the green flag.
Thanks a lot, Kelly. Jarrett Brooks with a 7-point advantage over Doug Matag in the series points. Kelly Snyder going to be giving us all the scoop. 23 drivers we talked about. Chris Bowser starts in 23rd. Jake Sunderby on the Maxxis Ford, driver number 58 in 22nd spot. Jeff Sleegers on the BF Goodrich Ford in 21st. The Radar Ford of Ian Harris in the 20th spot. Andrew Cossack will start 19th in the Canati Ram. Bobby Runyon on the bodybuilding.com Cooper Ram in 18th, 17th. Jason Jennison, the Nissan on the Toyo Pro Power machine will be 17th. 16th, Randy Eller on the Maxxis Nissan, the Cooper Tires Ram of Joe Sylvester. We saw him just a moment ago in 15th. Mark Kleiman on the Kendra Nissan in 14th.
I got to catch you on Randy Eller. It's actually Colby Eller, his son, racing this afternoon in his dad's truck. Tomorrow's Father's Day, so you know what happened? Dad told son, you're racing my truck, happy Father's Day. So it's kind of reverse presents. This is the first time Randy gets to watch his son race ever. So
that's
happy
cool.
Father's Day to Randy. Hope Colby can pull it off.
That's cool. Mark Kleiman will start 14th on the Ponzi Kendra Nissan. The Kendra Ford of Cody Kleiman in 13th on the Ponzi machine. In 12th, Brian Osborne on the Black Rhino Racer X, Cooper Tire Ford. Scott Beauchamp on the BF Goodrich Chevy will start in 11th, driver number 20. In 10th, driver number 21, Cam Reimers on the SSI Decals Tylube Radar Ford. And Travis Dinsmore, the Kendra Tired Nissan, will start 9th.
In that 8th spot is Jesse Johnson outside in the Husqvarna Chevrolet out of Max Tires out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Luke Johnson alongside of him out of Southern California, the Peak Anti-Freeze Radar Tires. Jared Brooks, our fast qualifier and our points leader. They are driving Synergy Electric Cooper Tires entry. Keegan Kincaid, number 7, Traxxas entry. CJ Greaves will start in row number 2 along with Doug Matag. Brad Lovell, Sean Morris running up the front row. Green is out. Here they come into turn 1. Sean Morris with a jump at the green flag easily has the whole shot through turn 1. And here comes Keegan Kincaid.
Keegan on the outside, that makes it the inside on the next turn. But you're right, Sean with a good jump. And this is the first time in a long time they've hit this with speed.
Over those doubles, man, they are just pile driving the second set of doubles outside of turn number 3.
Keegan trying to take the shortest route. I mean, he was cutting as much corner as he could up into second place. Sean Morris, the leader. Doug Matag, those are 2 of our series rivals going at it in that top 3.
Here comes Kincaid, the inside of Morris, trying to make a pass. He's got the advantage right now. Here comes that cemetery turn. Not a true turn like we know it as an oval, but Kincaid completes the pass. Morris in second, Matag third. Through that dogleg section, here they come towards Cooper Tire Hill.
Look at Matag back in third. That's the guy who's on the move. Almost lands into the back of Sean Morris, but look at him. Now he's going to dive to the inside, making that right-hand turn. Almost 1 lap complete here, but Sean Morris started, had a good hole shot. He's worked back to second. Doug Matag started in third. He's currently in third, and now somebody knocking on the door. That's the 33 of CJ Greaves.
Sean Morris trying to come back on Kincaid for the lead, but our top 5 trucks, every single one of them, jump over 150 feet off the Cooper Tire Hill. Kincaid up front, Morris in second. Here comes CJ Greaves inside.
CJ Greaves won the first race of the year back in Prim. It's been a dry spell since then, but now he sits in third spot in good position. And remember, Greaves started, where did he start? He started back in 4th, but he's now up into 3rd.
That doesn't sound like much of a move, but look at the speeds they're running and the roost that's being kicked up. This is very, very heavy, sandy, heavy clay mud being kicked up into the face and the chest of these drivers.
Been told it's Kyle climbing today instead of Cody, I believe, driving this afternoon.
CJ Greaves has the fastest lap of the race so far, 1:28.5. 1:28.5. Greaves has the fastest lap of the race so far.
Look at that inside line. He stuck that left front tire up on the berm, trying to cut off a little distance.
Kincaid noses hard off the Cooper Tire Hill at over 150 feet. Look at these trucks sail down the hill.
Morris has Greaves on the outside of him as long as he holds that inside line, and now he gives it up. Now Greaves takes over second. CJ Greaves has moved into second, Morris into third, and he might lose third if he goes wider than that, and he does.
He rotates. He goes
around.
all the way around. Man, he'll lose multiple positions, upwards of 5, 6, maybe even more, before he can get that thing righted.
Morris goes from first to worst in the first few laps. The guy on the move is CJ Greaves back there in second. Greaves on that monster Maxxis Toyota. And he's getting a monster amount of roost from Keegan Kincaid out in front of that Traxxas number 7. Look at that monster truck trying to set him up though. There he goes on the inside, makes the pass, going up the hill. What a pass!
That is probably the most dangerous part of this race course. It's a blind right-hand turn. You go uphill, the suspension unload, you're in the air, maybe even only for 6 inches, but you're going sideways at speed before you come down. And a lot of times, more often than not, if you're not set up perfectly for that corner, you're going to go up and over. No problem at all. And oftentimes, you see these trucks barrel roll all the way down that hill.
Dude, look at CJ Greaves. He's hooked up like a tow truck, but also the driver just behind him, Doug Matag. Matag looking super fast. He's second in points. He's trying to gain some here if he gets by CJ Greaves, but Greaves is hooked up. He was set up on that cemetery turn, and now Matag goes to the inside as he tags Greaves.
And it looks like, oh!
Traffic jam.
All three were parked for a moment. They got into the back of Kincaid that wasn't allowing him to rotate the truck, so he couldn't make the corner.
But it all comes out in the wash, still 1, 2, and 3, just like it was, but it enabled the 4th place truck to close in.
Jared Brooks, we've got teammates now, Doug Matag and Jared Brooks, right there running 3rd and 4th.
And that's the series points leader that Kelly had talked about. So those are 1 and 2 in points that are 4th and 3rd, respectively.
Oh, we got one of the trucks. I believe is that the 48?
And the leader goes around. Kincaid gets spun around. He's losing position. Picks it back up in 5th. Make it 6th.
And we've got Kleiman in one of the water ravines.
Kyle.
There's a big splash of water when he bounced inside that thing.
So just as you saw that, watch on the replay what happens to Doug Matag.
Whoa.
Oh no, Doug makes the pass. It looks like CJ got into the 7 of Kincaid. Might have slowed up a little bit for that turn, more than CJ was expecting.
Well, the thing is, I didn't see any brakes. I did not see any brakes. We'll have to watch for that flag, man.
You didn't see any brakes out of who?
Out of Greaves. Could he have flipped it?
That's the big question. I don't know. Did Kincaid get on the brakes too hard, or was Greaves just staying in it too hard? Right now we see Greaves out in front, Matag Brooks. Luke Johnson has worked his way up into 4th on that lap. Luke has really put on a charge, and he had a problem earlier with his transmission cooler, and I don't think they were able to fix it. They tried JB Weldon it, so he may be leaking a little bit, not sure. I don't see any smoke, so his track crew did a great job getting that truck out there, because he's in 4th with a chance to win this, because he's made up a lot of ground during this race.
And the thing is, Ricky, his dad is here this weekend, not racing, but spotting for Luke. So that can't hurt one bit at all.
Remember, we have yet to see the competition yellow. Oh, black flag is out for CJ Greaves.
There it is. CJ Greaves has got the black flag. He'll have to do a stop and go penalty, I believe, right at the Boston Oakland band at the top of the hill.
You want to do it now before that competition yellow as well. Don't sit there and ignore it. Do it. Take it. Take your lumps and try and catch back in time. Now, how long do they hold them for that black flag?
That I'm not sure of. I was wondering. The thing is, very tricky flag, man. He hit that black flag behind him the whole time, so no one can see it until the last minute. Wow. Does that change things?
Doug Matag still looks strong, but he has Luke Johnson all up in his business. Luke Johnson, say it 3rd, but with CJ Greaves having to take a penalty, that will actually be 2nd. Luke Johnson trying to move in there as Greaves. Let's see if he takes the black this time around. You're saying he's supposed to take it up there at the top somewhere, right?
I believe so, right at the Boston Oval, right in staging area, I believe.
Just did,
there
right?
he is, yeah.
So there he goes. He makes his exit off track, and he'll have to pull back on whenever he lets him go. So now we got a race for the lead. Doug Matag with a 77 just behind Jarrett Brooks, and there is Luke Johnson in 3rd.
Are they holding him? I wonder if they're holding him to the last car to lead lap.
Oh, that's quite a penalty if that's the case. Look at this race for the lead right now, though. Doug Matag, the 77 of Jarrett Brooks. This is 2nd and 3rd as the competition yellow come out. That's 2nd. They get 1st and 2nd on the track, but that's actually 2nd and 1st in series points. Let's take a break for just a moment here. The throwdown in the UP. We'll get more story on CJ Greaves. We're coming back right after this.
We had these torrential downpours, and these trucks are not designed to have another 2,000 pounds of mud put on them. And then you pack the radiators tight.
We overrode
the tranny gauge, the water gauge, the oil gauge, everything's pegged. The Amsoil product came through for us and kept the rear end, the transmission, and the engine all running fine. And I tell you what, we were ready to go for the next day and pretty proud of it.
The fastest name in radio control.
We're back here at Buck River, Michigan under competition yellow. Kelly Snyder's trackside with more information on what took place with CJ Greaves. Kelly?
that last turn over the finish line, CJ spun Keegan Kincaid out, the 2013 Pro Life champion. We had seen CJ and Keegan battling it out for a couple laps. Then all of a sudden, Keegan was in the back. Well, that's what happened. They pulled CJ Greaves in, and guys, CJ Greaves had to serve that black flag and be in the back, trying to work his way up on the second half.
Well, that's right. Kelly is talking about the penalty having to be assessed. We don't know how long that penalty was for, but what are we looking at? Let's look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12th place. So he goes from 1st to 12th. So
Held him a long time, I know that much. But the thing is, not on a track this size, but like a Red Bull last year, twice he made it from the back to the front, fell back again to the front. So that was in a very tight technical track. Whether he can do it here on a wide open speed track, we'll find out in just a moment. But we're getting ready to go back to green flag racing for the second half of the race.
I'm looking at the quickest lap time is actually Keegan Kincaid, a 1:27.14.
And we're back underway. We've got Doug Matag, Jarrett Brooks running up front. Luke Johnson, Keegan Kincaid. How about Travis Dinsmore running the top 5? Great run by him, but he's about to get past, possibly the inside. Here comes, how about Jesse Johnson?
Couple of Johnsons took it. Oh, there goes Kincaid on the inside of Luke Johnson. Luke going wide. You didn't use the force that time. And Keegan goes to the inside. He looks super fast. He had the fastest lap in that first half of the race. You know he's ticked off a little bit. He's trying to win this thing.
Man, I don't know about...
As we look at the 43 of Travis Dinsmore, as you mentioned, really working his way up through the field.
Tell you, the guys have amped it up quite a bit in the second half of the race. They are just absolutely on the throttle. Every single driver out there. CJ Greaves working his way to the field. He just got by.
Sweet slide job right there, though. Went to the inside, just totally went for the front.
I believe that's Brian Osborne he just passed.
Maybe it looks about that. He started in 9th that time around.
And keep in mind, he's also got Johnny spotting for him right now, so that's not a bad guy to be helping you get around this racetrack.
CJ's in 9th and just saw that just
a
second
second
ago.
He makes contact. That's what...
No, somebody else out in front. There goes Greaves just fine right there.
There you go. Yeah. Oh, man. Travis Dinsmore goes around. Travis Dinsmore and Sean Morris got in the back of Dinsmore, and I believe turned Dinsmore around. So tough break for Dinsmore. We'll see what's going to happen there.
These top 4 sure are fast. They're running about the same speed. I keep watching that race for 3rd between Luke Johnson as well as Keegan Kincaid. Kincaid in 3rd right now. Matag, there goes the 77 of Brooks.
Man, the 2012 Pro Life champion is having all kinds of problems. Brad Lovell trying to work his way. Oh, and again, Osborne goes all the way around. He'll lose a ton of positions.
Luke Johnson, you talk about Ricky being his spotter. I think Ricky's telling him to take a lot of inside lines. I know coming into this first turn, it looks like both Kincaid as well as Johnson trying to hug a very tight inside line. But he's telling him to try and take that shorter distance, find a little traction inside that typical race line.
Jarrett Johnson right around 175 feet off the hill, just shy of 200. So Jarrett Johnson is flying right now.
Jarrett Brooks.
Jarrett Brooks.
There's so many Jarretts and so many Johnsons. CJ up into 6th place now. CJ Greaves started in 12th after this restart. Heck, he's looking for another yellow.
Yeah.
Maybe he has another one. He might be able to win this thing, but who knows? The pace is going now. He could still possibly do it. Top 4 spread out. Big distance between 4th and 5th place. But it's still Doug Matag made a bobble just there. Jarrett Brooks in 2nd. Keegan Kincaid in 3rd. Luke Johnson in 4th.
Wow, and I hate to bring it up, but the youthfulness of the top 5 is astounding out there in that track right now.
5th place is now, as we're looking on the video board now, CJ Greaves, but his differential, I'll try and get you that because it's quite a good one. He's trying to catch up to Luke Johnson, who's in 4th, and it looks like his differential is about 6 seconds behind Luke Johnson.
And more contact. Talked about Brad Lovell a moment ago. And he gets tagged by one of the Climans and the 21 of Cam Reimer. So
look at this race for 3rd right now. There's the best race on the track. Looks like Kincaid really closing in on Brooks. These are two championship hopefuls, two championship rivals going at it. And you see Keegan Kincaid in third, sticking a nose win. He's about half a truck length, but he's on the outside, so he can square it up and go to the inside.
I just saw a black flag come out. Okay, yeah, black flag is out for 84. Chris Bowser, so Bowser pulls off the track even before he got the black flag.
Look at Kincaid making his way down into that first turn. Watch this right-hand turn. It's very important. Look at Kincaid on the outside. He's been taking that inside line. If he can square it up, watch him. Takes the inside right there. That's where he was trying to get to, and look at it. Oh, but don't you think Brooks' guy should, hug the inside?
Inside. Keegan's coming inside. You got it.
Don't let him cut underneath you. But he's opened the door this time.
There it is. Kincaid gets around Jared Brooks. Our top three trucks now docking into the backside of this racetrack. Now keep your eye on the top three, and when they come back towards this hill, and it looks like we got a little fire coming out of number 84.
That's why they pulled him over. They must have saw something. Yeah, I see the 84 over there, and a lot of white smoke in front of us. We're looking at the top three on board. Still, Matag, Kincaid now into second.
Let's keep your eye on that hill. Here they come towards Cooper Tire Hill. 150, 175 foot. Kincaid is flying down that hill.
He wants the win.
Whoa!
He wants to be in the points lead ending today. He's got the points leader just behind him. Look at this. Going inside of a tag.
If he can just nudge that truck just a little bit to kind of upset the handling of it just a tad, it'll push him to the outside, and Kincaid will go to the inside without a doubt.
Are you telling him to physically tap the driver in front? Watch this. Here he goes. He's going to go to the inside again. He squares it up. He wants that inside driving out. That time he stayed around. Look at that. That might help.
Ah, the sneakiness. Yeah, the inside door was open for the next turn. Still not there.
He's going to get a good drive, though. Oh, he's getting good drive on that outside. Watch this. Oh, he's out of position. This could happen.
White flag is coming out there. It's waving in the air. Kincaid, right rear flat tire.
Yep.
Right rear tire came off the rim right there.
That explains it.
Kincaid completely lost the whole tire. Blew off the bead lock. Landed so hard, he nosed it off the double. Landed sideways and ripped the bead lock right off.
Do you think he got into contact at all in the left-hander before or not?
I'll put it on the fact that he landed so sideways on the double.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're exactly right. So looking at the leader right now, checking out of this one. What a race so far. The 81 of Doug Matag. He was pushing the entire race, put himself in that position to take a victory. The man who sits in second in points just behind him, well behind, is Jared Brooks. Third, good race going on for third.
How about
back there.
CJ going for the last podium spot? Greaves on the back bumper of Luke Johnson. Here comes Greaves inside Johnson. That's for third place.
But Matag is going to win this thing. It looks like a good separation. Luke Johnson, he's going to have to hold on. We're seeing on board a couple of turns for our leader. One more right-hand turn here for Luke Johnson, but the 81 is going to take the victory. Doug Matag with one more jump and a left still ahead.
CJ Greaves taking the high line through turn 2. Has it! Greaves makes the pass, makes it so easy.
Second place is going to go to Jared Brooks. Third, CJ Greaves working up from that competition yellow from 12th to 3rd. The crowd appreciates it. And fourth, a good run nonetheless for Luke Johnson. You know he's disappointed in losing it with only two turns left.
No!
Did Keegan Kincaid hold on with no right rear, churning. He turned into one of those plows.
Wow!
He looked like the boss snowplow because he was churning dirt.
Completely no tire at all. I thought he was pulling off the track. I didn't know he stayed on the track. He ran on a right rear rim all the way around and finished in fifth.
Yep.
Wow.
Mark Kleiman in 6th, Beauchamp in 7th, 8 goes to Kleiman, Dinsmore, and Joe Sylvester rounding out the top 10 unofficially. We'll talk to our winner and get to hear from a lot of guys about what went down in this, our first pro race of the day. The pro lights are done. We'll hear from them when we come back.
When adventure calls, count on the Trail Grappler to get you to your destination, wherever that may be. Large, innovative tread blocks provide additional biting edges to help you command the most challenging terrains as you discover new trails. The Trail Grappler's 3-ply sidewall and thick rubber construction aids puncture resistance and provides durability when you need it most. Nitto Trail Grappler, where road meets trail.
What is it that makes a Husqvarna dealer a Husqvarna dealer? Well, just look close at the engineering in our outdoor power equipment. We're known for high performance and reliability in everything we make. So is it any wonder your Husqvarna dealer is also known for high performance and reliability in everything they do? With a nationwide network of Husqvarna dealers, there's one just around the corner.
For supporting this weekend's racing event. Please support those who make this event happen. For your next vehicle purchase, think Riverside and Noble Motors. The Park River International Race.
Well, you see the crowd having a great time. Just concluding now an awesome pro light race. We got Kelly Snyder, I believe, trackside with our top 3 finishers.
You had the hair standing up on your arms then during that race. That had a little bit of everything.
You didn't know where to look. I mean, there's something going on all over the place, and I'm kind of liking the fact that these are young kids out there that have no fear. And in fact, she's got the No Fear trio sitting down at the podium, actually trackside, after this race. So turn over to Kelly right now with our winning interview. Kelly?
Climb out. Here from Doug McTagg. Give it up, Bark River. Well, Doug, what a hard-fought battle that was for you. Let's talk about, you put that this is your by far favorite TORC track that you come to here at Bark River. It's got to be because of these fans, right?
Yeah, for sure. The atmosphere is awesome. All the fans love us out here, and the track is incredible. I mean, you don't see any holes form out there. You can throw it in the same all race, and that's why it makes it my favorite.
We'll talk about the battle between you and Jarrett and CJ and Keegan. What was going on out there?
Yeah, right off the bat, Keegan and CJ got by me, and they were battling up there, and they actually, I think Keegan got spun out, and then CJ received a black flag for that, so it left me with the lead, and I just had to play the safe game. And my dad kept saying, somebody's on you, you got 2 cars, 1 car, 5 cars, 2 cars, 1 car. So it was hard to just stay focused and not screw up out there.
Well, this being a driver's track, I'm sure this is a big accomplishment for you.
Yeah, for sure. I can't be here without all my sponsors, Cooper Tires, AMSOIL, COD, my mom, my dad, Joe Clark, Jesse, everybody, Chad that helps me out. Thank you, everybody.
Well, guys, give it up for Doug McTagg, your pro light champion here today, and we'll catch up with the top 3 in a little bit. Scott?
Thanks a lot, Kelly. That guy right there is one of the 3 I've told you about. One of the handful that looks like they should be out in the neighborhood delivering newspapers instead of behind, a 550 horsepower race truck. And he's such a skinny little guy. I had a chance to talk to him a little bit last night. Probably has like a 24-inch waist. And he's always smiling and loves this racetrack. He was so animated about last night about loving this racetrack.
Well, I think he's also loving the fact that he's going to move up in points because he was second behind Jarrett. When Jarrett finishes behind, of course, you're going to make up a little ground. Won't take the points lead, I believe, today, but there's always tomorrow because we're going to get to see these guys one more time at the 6th stop of TORC the Off-Road Championship. But he did what he had to do, and he looked like he was in contention. Whether CJ was there or not, he always had his nose in that race.
Never gave up an inch to anybody on that racetrack. And for some of the fans who are going to be walking around the pit area, they're located on the very first pit road closest to the county highway inside the pits, but they're the very first pit road. Go on down there and welcome them to Bark River the way the fans here know how to do it. And I'm sure they'd be more than happy to take pictures and sign autographs, as well as everybody else in that pit area.
And they're more than happy to sign autographs. All these guys are, but we're not going to be signing autographs up on the victory podium, and we'll hear from those guys on the podium. All 3 of our top finishers in the pro light right after this.
Hey, we're back here at Park River, Michigan. Once again, we've got Kelly Snyder trackside, actually at the podium, with our second and third place finish in Pro Light. Once again, let's throw over to Kelly Snyder down at the podium.
Well, guys, what a great and exciting race that was. Let's step by here real quick and talk to CJ. CJ, we saw you battling with Keegan Kincaid during that first half of the race, an aggressive battle. Ended with a black flag going into that second half, but you made it from 12th to 3rd right there on that last lap, finishing off on the podium. So talk a little bit about what happened out there.
Yeah, we had a strong truck, and we always do here, and I mean, we were going for it, and he messed up a little bit, and I was in the air and couldn't get on the brakes, but it is what it is, and I can't thank my team enough. They worked their butts off. They get this truck out there and had it just on rails, so Monster, Toyota Maxxis, Troy Lee Designs, Liquid Force, AMSoil, everyone that helps us out, all you fans and friends that came out here, thanks a lot.
And quickly, I don't know if everyone knows, but CJ will be running a Pro 2 as well today. So knowing how this track is shaping up, does that help you going into the Pro 2s?
Definitely. I mean, it's way different than it was in qualifying, and there's some really good lines out there, if you can find them, that are really going to help out. So we're just going to keep our head up and move forward.
Well, give it up, guys. Third place finisher, CJ Greaves. And we'll move on over to second place, the guy who had the fastest qualifying time with only 7 laps total on this track before qualifying. So, Jared, talk us through all that chaos that happened out there.
Well, it's pretty gnarly. You know, this is my first time here, so I didn't really know what to expect and how the track was going to be. And I started pretty deep in the field, so I just wanted to try to stay focused and not try to just wreck my truck. So, and I saw all them battling up front, so I just started picking off one at a time, and then I just saw a couple of them wreck. So it got me in a podium this time. Just pretty pumped, you know, just coming out here first time. And me and Doug top 2, so that's pretty cool. And thanks to everyone else out, Cooper Tire, Maxima, Fox Shocks, Replay, Rigid Industries, and my whole team, you know, they're giving me an awesome truck every time I go on the track. So it's pretty pumped.
And I think it's fair to say this may be your new favorite track?
Yeah, I think this is for sure one of my favorite tracks now.
Well, give it up, guys. Congratulations to the 16-year-old Jared Brooks. And we'll talk quickly one more time to the guy on top of the box. Just talk about what a great experience it was out there, and tell us about what your favorite part on this track is.
I would say the corners are for sure the most fun. Everything's real smooth and flowing. So you can be pitched one way and just throw it the other, and it's just a blast for sure. They got a big ski jump out there. You just launch it as far as you want, and that's pretty fun. So I'm so pumped to be up on top again, my second race, winning. And then Jared Brooks up here again. I was top 2, Team COD on top. And then I want to dedicate this race to my cousin, Travis Pym. His wedding was this weekend, and I was supposed to be his best man, and he let me come out here and race. So I just want to congrats to them, him and Kira. So thanks.
Well, guys, I think he pulled off a win for you. So congratulations to the newlyweds. And give it up for our Pro Life podium, CJ Greaves, who went off to get in his Pro 2, Jared Brooks and Doug Matag.
One down, 2 pro classes still to go, and that racing, that didn't disappoint, did it?
No, to be honest with you, I'm kind of on the surprise side that it was that much action. I kind of expected a little bit more of a parade around here, so that kind of amps me up a little bit for Pro 2 and Pro 4.
You know, we haven't had one of those. We haven't had a snoozer the entire year, not one time. I mean, just when you think something, you know, somebody's going to run away, there's always been races for like 2nd or 3rd.
Well, this is the first time in 2014 the pros specifically have been on I call a super speedway off-road track kind of thing, configuration. So this is a whole different thing. They've had to change a lot of things in these trucks, the gearing, the torque converter, the transmissions, you know, everything along that line. So, I mean, this is something that the guys that haven't been here before, like the Jared Brookses of the world and Doug Matags, they don't have a notebook like we talk about to go back to the last time they ran here. So they kind of rely on the other teams to help them out with advice here and there. And believe it or not, some of them actually, I mean, they do help each other. So it's kind of neat to see that kind of thing, and I'm really, really anxious to see what's going to happen in the Pro 2 and Pro 4s.
Right, you talk about the speed much different here. They're still using those automatic transmissions, staying in 2nd and 3rd gear, but those 2nd and 3rd gears are a little bit different than they were in the tight confines that we saw earlier. Well, let's take a look at this race. It was quite a start to the Pro Light. 23 trucks took off side by side. We saw the hard charge from CJ Greaves. a spin out from Sean Morris early on.
I think he's going to kick himself in the hinder for that one because he pretty much gave away this race. At least he gave away the chance to run up front.
And that gave away the lead right there because CJ Greaves evidently was called for spinning out the leader. So CJ Greaves had to start back in 12th. He works his way back up trying to get in through the field. But look at that, the 7, the 81. So they were just at it the entire time, Keegan Kincaid as well as Doug Matag.
And it was all about that second half. Kincaid, probably the most aggressive driver in the second half, without a doubt. He wanted that top spot in the worst way.
Yeah, and he wanted it so bad, it cost him a little bit later, as I'm sure we'll see. He was all over, and then he was all over that double right there and must have landed a little bit too sideways on that jump a little bit later on. White flag was out, and the tire comes off, and he's able to keep that truck going.
That blows my mind.
For the entire lap.
Yeah, we lost track of him, and he stayed on the track all the way around and completed it in the top 5.
Yeah, that was a good job by Keegan Kincaid, finishing in 5th. Matag, Brooks, Greaves, and again, hats off to Luke Johnson. And I know that he was concerned of being able to get out there with that transmission cooler, had a hole in it, but I didn't see any problems. And he looked fast. He looked like he had a podium for sure out there today and got past with 2 turns remaining. We're seeing the Maxxis demonstration down the front straightaway. I just went and checked out the facilities behind us here where they are also doing Traxxas demonstrations. Those things are darn near indestructible. But we'll check it out a little bit more. A lot of stuff here at the throwdown in the UP at Bark River, Michigan.
Ready. Drive.
And 90 degrees up on 2 wheels.
Fly. Dominate. Celebrate. MagnaFlow.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate Gymkhana course. I'm Ken Block, and I am Monster.
Welcome back to the throwdown in the UP. That stands for the Upper Peninsula. It's it's a cool day here in the Upper Peninsula, and I'm sure there's a lot of people in the country going, man, it's 90-something degrees where I'm from. But you see these fans, they turn out for TORC, the Off-Road Championship. We've just completed our first race of 3 in the pro divisions. We've had several Sportsman division classes here today, and right now a little bit of an intermission as they prepare the track. Taylor Snyder, who will be with us on the internet show tomorrow. Good to have you up here in the booth. And these are your people, the RC World. The Traxxas is one of our sponsors, but I don't know how those cars and trucks keep going after those hard hits.
You know, that's one of the things I hear most from our fans out here is, how do these things keep going and going after y'all crash them like that? And that's Traxxas. We're durable, ready to run out of the box, and you can bash these things till the end of tomorrow, and they'll keep going and going.
Until you break one, and then, just a minimal cost, because Scott was telling me earlier that, these guys have little parts kits, and it's literally just a few bucks for the replacement parts. You put them back, and they're good to go.
That's right. It'll be about $2 to $10 between to get a replacement part. Just put it on like you would fix your real car, and these things are ready to go again. You'll never need to throw them away. And
you started out as a racer, and now you do, hosting a build. Oh, man, when you hit the ramp and you miss the whole ramp, that's not necessarily a good time. But I think it's also good for the kids because they learn mechanics. They understand what suspension, wheels, spindles, whatever it may be. I think it teaches your young buck how to steer and drive and understand that and use the brakes sometimes, but also how to work on them.
That's one of the things I love about working for Traxxas is that it's such a great hobby for children to get into. Not only do they have to get outside instead of playing video games, they have to be out in nature, running after them in case they flip over. And yeah, working on them, tuning on them, using tools, figuring out how to use it. And with the Traxxas telemetry system, they actually learn how to tune it from their Apple device. So they'll learn how to work with speed.
That's
and
all we
everything.
know it need is 6-year-olds with more telemetry. That's just not, that's crazy.
But it's a great thing for kids to get started with in a hobby, and it's a lot cheaper than full size.
Oh yes, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, we were seeing the Sportsman's class, and Scott mentioned from anywhere from $40,000 to $80,000 for the last class we saw today on Sportsman, the people watching around the country. Now you get to travel all over the country, not only here at this event, but quite the turnout. I mean, do people just seem like they're amazed at every stop you go to, going like, oh my gosh, I never knew they were that fast, or they could do all that stuff?
Yeah, we definitely have those questions. How fast do they go? How much are they? Which they're they're very fairly priced, but people are definitely amazed. I'm excited to work for a company where we sell fun, essentially. And I have fun working with and playing with the fans, with the cars. We've got a great booth set up back here behind us in the Traxxas zone, where you actually can get your hands on one of our receivers and test out one of our Traxxas Slash.
That guy
cars.
just then tried seeing how hard he could wad it on that thing. He only caught 2 wheels or maybe even 1 on that ramp and just saw, I mean, he was seeing how hard he could throw it away.
Oh yeah, we try to break them.
Double backflip.
Then we take them back to the shop and fix them and bring them out again. Break them again, fix them again.
All right, now tell me the world of RC racing.
RC racing's awesome. I never knew what a big hobby it was until I actually was able to get fully into it. And actually, there's a full-size RC track here at Bark River Raceway.
Permanent ones.
A permanent one. Yeah, it's awesome. So a lot of their fans, I saw you guys today bringing out your Traxxas Slash. We're having a pro race tonight at 8 o'clock where the fans can bring their cars out and actually race. So it's really awesome. And tomorrow, some of the Traxxas drivers, Mike Jenkins, Mark Jenkins, Keegan, and Jeff Kincaid, will actually get to race some lucky fans on the pro RC track with the Traxxas Slash. So the RC racing world is just like this full-size racing. It's really an awesome hobby to be a part of.
Now, do they have their nationals? Do they have a national in the same place each year, or do they travel around the country for their RC nationals?
You know, there's a ton of them. We're actually, there's a ton of different series, but for TORC, Traxxas is putting on a 4-race series, both of these Bark River races and both the Crandon races. So that's going to be a full series for us, which is really cool because Traxxas definitely has vehicles for anyone, any type.
Right.
We sell boats, helicopters, the new Alias back there. So we're not just for competitive hobby class racing. We've got something for everyone, but it's nice to be a part of this.
Last question before you've got to go, and you get to work with us tomorrow. What's the fastest Traxxas out-of-the-box vehicle?
That's the X01, and that is actually the fastest RC car in production out the box.
And how fast?
100 miles an hour.
100 miles an hour out of the box.
That's 4.9 seconds.
That's awesome.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Taylor. We'll see you tomorrow doing the duties for the Internet Show. Her sister's Kelly Snyder out there getting our scoop today. Thank you. And Scott Rain going to get back on the headset and get a little feedback. I think we shut down Taylor's there and get things ready here for our second race. Looks like the track prep's almost done. The cat crew, the cat daddies. Ooh, that's what we can call them. The track crew are now called the cat daddies. And then we can play that video of Kate Upton every time. That will be awesome.
You don't do a lot in Texas, do you?
Yeah, no. Are they still doing the the find a model search thing?
Oh, the Miss TORC?
Yeah, Miss TORC.
I haven't heard any information. I believe so. We just haven't got any information on it.
I think my judging duties are going to be coming up here very shortly. You see them putting water in places they have been and have not been already. They're trying to turn that dirt over and keep it good. Hey. Boy, the video board just got a lot of better looking. I was like, hey, go scoot out of there, Scott. How's everybody doing? Yeah. Yeah,
we were just told by our producer to look at. We had no idea this was going on behind us. We were getting video bombed.
That happens all the time in our line of work. But obviously they searched and found our models for the TORC the Off-Road Championship.
Why are you getting all flushed?
I don't know. I do that one when I get nervous.
Thanks, Taylor.
All right, looks like Kelly may get us the scoop in a bit. Hang on for a second. I got to hand this up. It looks like we got a new lineup, so we may just go through the entry list and not necessarily do a lineup. Got a new lineup for this. Thank you very much, sir. So the Pro 2-wheel drive will be followed by the Pro 4-wheel drive here shortly. This is what after today, we'll be right around that 1/3 mark, right, for the season. Pretty much we have 14 rounds, so we've already had 4. So today will be about 1/3 through the season. And when we look at the Pro 2s, one name has really stood out, C.J. Greaves, but Chad Horde won the very first race this year in the Pro 2. I mean, they put it on his card out there. When you win and you get that big TORC trophy, put it on your hero card. Get it signed. He was proud, and I think he's going to have a few fans rooting for him today.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, this whole area just rallies around every single one of the drivers that's a local races here locally. But the thing is about Chad, what's been really neat to watch is he's one of those drivers that's worked his way through the classes. He started out years and years and years ago in a pro buggy. And I'm telling you right now, he did very, very well. I think he ran it for 3, maybe 4 years. And between him and his dad, that car looked brand new every single time it hit the track. Then he worked into a pro light. And it took him, I think, if I remember right, it took him a little bit longer than kind of expected to get on the podium. But then once he established himself, once he figured out, kind of like riding a bicycle, once you find that balance point, you got it. Once he figured out how to win, then he was unstoppable in pro light. And he was right up there with Jeff Kincaid every single round of racing. And then it wasn't that long ago that he pulled out a brand new Pro 2 and just showed it at Crandon. And it's underneath his awning next to his pro light, but he spent the whole weekend just walking around that Pro 2 with a smile on his face, just shaking his head. He couldn't believe he had a Pro 2 now.
That's awesome.
And it didn't take long for him, much quicker in the Pro 2 to get to the top spot than it did in the pro light. And I'm telling you right now, you being here for the first time, you're not going to believe this hill when it comes alive the way it does when Chad Horde hits that racetrack. And when he's out there in the middle of that action, this place will come alive.
What is it? Felch, Michigan is his hometown. Maxis, Boss Snowplow, our sponsor. I think the
Boss Snowplow is located in Iron Mountain, Michigan.
Right
down the road. And he's from Felch, which is even closer. I want to say as the crow flies, probably 300 yards.
Yeah.
No, it's probably about 7-8 miles away, I think, something like that.
He has a 10-point lead over C.J. Greaves. Yeah, a little further.
20 miles?
Yeah. Oh, it's a long ways. It's 20. That's around the corner when you're talking about over here.
Well, I mean, they ride their UTVs and ATVs back and forth from Felch to go grocery shopping here in Bark River, right?
Yeah, that's right. They're not supposed to. We'll put that in. And for all the police out here, we are not encouraging that. But, yeah, Chad.
No, they cut through the woods. They don't ride on the.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
They shortcut.
Chad Horde has a 10-point advantage over C.J. Greaves, who he broke.
We should emphasize the fact he's our current points leader.
Yeah, he's our points leader, but, C.J. broke that spindle at the first stop in Primm, Nevada. Has been playing catch-up ever since. Chad's been, pretty consistent. But as far as victories, C.J. Greaves, out of the 4 races, has 3 wins.
That will be very interesting to watch because if you noticed that on the podium for the Pro Light interview, CJ was not happy.
At what?
Black flag.
Officials? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Did you ask him off to the side? Now, he's going to show his discontent, but did you ask him to the side, should you have let off or anything like that, or did you just want to stay away?
No, I didn't. Yeah, I stayed away. There's certain. Yeah, I totally stayed away.
I don't care.
I think that they need to. I mean, everyone needs to see the replay again back in the truck and kind of go over what could have done, what could have happened, the things along that line.
Yeah, because there's only 2 people in those trucks. CJ, and the other guy, and CJ has nothing to do with whoever it is. He's only in control with what he has in front of him. So I was just curious what he thought and what it felt like, when he was there, because I could have swore what. Keegan, it was Keegan, right? I could have swore Keegan went really wide, but he was awful slow there. I didn't know why CJ got in that quick, that hard, but still, nonetheless, like you mentioned, you have the opportunity to spin him or let off, and he didn't let off. And I guess that's what the officials saw.
Well, if you can hear us, ladies and gentlemen, on this hill, and you're not in your seats, Get your butts back to your seats because we're about ready to start Pro 2. But meanwhile, let's turn it over trackside to Kelly Snyder, who's got a last-minute update on our Pro 2 race.
Well, guys, the man currently leading the points in Pro 2 is none other than the hometown hero here in Bark River, Chad Horde. His shopping house is about 45 minutes from here, and his crew thinks he's been racing here for probably almost 18 years here on this track. He's had countless podiums and wins here, so if there's anybody that knows the ins and outs of Bark River and this track, it's going to be Chad Horde. But, guys, he set the quickest qualifying time here, but he'll be starting in the 6th position right next to the guy who just got 3rd in the Pro Lights. CJ Greaves. So let's see what happens. We have Ari Leyendijk Jr. and Nick Tyree up there on the front row. So guys, let's see what happens when the green flag drops.
Thanks,
Well,
Skylar.
Bark River, yep, here's our lineup. Let's find out. We got 10 Pro 2s on the racetrack. Here they are. He's out on the racetrack once again, was out there in stock before. He's from Monona, Iowa, driving the Maxxis Champ Pans Trail Ready beadlocks. The number 3 of Justin Keener. Alongside of him from Temecula, California, driving the number 2 Cat Entry, Steve Barlow.
Jeff Kincaid's in the 4 out of Wisconsin on the Cooper Tires Traxxas Ford. He's in number 4 starting in 8th and 7th. Andy Zipperer out of Rubicon, Wisconsin. He was 4th and 6th back in Charlotte.
And starting in that 6th spot, just outside the inversion, from Felch, Michigan, driving the Maxxis Tire Boss Snowplow Amsoil Ford, the number 9 of Chad Horde. Alongside of him from Green Bay, Wisconsin, driving the Monster Energy Toyota on Maxxis Tires number 33 of CJ Greaves.
Oh, right there is Ari Leyendijk Jr. not paying attention and not racing here as well. He was going to start on the front row, but not if he turns right when everybody else turns left. Mike Jenkins driving number 47 in that Cooper Traxxas Amsoil Ram. Out of Plano, Texas, he's number 47, starting in 4th. In 3rd, Jared Johnson out of El Cajon, California, on the Husqvarna Chevrolet Maxxis tire machine. He will be starting in 3rd. Where is Ari? There is Ari, who starts on that front row. Ari Leyendijk Jr., who was lost his last year's Easter egg right there on the gun.
Oh, is he giving us some material to work with here?
Cooper Tires Ford out of Scottsdale, Arizona.
Well, it looks like Ari Leyendijk does take the front row right alongside Steve Barlow. But in the meantime, it looks like Nick Tyree chooses to start in the back. So Nick Tyree scheduled to start in the front row, chooses to go to the back. Out of San Diego, California, driving for Tyree Motorsports and Maxxis Tire in the white number 91. Well, Bark River, it's Pro 2 at the line. Grab your seats and hang on, because we're going green.
Ari Leyendijk Jr. with the hole shot on the inside. Dude, he did not back down an inch. Look at him take this inside line. He gives up a little, but nobody tags him from behind. Second place, you see the number 2 of Steve Barlow, the cat colors in 2nd.
How about Mike Jenkins going to the inside of Kincaid, trying to move up one spot, right in 4th, and here comes Chad Horde on the outside. Horde currently in 5th, was working on Mike Jenkins, and they're 3 wide through turn 3.
And now Horde has CJ Greaves just behind him. Horde loses a little bit right there. CJ gets the drive on the inside, and it looks like all over. It looked like Mike Jenkins, I do believe Horde was trying to get a nose up inside of him.
So Kincaid took the lead. Barlow 2nd, Ari Leyendijk 3rd, Jenkins 4th, and it looks like Chad Horde running in the top 5. But right now, it's how about Kincaid? Is he pulling away?
Jeff Kincaid out in front. About a 1.5, 2-second lead over the number 2 of Steve Barlow with the cat colors. Ari Leyendijk Jr. was out in front. He's dropped back to 3rd.
You got to see this. These guys come off that Cooper Tire hill.
So I have a race for 5th, CJ Greaves. I thought he was in there earlier. Oh, who's that spinning around?
And Mike Jenkins goes around. Gets away from it cleanly, gets back on the track, but he'll be dead last in the field. Actually, he'll pull out right alongside Justin Keener.
So who's that? Is that Horde that's all over Leyendijk now? Looks like Chad Horde in 4th. Look at this. He's going to dive to the inside. Chad Horde trying to make a pass.
Leyendijk on the outside slams the door shut on Chad Horde coming out of turn 1.
That's exactly what he should have done. And Horde comes back at him, goes to the inside, takes over 3rd place.
Now this is Ari Leyendijk's first time ever here at Bark River. He's never seen this track before. So Chad Horde handles this like the back of his hand. He knows exactly where to go inside, set the guys up for the inside. And here he comes now, Barlow.
Jeff Kincaid, look at that, just railing coming up that hump over that hill. Now look at Horde going to the inside. He's going inside of Barlow. Look at the pass. He takes over 2nd.
Now Barlow, if you notice, kind of went to the right just a little bit to give Horde a little bit of room. And that was all sportsmanship right there. He didn't give him the spot, but he gave him room.
Well, look at CJ Greaves just behind. He might give him a chance as well. If he tries taking an alternate route to get by Horde, CJ is going to get by him. Barlow back in 3rd. As one truck, Mike Jenkins having problems in the hot pin. They're looking under that front left side on his. CJ Greaves trying to get it underneath Barlow. The leader, Jeff Kincaid, has checked out, but we'll see if Chad Horde can reel him in.
CJ Greaves just passed Barlow on the outside, that long left-hand sweeper. And that is a spot you never see happen, because usually, more times than not, if they go to the outside of that corner, they drift way out to that fence line.
Look at Chad. He's trying to square it up outside going in, and CJ had a lot of room to work with. Chad was trying to find something. I think he found nothing that time, because if he does it again, CJ's going to make the pass.
Meanwhile, Kincaid really on that throttle, up across that Boston Snowplow finish line. Not as big of a lead as he had about a lap and a half ago, as that thing is shrinking.
Down to a 2.4-second differential between Jeff Kincaid and Chad Horde. It looks like another half a second behind is CJ Greaves. CJ looks fast, so does Horde, but Kincaid, nobody's challenged him yet. We don't know how fast he can get. Oh, almost going over there was the 3 of Justin Keener. Top 3 evenly spaced now. Barlow starting to lose some ground back and forth.
Now this is a point in the race I think the guys are kind of starting to get comfortable with where they're at. And I think it's everything they can do to have their spotters try to calm down their drivers now at this point. And okay guys, we're in a good spot. Stay calm, stay straight. And Nick Tyree.
With a pirouette?
Yeah. Man, that could have been disastrous. Bounces off the wall, actually backs into the wall at the bottom of the hill.
Hey, CJ's starting to do it now. Remember that last time Horde went wide, tried squaring it up.
Doing it again.
I said don't do it or CJ's going to take position. And CJ does for a split second. Horde trying to find traction, but I think that still helps CJ. Look at him now. He was about 2 truck lengths.
I think there's something wrong with Kincaid. Listen to that truck as it goes by. I think there's something wrong with Kincaid right now.
Might be right. He didn't get quite the line. I don't think that Horde did.
I'm wondering if he's running on 7 cylinders.
Maybe.
It has a totally different sound than what it did at the beginning of the race. So there might be something wrong with that leader right now.
He sure is still holding on to 2 guys just behind him and Horde and Greaves that we know how fast they are. And I don't know, he really didn't lose any ground that time. As they're in that back section over near the cemetery turn, making the left, followed by the quick right and going down this big ski jump.
Well, here's something to keep in mind. This track is still a little bit greasy, a little bit slippery, and that takes away any advantage of a high horsepower motor. So if he's down on 7 cylinders, that might be helping him a little bit while this track is still a little bit on the greasy wet side.
Again, we're just guessing, but it may be the case. I'm guessing CJ's taking that inside line, trying to get by Chad Horde again. And CJ is set up inside. Watch it again as they race downhill towards turn number 1.
CJ Greaves moves up in that 2nd spot. Now sets his eyes on Jeff Kincaid.
And look at it. You see how hard he braked to make that inside line, and that was fast. He's going to be all over Kincaid. I don't see it long. I don't know if he's having difficulty. CJ looks like he's the fastest on the track right now.
Do you think he's driving ticked off right now?
Oh, yeah.
That's a ticked off driving style. I love it. And we've yet to see the competition yellow.
You're right. Something just doesn't seem right, I don't think. Audibly does not sound right from the number 4 of Jeff Kincaid. But then, again, you said too much horsepower doesn't show up on a slippery track. You can lose horsepower and still be plenty fast. Don't know if that's the case or not. Again, everything we say is officially unofficial. I like how early CJ sets up for turns to square them off.
Well, he's throwing that truck sideways to make the corners. Meanwhile, Kincaid is driving it a little bit more, driving through the corners as if it's almost on pavement. So I'm kind of thinking that he may be down on horsepower right now. Every sign that I'm seeing is just that. He's not throwing it aggressively through the corners as he's used to.
He's about to lose position. CJ set up straight, coming into this left and now the right. Kincaid not backing down. CJ has a good line. Let's see if he can square up and dive to the inside. He's getting a face full of roost.
Kincaid played that perfectly.
But watch this. Watch the left. CJ's going to take it right here.
And Kincaid's going to come right back here.
Yep. Oh, and
That's nice side door handle right there.
Right before the competition yellow, so they backed it down there. You're exactly right, but CJ almost was probably going, should I back down a little bit? I don't want to take any chances. I don't want any rough driving stuff. But the competition yellow's out right now. We'll dip out for just a second. We'll kick things off with the second half of Pro 2. Fly.
Dominate. Celebrate. MagnaFlow.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate Gymkhana course. I'm Ken Block, and I am Monster.
Well, there's single file getting ready to go for the second half of Pro 2. Before we get to that, let's go down to Kelly Snyder, who has an update on Mike Jenkins.
Well, guys, there's a lot of action out there on the track, but there was just as much action back here in the hot pits with Mike Jenkins, the number 47's crew. He pulled in with a broken tie rod. The bolt had popped off, so not only did they have to put a new bolt in, they also had to finagle the metal because it was so bent up. It looked like they thought maybe he may have hit the wall, had lost some steering control, so it was pretty bent up under there. So they had to kind of rig it so that it would be able to hold, put a bolt in, and they're all crossing their fingers hoping that it'll hold for the second half of this race, guys.
Well, he'll get some practice time, basically, is what we're saying. You were looking at something. What were you looking at?
Oh, I was looking for where he was on the track, that's all.
Oh, yeah.
And
but, I mean, he's got to be several laps down.
Yeah,
he's out of it as far as that, but it may be testing for tomorrow, though.
Oh, he's going to be in Pro 4 in just a moment, so he's
yeah,
out
true,
there
today.
like on a very high-speed reconnaissance.
But they'll probably regroom the track, but, I mean, he can at least see what it's doing where. Yeah. As the pace truck is pulled off, here we go. Jeff Kincaid, CJ Greaves, Chad Horde, Steve Barlow, top 4. Jared Johnson in 5th.
Coming into turn 1, nice run for Kincaid. Equal start for our top 3 cars.
Ooh,
here they come into turn 1.
Horde sticking a nose in. CJ Greaves in second. He's all over. He's done now. If he gets out in front, he's gonna check out. I have a feeling, but he's got to get there first. Here's where he had problems earlier with the officials.
Yeah, Kincaid keeps getting a kick up off that double jump, which gets that back of the truck up. He doesn't have to run off that jump.
Look at the 2 different lines that make that right-hander. That gives CJ a lot of drive coming down that straightaway. Look at how much speed he has coming into that turn.
Pulled away from Chad Horst a little bit, but not really gaining on Kincaid all that much.
I don't know. He's all over him right here. Watch when they hit this double. They're going to be about less than a half a second or a quarter second between. I like see how he cuts that inside line and does the square up. It really gives him a good drive heading to that ski jump.
Both drivers over 150 feet coming down that Cooper Tire Hill.
But you notice how each time CJ will go more straight line, where you see that Scandinavian flick out of Kincaid. And Kincaid rotates it around trying to hold that inside line and does so.
Yeah, and this is where it's going to get real tricky for Kincaid.
You see Kincaid out in front again, taking the middle of the line. Actually gave up a lot of room to the inside. CJ goes to the inside looking for a little bit more grip. And now again, CJ's going to get good drive on that outside, square it up, but is there enough room to dive to the inside here? RJ Ricky Johnson behind us. He's checking things out as well. He's watching Jeff Kincaid doing a good job of holding position out in front of CJ Greaves. Chad Horde back in 3rd has a good show, but he's not able to get his nose in that mix. Barlow in 4th.
Just watch how different the top 2 trucks are handling. Kincaid's got a little bit more kick, getting kicked up into the air on landing these jumps. Meanwhile, CJ, when he lands, he just squats down.
Watch this. After this little double, watch CJ's line. I think he has a better line here. Watch. He'll set up for this left-hander early. That time he didn't quite as much, but then he flicks it early and comes inside. Actually, he was following a little bit more of the lines of Kincaid that time. But you can't, he's almost going to get into his truck bed if he jumps any further.
Yeah, I think right now CJ is definitely the faster of the two trucks, but he's just biding his time. He's waiting. He's being patient. I think he's got Johnny right now. Trying to keep him calm down.
I can't be patient if Chad Horde, the hometown guy, is in my back.
How about this? Look at Jeff Kincaid. He is listening to his spotters. That was a spotter's move right there. The spotter helped him on that corner.
Look at CJ again. Squares up, goes inside. I think he's got it this time. Now take it wide. Don't hold inside. Take it wide. Make him go around. And he does. Now will we see a blackout for Jeff Kincaid? If CJ didn't stop, Kincaid didn't stop that time. Did you hear the crowd cheering for Chad Horde?
Now watch, here's a quick replay of what we just, now watch the front tires of Jeff Kincaid. Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think Jeff didn't run him out.
Now that's a racing incident. All I know is Chad Horde's out in front now. And I promise you, if you thought CJ Greaves was mad before, he is extremely mad now. So don't count him out of this race.
Yeah,
even though there's only a few laps.
Big time, yeah.
Even though there's only a few laps left, let him run his race lines. And the crowd favorite, Chad Horde, well, CJ's a long ways back.
Huge gap back to second.
Watch when he comes down this front straightaway the next time. The crowd going to cheer for him as he comes down that front straight. Let him hear it too, because
it's too bad we're not racing on Friday the 13th. But look at the gap that Chad Horde has on CJ Greaves. 6.66 seconds back to second. Nick Tyree goes inside of Jared Johnson right now. That's for position. That's back for fourth spot.
Yeah, Barlow, because of that incident, spinning around, moves up into third.
There goes Andy Zipper. We got transmission fire on Andy Zipper.
Big fire. Flash fire, you're right. Transmission, something let go, and all that oil just flash fires on. So he's going to hold that inside. Now, if he's stuck out there, maybe they do a yellow flag. They might have to call. He's looking. Green flag still here. You've got a lot of smoke and somebody right in the middle of the race line. Will we have a caution or just a local caution?
It'll be a local right there, I think.
But they're going to have to slow down something fierce.
Well, there's a gentleman agreement. You cannot make up any gap on the yellow. So we'll see if there's a gentleman agreement there. If it's
yeah. What's my gap? You tell me the difference when you're driving between 3 and 5 seconds. I'm going to say I held my own. But yeah, big fire over there to the right. Chad Horde in the 9, the local boy out of Felch, Michigan. Boss Snowplow, AMSOIL, Maxxis Tires, Nissan. Out
full course yellow.
What did I say? I mean,
full
look,
course.
That's
wow.
That's a hazard right there. Not only is it the truck, but you have course workers out there and everything else. The mad, what do you say, Cheney's the madman, or what do you call him, the wild man? Well, you've got the madman, CJ Greaves.
Wow. And this will bunch him back up. Full course yellow.
What do you think, fans? You think we're going to have a race here at the end of Pro 2? You like it?
Oh, man, here comes the pace truck. Yep. Check out the screen one more time. Here's a replay of Andy Zipper and his situation, that flash fire. And he was wasting no time. He's unbuckling the hose, the communication, the belts. And I'm out here, guys. It's up to you now. How about that? Tom right there.
He forgot to set the parking brake. Yeah. He forgot to set the parking brake. But what do? I mean, you throw a fire extinguisher back behind that rear tire. First time I raced a dirt track car, I had a drive shaft brake and broke a transmission, and I had the same thing the very first time I ever raced a vehicle after motocross. You don't deal with flash fires too much in motocross. So full course caution, we re-racked the entire field.
Wow. Oh,
Barlow's going, man, I can win this thing. You know, honestly, he's back in third.
He's got Nick Tyree's got a shot.
Yeah. But Barlow's thinking, I didn't have a chance to win just a moment ago, but I do now because these two guys may take each other out in front.
Look at the different lines that are taken, even on the parade lap, if you want to call it this, on reconnaissance. We got CJ Greaves back out in the marble, so to speak, looking at the track right now.
Hey,
looks at, we got...
Hop in between me, Ricky, and you stand in there, and we'll scoot over a little bit. Ricky Johnson knows a thing or two about TORC the Off-Road Championship. championing the Pro 4s. I think we're going to have an angry pair up there in front. Or one guy's going to be angry of the two up front.
Well, yeah, CJ's been pretty tough all day, and he got a rough call in the Pro Light. Got sent to the back, worked his way back up, made it to the podium, and now he had a little scuffle here with Jeff Kincaid. It's a racing deal, CJ chopped to the inside, Jeff squared him up, had a good run at it, and they're both tugging for the next spot. Unfortunately, CJ's right front got a hold of Jeff's left rear, turned them both sideways, and took them both off the track. So kind of a gift for Chad Horde, but you know what? Chad was fast, was the fastest guy today, so he does deserve to be up there.
Hey, track looks like it's holding up. What were you telling your boy in that last race? I thought you were telling him to grab some of those inside lines because it looked like he was sticking his nose in there quite a bit.
Right. Well, what's happening right now is that the track was great at the beginning. They pulled the fluff from the outside over the slick stuff. But right now the cushion is getting pushed so far that it doesn't help you out to go way out wide to carry all that speed. It does in a couple turns, but the majority of the time now is just get the car slowed down, change direction, hold that inside, and short shift to use the torque of that converter to get to the next turn.
If there's going to be a pass, where do you think it's going to be?
Well, CJ's running everywhere. I think I definitely watch for him. He's going to definitely make a shot at Chad. He's really fast through these two sections down turn 1, 2, 3 through over those doubles. He's got that timing down, and he's also been out. He was just on the track and watched how it went away from him. So he's got that under his belt as well.
Pops is spotting for him, I'm assuming, up there on top. Do you think he's trying to calm him down? Or Dad's probably not because he's getting ready for the 4. Do you think he's trying to say, hey, stay within yourself?
Oh yeah. Right now, they kind of threw away the Pro Light race by driving a little too aggressive, and now he's back there from driving a little bit too aggressive. So if CJ just pulls it back a notch, I think he's definitely the guy to beat. So I'm a big fan of his, and also Chad Horde. So I think this is going to be one hell of a couple laps at the end.
All right, it's going to be a good one. The pace truck pulls off. Here we go, Scott. Chad Horde out in front. CJ Greaves, you ready? Bark River, what do you think?
Oh, they're bumper to bumper right now. Thanks for joining us, RJ. And we're back to green. Here they come to turn 1. Now watch the lines for CJ. He already ducks to the inside.
Not much there, though, that time. Again, being in second, he can do the opposite and try and set up a little wider, like right here, and get a good drive to this double. If he can double up on the inside, then he can hold him wide for the last turn.
It all's going to come down to these trucks and how they handle coming off the jumps. I'm watching Chad Horde's truck. It's landing very nice, not getting kicked up at all. If they come off these jumps and the back end gets kicked up a little bit up in the air, that's what the problem's going to be.
Chad Horde actually separating himself a little bit from CJ Greaves.
Greaves got a little squirrely coming off that doubles in the back section. They're both getting a little bit over-rotated coming through the cemetery turn. Off the doubles, now coming through that dogleg. Here they come towards the Cooper Tire Hill. Right there, some blue groove forming through that dogleg area. Here they come.
I think you talked about the spotters earlier. Spotter might have had something good to say to Chad Horde because it looks like he's driving a little bit different lines that time around. Might have helped him out just a little bit. CJ not making up any ground. Question is, when will the white flag come out?
There's the door. The door was open just for a moment in that left-hand uphill. CJ was not close to take advantage. If we can watch that just one more time, if that happens again and he's closer, it will happen right there.
Looks like the white flag's in our flagger's hands. Will we get the white flag this time around? That looks to be the case. So you want to make that pass right now. Don't wait till the last turn, but look at Horde trying to pull away.
Chad Horde and a little bit of a kick off that double. Greaves landed nicely. There's the white flag. One more lap, Bark River, one more lap.
Starting to get a whoop section coming up that hill too, making that right-hand turn. Horde got a good drive, crossing up a little bit right there, but sets himself up for the turn.
If the pass is going to be made, it's going to happen right here in front of us, right on this side of the racetrack.
I don't know. Right now, Horde looks strong. CJ setting up again, setting up on those insides. He's going to get another good drive here. He's only about a truck and a half length, maybe 2 truck lengths behind, getting a face full of dirt up the ski jump.
It's going to happen on braking.
Look at that, trying to find something in that cushion. Like Ricky said, you get so far outside, you're just going too darn far.
Chad Horde keeps it tight to the inside, this time by. That was the spot. And he had problems with last time in the last lap. Here they come. One more time coming down the hill to turn 1. Chad Horn appears to have pulled away a little bit from CJ on this last lap. Both drivers just drove sideways in turn 1.
Trying to hold that inside line. CJ's going to get a good drive, but will he have enough time? Only 2 turns remaining.
Nice over the double jumps. Both drivers congruent. Another set of doubles. Chad Horn is set, taking the win in his hometown track here in Pro 2 will be a Boss Snowplow. Number 9 of Chad Horn. Second, the Monster Energy Toyota CJ Greaves. And how about Steve Barlow? And that Caterpillar number 2. Welcome back to the podium, Steve Barlow.
All right, Lyondike taking 4th place. A good job for him. 5th goes to the 91 of Nick Tyree and Jarrett Johnson in 6th out of El Cajon, California. What a race here in Pro 2. We'll hear from our winner immediately following this little break here in Bark River, Michigan, the throwdown in the UP.
If Blue Def diesel exhaust fluid stands for one thing, it's purity. In fact, the folks that make it are sort of obsessed with it. That's why Blue Def is the #1 brand of DEF in the whole country. Guys, do we have to do this right now?
Yep.
Manufactured here in the USA, Blue Def is available at over 25,000 retail locations. Blue Def, certified pure for your clean diesel SCR truck or car. Guys, I look like a lunch lady.
Yep.
So go get yourself some Blue Def at these great retailers.
Husqvarna's latest innovation is based on a simple fact. The earth is not flat. Its hills, valleys, and uneven terrain inspired Husqvarna to create a line of all-wheel drive mowers that help make easy work of any mowing challenge. The earth isn't flat, but with a Husqvarna all-wheel drive mower, it sure could feel that way. Find the all-wheel drive mower at your local Husqvarna dealer and Lowe's.
Well, welcome back here to beautiful Bark River, Michigan. I was going to say the suburb of Bark River here at the
There
at the
are
racetrack.
no suburbs in Bark River.
Oh, yeah, there kind of is. You get 3-4 houses together. That's a suburb.
We're a suburb of Escanaba, Michigan.
Yeah, great crowd up here. We just had the drivers pull up. They're actually driving them off the track behind the grandstands and right here into the crowd. So kind of a neat thing. They're bringing the race trucks right up to the podium.
Yeah, no, they are. A lot of fans out here. I know a lot are going to be checking out the Beer and Wine Festival down there at the green and yellow tent at the bottom of the hill. I'd like to thank everybody. You know, they had a raffle earlier or whatever. I think.
Oh, the 50-50?
50-50. $2,822 goes to one person that had a ticket today. I can't believe that much money goes to somebody. And I'll tell you who that somebody is here in just a moment. Let's go down to the victory podium and hear from our winner. It's with Kelly Snyder.
Well, come on out, Chad. Well, this is definitely your hometown, and these fans and this crowd has been screaming for you the entire time. What a pass that was. Everyone was so nervous seeing you and CJ battle back and forth, but you seem to continually gain leads on him. Talk about what a crazy race that was.
It was a crazy race. You know, the first half there, I had a helmet skirt on, and with the pumper, my shield started fogging up, and I couldn't really race with him and Jeff. And then on the caution, I was trying to rip my skirt off. That sounds funny, doesn't it? My helmet skirt. And anyway, I got my shield clear, and I was able to just go start battling. And then once that caution come up, I knew CJ and I were going to have it out. But he's a clean racer, and just to be here for Boss Snowplow, Amsoil, and Maxxis Tires and my crew and family, I just got to thank everybody, and these fans at Bark River are the best.
Well, what a great way to start your Father's Day weekend. I'm sure a lot of dads out here were yelling for you as their fan favorite.
Yeah, I appreciate the support we get here, and just this Bark River crew does a great job. My daughter's going to be racing a little bit later today in the little carts, so I'm excited for that too.
Well, give some your fans at home some love there to the camera. Guys, give it up for your first place finisher in the Pro 2 class, Chad Horn.
Well, he gave us a little bit of material to work with come the awards banquet later after this year. We've got the Wild Man. We've got the carpet.
Squirrel, you call him.
Yeah, the squirrel.
Larry Beckham's the squirrel.
And the bootlegger. And now we've got
the man who had to take his skirt off to win here in Bark River.
We got the guy that ripped the skirt off. So yeah.
Well, we still have plenty more. They are doing the track prep. Pro Light are complete. Pro 2, they're complete. But we have the bad boys, the Pro 4, and we'll hear from the rest of the podium, of course, when we come back here to Bark River, Michigan for the throwdown of the UP. Glad you can be a part of it.
Fire and EMS professionals often use gas-powered tools and depend on this equipment to start when needed. That's why they use VP small engine fuel, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. It's designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
Well, once again, we're back here at Bark River International Off-Road Raceway. 1 race remaining. Actually, I believe 2 if we count the
I don't know if the rest
short
of the world
course cards.
I don't know if the rest of the world will see that, but yeah, the little bitty
It's too
Groms,
bad. It's going to be pretty neat.
The little bitty
kids out there,
Groms get
yeah.
to see that. Yeah, that's awesome. You're seeing the victory podium up there about to kick up. What a race by Chad Horde. Kept his nose in there the entire time. Welcome, everybody. Robbie Floyd, Scott Rain, and still another race that has not disappointed at TORC the Off-Road Championship.
Something happens that we didn't expect to happen. We never imagined that those 2 drivers would come together, Kincaid and Greaves, and take themselves off the track. And we never imagined Chad Horde would just squirt right on by unscathed. It just absolutely happened, and you can never count out anybody. It was just a few years ago that on the last lap, on the last corner, we had an incident where the positions were changed 100 yards from the finish line. So this is a sport, without a doubt, that until the checkered flag is waving across that line, anything can happen.
We'll do double duty tomorrow because we'll be live around the world as well. But we'll have a full set of racing. But the one thing I know is CJ Greaves has been the fastest guy on the track in 2 classes and has yet to win one today. But we will have another chance to see him tomorrow and see his dad here in Pro 4 in just a moment. But before we get to the Pro 4 race, let's go down to the victory podium and hear from our 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place finishers with Kelly Snyder.
Well, guys, standing here with our 3rd place finisher, it's pretty astonishing. This guy has had bronchitis for over a week. He was in the hospital yesterday, and now he's on the 3rd place spot here on the podium. So, Steve, what a great accomplishment for you. Guys, let's hear it for them.
Thanks, guys. I'll try to speak up. I've kind of lost my voice here with this cold. So, yeah, it's great to be up here with Chad and, you know, CJ. These guys are the best in this business, and we have, you know, we kind of had a tough time this weekend with some engine problems and didn't get a lot of track time. And with me being sick, so it was nice to get out there and actually get up here on the box with these guys. So great for Caterpillar and, you know, Maxxis, FK Rod Ends, and all my sponsors. We're real happy for them.
Well, Caterpillar's been a new sponsor, and they kept this track groomed all week so far, so they'll continue to do a good job. So congratulations on your 3rd place.
Thanks, Kelly. Yeah, I told Kat to build some special jumps just for me, and then make some holes for Johnny and CJ next time with the Caterpillar tractors so that maybe you can catch them.
Well, we'll look for that tomorrow. Give it up, guys, for our 3rd place finisher, Steve Barlow. And we'll move on up to 2nd. You saw him here in the Pro Lights. You've seen him now again in the Pro 2. CJ, what a battle that was with you and Chad. Talk about some of those passes that you were trying to make on him.
Yeah, we were trying every line, inside and out, and I had a really fast truck, and early on I made it work, and then I was trying to get around Jeff, and I guess we just came together, and I ended up spinning out, and Chad got away, and then we got lucky right at the end for a caution, and I think I had one more trick left up my sleeve, and I messed it up on my own. So, I mean, hats off to him. He drove his butt off, and I love racing with him, and it's been a great season so far, and I'm just looking forward to what's next.
Well, talking about Father's Day weekend, your dad's up in the big class next. Talk about, what is it like racing with your dad?
You know, it's awesome. I can't ask for a better teacher. I mean, he's the best in the business, and he teaches me everything, and since I've been young, I've been trying to learn. So hopefully 2 races this year, you'll get to see him and I duke it out in Pro 4s, but we'll see. But I can't thank Devin, my mom, dad, the Lord for keeping me safe, Monster, Toyota, Maxxis, Liquid Force, AMSoil, Method Wheels, everyone that helps us out. Big thanks to you.
Well, guys, give it up. Podium twice today, CJ Greaves. And by far the fan favorite here, your hometown hero here at Bark River. Let's hear it for Chad Horde. Chad, I think that for you, it was all about patience, waiting to see what happened between Jeff and CJ. And when they got into it, you were right there to capitalize on it. Talk us through that.
Yeah, they had quite a race going back and forth, and they got together a little bit, before that. And then once they got tangled up there, let me go around, and thought I just had it until that caution came out. And I knew CJ and I were going to race to the end. But just to be here on the top spot for Boss Snowplow, Amsoil, and Maxxis Tires, and all other sponsors that are involved. And I just can't thank my crew and family enough. Just all the work they do and dedication, and these Bark River fans, the Bark River track, and just everything involved.
Well, you heard CJ. He still thinks he has some tricks for you tomorrow. Are you going to let him pull those on you?
I don't know. It is Father's Day tomorrow, so see what he's got going on.
Well, guys, be ready for tomorrow's battle, but give it up for today's winners, Steve Barlow, CJ Greaves, and on top of the box, Chad Horde.
Well, it's Father's Day tomorrow, but it's Kids Day today. We just heard some information about one of the dads made a little bet or a promise before the race.
Hey, Chad, listen closely. Listen, we just got a report from Dan Vandenheuvel that your wife said before this race, if you win, you are buying a second cart so both your daughters can race at the same time instead of trading off. So take those winnings, put them back in your pocket, because it's going towards a brand new short course cart.
Yeah, I guess I did say that. So Ashton, you got one coming.
Got to keep them honest. Hey, it's Father's Day, right? Hey, sometimes a Father's Day they can give a gift back to the kids too, though. That's awesome. As long as he's winning, he doesn't mind. And you see CJ, he actually has a smile on his face. I was happy to see that. And I didn't get to hear his interview just then, but I know he's looking forward to tomorrow to prove himself out there once again.
Yeah, I think the chip on his shoulder that he had before the Pro 2 race started, it may have dissipated a little bit. But I really have to throw it out to Steve Barlow. He spent the afternoon in the hospital yesterday and came back with bronchitis. And he's actually had it now, from what I understand, for a little over a week. And, I mean, he looked like death warmed over last night. So, again, it's been a while since we've seen Steve up on the podium. And he's got a bunch of guys here from Caterpillar. And we want to thank them for being here and hope they're having a great time. According to how they were last night, walking around the pit area, they all had great, huge grins on their faces, having a blast. And so it's just so neat to see Barlow up there on the podium and to have his sponsors here as well at the same time and have their sponsors having a great time with being it.
Man, I was looking through the points here for... And he sat 9th in points, and it'll probably help out his cause quite a bit there. But, yeah, no, again, another good race. We saw the Pro 2, the Pro 4. Won't disappoint. Not as many drivers in there, but the trucks themselves are super fast. But this was so good, this Pro 2. Let's take a look at it one more time, a little recap on how it happened. Started off with Ari Leyendijk Jr. after he almost missed the start by taking the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Was out in front, but that didn't hold on for long.
And there's Chad Horde making the pass on Barlow, running up front, and chasing down, here comes CJ Greaves.
Jeff Kincaid was up there as well. Remember, Kincaid was very fast.
I still think there's something mechanical. We'll have to find out later on what was with that truck, because even Ricky Johnson thought there was something a little off on that truck. Not that he lost a cylinder or anything, but it didn't quite sound right.
Yeah, it didn't quite sound right. We had a competition yellow and then some competition on the track. Went into a little bump and run. Had a fire there for a brief moment. The 76 of Andy Zipper, he got the heck out of Dodge. A full course caution, and we re-racked him again, but it was Horde still out in front.
Yeah, and Chad, man, imagine at such a young age, CJ Greaves being able to pressure a veteran like that. Intensity, but yet Chad Horde has the experience to stay cool, stay calm, not drive over your head, and that's exactly what both those drivers did.
Well, my motto was, unfortunately, in motocross, I got the whole shot and worked my way through the pack, but it's always better when you're out in front to hold somebody off than be that guy behind, knowing that you have to make that pass. CJ Greaves was not able to make that last-ditch pass, and Chad Horde takes the victory here. His second win on the season.
Right there is something you don't see very often, and that's emotion. Pure, flat-out emotion on Chad Horde when he slams the top of that truck. He doesn't do it very often. Show the emotion like that.
These are his people.
He's very cool, calm, and collected kind of guy, and to see him slam the hood of that or the top of that truck and show joy, pure elation was really cool.
These are his people. I mean, you heard it when he took the pass. under whatever circumstances, you know, two guys take themselves out in first and second. He took over the lead because of that, but this crowd didn't seem to mind at all.
Oh, that's part of racing, man. It just happens. So I don't care if you're fifth and all of a sudden inherit the lead. But the thing is, he was there at the right time. It could have happened to CJ. And Chad Horde and Kincaid got together, and CJ took the lead. So that's part of racing. So don't downplay it by any means. You guys celebrate with all their might. We got one race remaining.
Yeah, big one.
We got the Big Boy Pro 4s coming up in just a moment. With that being said, we'll be back right after this.
When you take that checkered flag and you're standing top on the box, you're proud to have AMSO on your shirt. But I tell you what, when you take that motor apart in the dyno room and you look at those bearings and you see how great they are, you're really proud to be an AMSO driver and to be representing a team that has product that's that good.
Down up there. Yeah? He didn't drive.
Welcome back to the Throwdown in the UP. Scott Rain is up here next to me having a good time. I'm Robbie Floyd. It's the Throwdown in the UP. We're at Bark River, Michigan, way on up here in the Upper Peninsula. Some people, like if you're down south, like where I'm from, don't even know that there is a Upper Peninsula. They think Michigan's right there, you know, next to. They don't even think there's a second part. But no, they're called Upers or UPers or.
Well, I just found out about 4 or 5 years ago. Now, I grew up in Wisconsin, so I'm familiar with the whole UP and the Lower Peninsula and Minnesota and Iowa, the whole upper Midwest thing. It was like 4 or 5 years ago. I didn't know. People were calling people that live in the Lower Peninsula.
Called what?
Trolls.
Oh.
Okay. You're a troll. You're a troll. I didn't get it. I didn't. Yeah. I'm like, dude, that's just mean. What are you doing? And then someone goes, they're under the bridge. I'm like, what?
Oh, that's what you call it.
The Mackinac Bridge. The big bridge, the Mackinac Bridge, they lived actually underneath, below the bridge, and they're like, oh, boy. But there's nothing like a Uper, I'm telling you right now. They know how to do it up here.
They're a special breed.
Oh, yeah.
I will give you that. We got a little bit of time here as we get ready. And you know what? We do have some while they're doing track prep. I think we're going to get to take a look back at what happened at Charlotte. You know, this is round 5 and 6, but what happened at round 3 and 4 in the Pro 4? We had some fiberglass being swapped at that one as well.
Yeah, here we go, right here.
Johnny Greaves, this is night number 1 in Charlotte. He was on it, but the 25, he was on it as well. Mark Jenkins just behind him. Look at a little love tap there.
And another one, and another one. And here comes another one. How about that? 5 wide. If anyone's seen that picture, there are 5 wide coming through that corner.
Scott Douglas sticking his nose in there. He's back there in 3rd, but there goes the 7 trying to get to the inside. They got hooked up for just a little bit. Douglas actually taking over 2nd for a brief moment. Then he goes to take over that line, and whoa, hello, Mr. Bicycle.
Now, one of the coolest things that we've never seen before is Johnny running, and here's that scene right there. The right front tire actually came into the cockpit of Johnny Greaves, and they both continued on.
Like nothing ever happened. The 25 of Mark Jenkins got into it. Look at him, just all on an inside. That's a little replay of what happened in that. That was the last turn, not in the last lap, but that was the last turn. But taking the checker flag first was Johnny Greaves, and he said, yeah, I'm in that cockpit, and whenever I saw a tire into my netting, I knew it wasn't good.
And I believe this is night number 2.
Right, Douglas out in front, but Cheney sticks his nose out there. We saw how fast he was in Prim. He just did not have the night he was looking for in Charlotte.
The drama, the dramatic scenes we're seeing out of these 2 drivers, they were literally, I'm not kidding you, backing up into the corners. Watch Douglas right here, turn it sideways before he got to the corner. Both the top 2 drivers, Adrian Cheney and Douglas, were just backing into the corners.
Johnny Greaves had a good seat back there in 3rd. You throw in the 25 of Mark Jenkins there. Look at him, 4 side by side by side, and Chinny got the bad end of that deal in the middle of the race. That really kept his chance of winning hopes. He lost them right there.
And the infield of this track was getting so rutted up. It kind of made it cool. Instead of being a problem for the drivers, it made it great for the fans.
Scott Douglas able to take the win on that second night of competition in the Toyo Ford. And Johnny Greaves, your points leader, 90 points. That's 11 more than Adrian Cheney. Not too far behind is Mike Jenkins, Scott Douglas, and Mark Jenkins. So still anybody's ball game. You only have 20 points separating the top 5 drivers, and you see that they're not afraid to put those tires into the window nets if you have to.
Well, it feels like for the Pro 4 guys, we're getting towards the halfway point of the season, and they're driving like it's we're 75% of the way through the season. And the aggression that you guys are taking on each other is amazing from what we've seen. It might be different today because it's on a larger track. It's more high speed. It's not tight like a Bristol kind of track like we're used to the first couple rounds. This is going to be like Talladega. I'm not saying they're not going to make contact by any means, but I think they're going to be a little less touchy-feely in some of these corners.
Well, I didn't get to see the results from qualifying today, but I saw the practice time yesterday, and I have a feeling it was very. Oh, look at that Condor, aka a Michigan Macedo come in. Johnny Greaves was like 3 seconds a lap quicker, either in qualifying or in practice. That's not a good sign if you're everybody else. It's evident that he's been here before.
Oh, he's got a very, very thick notebook in just about every class. I think he ran here back in the day, even in the single buggy early in his career. So he's raced single buggy, Pro Light, Pro 2, and Pro 4. You know how we do that up here? You don't have to spray yourself in the face. What you do is you spray it into your hand like lotion, and then rub it into your face.
No, I was using his deodorant right then. But yeah, but then you reach in and you grab a French fry, and you are eating some DEET. And I don't know what DEET is, but I know I don't need to ingest DEET. D-double-E-T. I know DEET and eat sound alike, but that's got to be some lethal stuff.
You know what? We got, come on over here. We got one of our UTV guys that was here, and I got to know him a little bit, maybe not personal, but just getting a chance to watch him on the track. This last winter for the first time, I was up there, and we've got young man Carlson here that ran in the Amsoil Snowcross Series, one of the best ones in the world. I mean, I talked to these guys out in Temecula. And first off, welcome to Bark River. What do you think of the racetrack?
This is awesome. I've been here twice before just for watching, and I can't believe I was out there for once.
Now, how were you able to actually take any of your snowcross experience and kind of bring it towards the UTV?
I've been racing a few UTV for a few years at our track, and I found that it does cross over a little bit. I mean, racing's racing. You're out there mixing it up with guys trading paint. And definitely picking lines, and I've raced motocross too, and I mean it's not gonna hurt you, make it slower. So, but yeah, it's everything's a little different. You just gotta get used to it, and seat time's your friend. So.
No, you're kind of talking.
Yeah, my language.
Robbie's language. When you talk motorcycles.
I got to cover sleds. I got to do that, but it's still racing. I mean, you still like I saw CJ and the deal. You try and set up those turns when you got a guy in front of you. You don't play follow the leader because you'll never pass anybody if you get in his tracks.
Right, and you know that if you're that kind of guy, you're sitting there watching race, you're like, oh, go inside, get him. So I mean, you're always pushing it and trying to chase guys down, setting them up, and thinking ahead. So I mean, it helps. It helps crossing over for every kind of racing.
You had a heck of a last couple races in the snowcross season back in this last year. Anything you can let on to what's going to be happening in the upcoming season, what you got going?
Yeah, I had the red plate all year, lead points from Duluth all the way into Fargo, and just the past race, the last one of the year, I had my worst finish in Geneva, and then my best, I had one out. So I'm looking to go back into Pro Light. I'm running the same class again. Just going back with our great team. We just added another great mechanic, so the sleds are going to be awesome. And I'm just getting ready. I'm pumped. I'm ready. I want to go now.
I cannot tell you how impressed I was to see these guys, meaning you guys out there on the track on these sleds. Motocross, freestyle motocross has nothing on you guys because you're out there doing the same darn things they are on something that's almost twice as heavy. 500-pound sleds, and they're doing the same things: the whips, the backflips, all this crazy stuff. And the way you're able to control those things was absolutely just amazing. I couldn't get over it.
Yeah, it's every machine's a little different, and I don't know. It's something about a sled that's unique and it has a certain nimbleness to it, and just you can kind of pound through stuff that you can on a bike, and there's certain things you can do on it that you can't do on a quad. So I don't know. I kind of feel like I have the right kind of combo because I'm not like super fast on a bike. I'm not, but I can get around on a sled pretty good. I feel better on that.
So where does it leave you as far as this dirty stuff out here goes, and maybe stepping up in classes? What are your future aspirations?
Oh, I'm open. I don't have
if anybody wants to
anyone's
sponsor,
got
you'll do
a
it.
seat, or if someone in Pro 4's got a tummy ache and they need a driver, I'm here.
But he's going to get really, really friendly with Jeremy Meyer from AMSOIL.
Yeah.
But I mean, it takes sponsors, of course. But but what are your aspirations there? Do you want to do that? Like I was a motocross guy and I went to dirt track cars. I started racing cars. Are you already having thoughts to step up that? Because UTV is one thing, a buggy's another, and you just keep progressing.
I've raced a little dirt track, UTVs obviously, and I like the jumps. I don't like the circle. I mean, it's cool. You're cornering, and that's cool. But I want to get in the air. So
well, I gotta ask you this because at the AMSOIL Snowcross powered by Ram Series, we had microphones set up at different parts of the racetrack on the ground, right at the landing areas of these jumps. Huge jumps. Yeah. Huge jumps. I cannot emphasize enough.
Where?
All over the place.
Yeah.
Every racetrack was like that.
Yeah.
And the sound that you guys are making, I mean, you bottom out. You have to be bottom out in every single jump. And my backbone, my butt, my knees, my ankles were sitting there, and I'm announcing for you guys, and I was in pain just listening to this stuff. How do you survive an entire race like that, to say nothing an entire season?
You just gotta suck it up. I mean, it's tough. I've blown both my knees out before and just had multiple injuries, and it gets tougher as you get more injured and more aches. But you need to you gotta be in shape. And the minute you get tired is the minute you get hurt. So.
Well, keep it up, man. It was fun to watch you. Hopefully I get a chance to come out there and hang out with you guys again. And once again, this is Andrew Carlson. I know him from the AMSOIL Snowcross Series. He's joined us this weekend. And now we got an update from Kelly Snyder trackside on Johnny Greaves. Kelly?
Well, guys, our 2013 Pro 4 champ is also leading the points here. Johnny Greaves, coming into 2014, is at the top of this Pro 4 class. And guys, he says this is definitely one of his favorite tracks. He just seems to have a knack for it. He doesn't care that he has a standard transmission versus most of these guys with a manual or with an automatic, because he says, look, that's all I've ever known on this track. That's what I'm here to do, and I find some pretty good lines on it. His son CJ's already taken a third and a second in today's race, and we heard CJ maybe jumping into a Pro 4 to beat to combat with his dad out here on the track sometime this season. But for right now, CJ, it's all about your dad in the Pro 4, paving his way for Father's Day weekend. And guys, let's see what happens with Johnny Greaves and the rest of the Pro 4 track.
Let's find out soon. 7 drivers on our list. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, looks like they're all set to go. Roz Hook out of Holland, Michigan on the Toyota with a Nitto ATD transmission sponsor machine. He'll start in 7th, or again, we don't have the official start list. Looks like our number 6 driver will be actually in the 5 truck. Mark Kwame out of Columbus, Ohio, and the Max's Popcorn Suttons Tennessee White Whiskey 4.
How about this, starting in row starting the 5th spot, he calls himself hometown St. John, Virgin Islands. He's got Max Tire, Realtree Outdoor Energy Drink, and 4-wheel parts. And Wildman Bites Beef Snacks. The number 11, the Wildman Adrian Cheney. Alongside of him, here we go, the current points leader and current champion. Number 22 out of Green Bay, Johnny Greaves.
Mark Jenkins into 25. Look for him out of Plano, Texas on the Cooper Tires Traxxas Ford. The number 47, Mike Jenkins, also out of Plano, Texas on the AMSOIL Fox Shocks Cooper Traxxas Ram. And we have out of El Cajon, California on the Toyo AMSOIL Borla Exhaust Toyo Tired Ford, the number 7 of Scott Douglas. They make this left, we pull off the pace truck, and we will fire it up for the final race of the day. And I'll still tell you that red ticket, who won all that cash right after this race.
Green flag is out, and we're underway. Jenkins. And Jenkins on the front row. It's Mike Jenkins with the whole shot.
Man, that was a great move, but he gives up the inside. That's a 4-wheel drive truck grabbing for traction to 25, trying to make a move. That's his brother Mark now on the outside.
They're still side by side coming to turn 2. Now heading for turn 3, and it's Mark Jenkins now running up front.
Mark shut him down. He knew brother was on the inside, but he had to get that inside line. Adrian Cheney back in 3rd. Johnny Greaves in 4th. 5th spot, Scott Douglas, Ross Hook in 6th, and Mark Kwame in 7th.
As they head down that back stretch, this is where they got all that speed. Now in that soft left-hand turn. aimed right now at the cemetery turn. Another left-hander.
Look
Mark
at Cheney.
Jenkins has pulled out. Yeah, Mark Jenkins pulled out a little bit of a lead. Cheney now right sandwiched between Mike Jenkins and Johnny Greaves comes the inside. The door was open for a moment, and Johnny Greaves squirted the inside of Adrian Cheney.
That's what I was saying. Cheney, look at Cheney. He was in the wrong place at the right time for Johnny Greaves. And Johnny moves up into third with the 47 in second. First, let's go down to Kelly Snyder for an update on Mark Jenkins.
Park River, he said this is going to be his lucky race weekend. He just had his first son, Jack River Jenkins, so he says Jack River is going to bring me really good luck here at Park River.
Wow, I didn't know that. How about that? Happy Father's Day to him. Happy Father's Day to Mark Jenkins as he's running up front and appears to be pulling away just a little bit, at least in the last half lap. Johnny Greaves now into second. It's Mike Jenkins, Adrian Cheney, Scott Douglas.
Mark is on it, but now let's see what Johnny can do. Look how far he landed down the flat there. Cheney trying to get things going again. Once he got wide and let Greaves go by, he's really not made up any ground. He's back and forth.
No, I'm going to go out on a limb right here because right now, I think the guys are being patient. They're waiting for that competition yellow, especially Johnny Greaves. He's not going to take any chances. Got a long race to go yet, so they're going to just hang out. Cheney, on the other hand, might be a different story.
Yeah, that's
right
the
now,
one. Yeah, I'm shaking my head going, no, Cheney's not being patient.
You know, Cheney and Douglas, I think, on the other hand, are definitely going to be on it, trying to get as far forward as they possibly can before that competition yellow. Otherwise, the top three guys are satisfied where they're at.
I agree, except for the fourth guy, that orange truck. You call him the wild man for a reason. And I think he knows he needs to get in third at least so he can have a good shot at winning this thing. But look at Johnny Greaves. Now we're going to have a race heading down into the first turn. These are four-wheel drives, 8 ton of horsepower. And Greaves going to go to the inside looking to try and grab some traction. But the 25 still holding him off, Mark Jenkins.
I'm telling you, they got a memory. Neither one of those drivers has forgotten Charlotte. They may have forgiven each other, whatever it may be, but they haven't forgotten. And if it comes right down to it, you're going to see the same exact thing happen if need to.
We're watching it on the video board. You're watching it around the world. Thanks for watching on the Motor Trend channel on YouTube. The 2.5 of Mark Jenkins, Cooper Tire Traxxas Ford out in front. You see the Toyota just behind him. Now, generally you don't want to be out there, but that's an off-camera turn on that outside, but that set him up perfectly for that left-hander.
Johnny Greaves pulled the same exact move that he did on Adrian Cheney just a few laps ago. So easy. God, I can't imagine there was absolutely no contact, not even close, but made the pass on the inside so easy.
Well, I was saying, you usually don't want to be out there. That's an off-camera taking you to that outside, but he knew he had to keep that momentum up and just dive to the inside, and Jenkins could not do that.
Well, now we're going to watch. Will Jenkins be patient and stay around the back bumper of Greaves? Will he kind of try to retake the lead? And will he wait for that competition yellow?
He doesn't look patient.
No, I'm thinking right now, and when I say these guys got egos, I don't mean it in a bad way. I mean, these guys are, every single one of these drivers out there in that track are alpha dogs.
Yep.
And they don't want to be beat. I don't care if it's passed for 5th place, from 6th, or for the lead.
I think you bog, though. When you're in second, you want to see where you are taking rank. You know, your fast lines, because you can see, did he gap me a little? Did he not gap me? Later on, in this first half of the race, I think we'll see maybe more separation. But once your guy passes you, I want to try and see where my alternate lines, if I'm losing ground or am I gaining ground on those alternate lines.
And you know what? You got some very smart guys that are spotting for Jenkins right now. And he's so on the throttle just for a moment. He's up on 2 wheels through the cemetery turn. So definitely he's not taking it easy at all. He is on that throttle.
But he had the opportunity that time to go outside like we saw Greaves do. His spotters probably told him not to do that. Try and find more room inside. Grabbing. Next time, maybe they change it up. What do you got to lose? You're in second. You stay in second, you're still going to start to second on the second half.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of gap back with her who happens to be his brother, Mike Jenkins. So right now,
Cheney's losing another position. Something's up with Adrian Cheney today.
He was actually he went to the clinic yesterday as well, so he's not feeling 100%. I'm not exactly sure.
Well, he's going to be feeling sick after these results.
That's right. Yeah, I forgot. I talked to Adrian this morning, and yesterday he found a deer tick on him that he's been there for a while now. He figures he got it when he was at his place in Martha's Vineyard at his farm. and he now is taking medication for Lyme's disease.
Oh, no.
As of yesterday, so.
That's not good. Still a green flag out for the deuce of Johnny Greaves, and a flat out checking out, but this is a 2-half race. After the first half, after 10 laps, or 5 laps, we will bring out the competition caution.
Yeah, it's starting to look like right now that I think Mark Jenkins has been,
and that will be the next time around even.
Yeah, Mark Jenkins has been told, okay, calm down.
Yeah, that's what
Just
I said.
ride it out.
You want to do it when you're close. You want to have that confidence going. I can take a different line and I won't lose ground, or I can make up ground. But after you see if it works or doesn't, give him that space. Rest the truck. Look for something different. Try and make something happen in the later half, because the next time around, the flagging station, they're going to get that competition yellow, and you're going to start still nose to tail with the lead.
Yeah, meanwhile, Douglas out there is tracking down Mike Jenkins.
You're right.
In the worst way. He wants that spot before the competition.
Look at it. Look at them coming down towards that first turn. Yeah, look at the white truck just behind. That's Scott Douglas in the 7. He squares it up.
Here we go through turn 1. Douglas is on it right now. He wants that spot before the flags. There's the competition yellow. Johnny Greaves cross line up front. I think Douglas may run out of time. There's Mark Jenkins crossing the line. And Mike will hang on for that 3rd spot with Douglas right behind Adrian Cheney as well.
Well, we had a gap for the first half, but they're going to start nose to tail here in just a second. We're step aside for a second, get back with our second half of Pro 4.
I'm one of the owners for Total Chaos Fabrication. I'm also one of the drivers. We have to test our equipment. You have one opportunity to nab the money shot. I have to believe that it's going to be accessible and it's not going to fail on me. We'll travel with equipment like external WD hard drives. We have to trust that the equipment's going to protect our data. I have to believe in what I'm using, and I have to have trust in it.
As the velocity of change in the world increases, so does the promise of opportunity. For over 86 years, we've stayed true to the belief that if you put quality in, you get quality out. No matter the job, our equipment is built for it. No matter the ask, our dealers are up for it. No matter the challenge, you'll be ready for it. Build on a company that's built for it.
Welcome to Bark River, Michigan. Get out those red tickets. I'm about to read the number. Get out those red tickets quickly, because you're not going to have much time. $2,822 is going to go to a lucky fan. $2,822 goes to the man or woman or child who has a red ticket with a number 664404. 664404. You won the raffle, $2,822. We're about to fire it up with the second half of the Pro 4 here at Bark River, Michigan. The throwdown in the UP, and they're about to throw down for the final half. Only 5 laps remaining on this day. Late start, but Johnny Greaves is out in front and trying to pull away from Mark Jenkins in second, Mike Jenkins in third. Oh, Mark goes wide, Mike goes to the inside, and I think that just gives more room for Johnny to pull away.
I was just being very quiet at that restart. I wanted to hear the sounds coming down to turn 1. Oh, man.
Love that sound. The RPMs and how quick you get those RPMs are awesome.
Mark Jenkins, Mike Jenkins, Scott Douglas, 2, 3, 4 right now. Adrian Cheney on the back bumper of Scott Douglas to the cemetery turn. Oh, that's not fair. That is just so not right. We got our winner of the 50-50 drawing, and yeah, he's kind of smiling a little bit right now. Johnny Greaves has pulled away a little bit, running up front now about 12, 15 car length lead over Mark Jenkins. And here comes Douglas to the outside. Douglas going around the outside. They make contact. Jenkins rides him all the way out the outside. They're still side by side. This is a battle for third. Still side by side.
Oh, man.
And here comes Jenny. They're 3 wide into turn 1.
Jenny moves into third for a brief moment, but look at how far he's hung out. He is not backing off. He goes to fourth, maybe back to fifth. Yeah.
And he was blinded.
Oh.
He could not see. He had the lift right there.
Did you hear it? He's going, put. Even with a helmet on, he was still spitting dirt, I promise you. I guarantee he's not going to take his skirt off.
Oh, Bazinga on Chan.
Oh,
on that
man,
one.
did you see that crossover right there? Douglas come out in one line in that uphill right-hander, and Cheney came out another, and that, you make a little contact when you're both sideways going different directions like that, that could have been ugly fast.
And that is, like I said earlier today, that is one of the most dangerous areas of this racetrack. As the suspensions are completely unloaded, and you're in that blind right-hand downhill turn.
Dude, do you think the Greaves family's trying to look for a little retribution today? I mean, he is just wanting to say adios. I don't even want to chance things and just get out away from Mark Jenkins right now in second.
And in certain parts of this racetrack, you can see the blue groove starting to form. I see it in that left-hand sweeper going up the hill. Right here in turn 1, there's a little spot, but in the back section around the cemetery turn, there's quite an area.
Maybe that'll help some guys. Maybe they set up for a blue groove.
Whoa, Adrian Cheney taking that inside line, coming down the hill, almost up on 2 wheels.
Does he ever let off?
Nope. Only when he's turned off. Right now, nobody has got anything for Johnny Greaves, as he's the only driver. And he's getting faster. Johnny Greaves was in the 120s last lap. He is now the only driver to break the 120 mark. His last lap was 119.99. 119.99. Johnny Greaves right now is in the lead, all his own, and he's definitely pulling away from everybody.
Yeah, you saw it in the practice yesterday, qualifying. He was well out ahead, and right now he's showing you that little book you talk about, the tech book. You see it in all forms of auto sports race. I promise you, Roger Penske has a big book when it comes to Indianapolis 500 or Target Chip Ganassi. Same thing as far as IndyCar Series. I know, I've seen the stuff that they deal with. I think you're seeing the same thing with Johnny Greaves right now, and he's going back on history and finding the things that are working for him, because they're definitely working today.
Oh, here we go. Mike Jenkins goes a little bit of the outside. Scott Douglas now on the inside. He's got the line, but can he make advantage of it? On the inside line where that blue groove was.
Little connection.
They're still side by side, and that's where the handling comes in.
Look at Cheney. Cheney's going to have a good drive here. He's going to take over fourth. Cheney, that was a perfect move. That last time when he went from third to fifth, he made it count that time. Cheney's going to get third in this, the rate he's going. Heck, he might be in third before we even get to the finish line.
Yeah, you can see Mike Jenkins right now listening to his spotters.
Ooh.
He's definitely listening to his spotters, and they know exactly where to tell him to go to jump in front of Adrian Cheney.
Did they tell them to do that, to jump into the different lines? Look at that. Again, you're seeing the different lines. I love that shot, that going away shot. That's awesome.
We need a camera looking up at it as well, because that is such a dramatic corner. The video and some of the still shots I've seen in the past.
I've heard before that they put GoPros on. Brian Lockwood, who does the directing for the TV show, put GoPros under the tracks, on the tracks as cars, and run them with
going into the traffic. Yeah. Adrian Cheney still over the back of Mike Jenkins. Here they come towards the Cooper Tire Hill. Adrian Cheney going to try to outbreak him going to the corner. Watch it right here.
He is all up in his business, trying to square it up earlier and get underneath. I think that first turn is where he was quick, if he can make that same type of move like he did that last time.
Once again, the last time by, Johnny Greaves was a full second faster than everybody else on that racetrack. So he's still pulling away.
Watch here. Watch Cheney. Oh, he kind of crossed it up just a little bit. I think it set him out of whack, just a tad.
Looks like white flag's coming out this time by. White flag is waving.
Cheney.
Johnny Greaves 2 corners away from taking that flag with 1 lap.
Cheney, I thought, had a chance there, a lot of room. Look at him, he's squaring up. He is all over in third, but Greaves, check it out. There's the gap back to second. You see holding back, looking for that race for third, still side by side. The wild man, Adrian Cheney, in fourth behind Mike Jenkins.
Once again, Johnny Greaves, fastest lap of everybody in the field. He's still pulling away. And Scott Douglas, right front flat tire. right front flat tire on that number 7 Borla exhaust AMSOIL Ford. So tough break for Scotty Douglas.
That's why he's so far back, so far in the field, having some problems. This is the last lap, the final race of the day for the pro category 4x4s. And the only race on the track is for third because Johnny Greaves is out in front. And unless a mechanical happens, it looks like he's going to win this thing. Mark Jenkins in second, a very considerable distance between himself and first, but as well as second and third.
Johnny Greaves looks like he's about to do it all over again. 4 jumps, 2 jumps, 2 corners. Here we go. Left-hand turn. A set of doubles. And another left-hand turn. Taking the win today in Pro 4. Your current points leader, the Monster Energy Toyota, Johnny Greaves.
And
second.
the race for third. Look at that.
Here it is. Check this out. Contact made. Cheney on the inside.
And they set that up, and we got it. What a race till the end. The 47 is going to finish fourth. Mike Jenkins and Cheney set that up again at turn 1, the right-hander, and heading into that left.
Wow.
He really set that up, and it took a long time to develop, but he made it count.
That is something when you can plan a pass about a half a mile before you get there. Let's check it out one more time.
Look at that, stuffed on the inside. Both these guys connecting a little bit. Made connection in the air. You can't steer when you're in the air. And Cheney come out ahead that time around.
Well, it's a good thing that you can see Cheney had the front tires were pointed to the left, trying to make that corner. If they were pointed in the other direction, we might have issues right now. But I'm telling you, as long as they're pointing to the left, that he's trying to make the turn, it's a good thing.
All right, again, everybody, I think that the little kids are going to go see a kart race for them here in just a moment. We're going to have our victory podium, our celebration. We're going to hear from our winner. He's going to step out in just a moment. We're in the UP, the Upper Peninsula, the throwdown in the UP. More right after this.
Emergency safety crews depend on their gas-powered equipment to start when they need it. That's why they use VP small engine fuels, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. Designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
Well, we're back here one more time at beautiful Bark River, Michigan at the Bark River International Off-Road Raceway, and watching that GoPro commercial. GoPro has enabled the person sitting at home watching that kind of footage, give them a pucker factor.
Yeah,
There's no doubt about that.
Especially what those guys do. The fans are bailing out. They're going to come back again tomorrow. It's the throwdown in the UP. We are done with day 1, and we'll finish things off with the Pro 4 Victor as he climbs out of his truck. And what about Johnny Greaves? Look at how happy he is. A Greaves truck finally was able to take a win today. Let's go down to Kelly Snyder.
Well, thanks, Robbie. What a great race that was for you. We saw CJ with the third. We saw CJ with the second. I just knew there was going to be a Greaves in that number 1 spot. Congratulations on that win.
Yeah, CJ had a little bit of struggle today, and I was hoping he wasn't setting a tone for the whole weekend because we need to get a win out of this first day. And so, but it was all good. I mean, the track was unbelievable. I mean, these guys do such a great job at it, and TORC's doing a great job at organizing all that, and the USAC guys, and I got to thank my team. I mean, they put together the perfect truck for me this weekend, from every practice to qualifying and everything. That thing's been spot on, and I just got to drive it and look pretty after, which I struggle at one. And
but staying out front, you definitely stayed a lot cleaner and not as dusty. The guys behind you definitely were taking this Toyota roost.
Yeah, there is a lot of roost. It's crazy. I mean, we got fortunate because there wasn't a lot of water on the track. We had a good track. So, but just the roost getting up in your eyes and underneath your shield, and you know, it takes so long once you exit a corner for it just to clear to see if you're even pointing the right direction when you're chasing one of those guys. So, man, Adrian put on a charge early, and both Mark and Mike Jenkins were on it. I don't know what it is about Bark River and them two, but they come to life.
Oh yeah, it's one of their favorite tracks as well. So congratulations, and tomorrow, you never know what happens at Bark River. You may be fighting off mud and no more deaths. It's gonna be mud clots flying at your windshield.
Yeah, let's pray we don't have to deal with that. We need another beautiful day like we got today, and great crowd like what we got out here. I mean, this place never lets you down when it comes to great racing, great crowd, and great fans, and thank you guys all for coming.
Well, guys, we'll catch up with the other two on the podium in a few minutes.
Thanks a lot, Kelly. Yeah, I forgot we weren't doing the podium thing. I thought they all drive up there and get them coming out. The birds are starting to come in as you see them swoop into our picture.
Yeah, no need for volunteers to help clean the hill. I think the seagulls are doing it for you.
Yeah, pick up all your plastic bottles and throw those in the trash. But if any food left behind, these bad boys are going to get them. But we suggest everybody do pick up their stuff and do not feed the birds because
they'll be back.
It's a crazy situation. Yeah, they'll come back tomorrow on you. All right, we're step aside again just one more moment, and we'll have the Pro 4 podium right after this.
We had these torrential downpours, and these trucks are not designed to have another 2,000 pounds of mud put on them, and then you pack the radiators tight. The tranny gauge, the water gauge, the oil gauge, everything's pegged. The Amsoil product came through for us and kept the rear end, the transmission, and the engine all running fine. And I tell you what, we were ready to go for the next day and pretty proud of it.
The fastest name in radio control.
Welcome back here to the Upper Peninsula. The victory podiums over there. I want to remind everybody still sticking around, or some of the people in the pits are walking around. We will have an autograph session. I've just been told immediately following this presentation down at the souvenir, the merchandise trailer. So if you want these guys and all the guys autographed, they will be signing immediately following this award presentation. Let's go down to Kelly Snyder, who's with our victors.
Well, guys, just catching up with Adrian Cheney. He says, man, I didn't mean to take my guy out and make the pass, but hey, it's racing. That's what happens out here. What a great battle you had going on between you, Mike Jenkins, and Scott Douglas. Tell us about that.
I was just trying to recover because I couldn't see the whole first half of the race. So I had to figure it out in the competition caution. Thank goodness I didn't wreck until then. And then I was just trying to get back around the guys that got by me in the beginning. And I was able to get Scott because I think he got tangled with Mike. And then Mike was running real good, and there was a couple of spots I couldn't catch him. So on 2 turns to go, I said, I got to wind this up and come in hot and make sure I don't take him out. But, we're going to have a battle right in the last 2 corners, and sure enough, that's what happened.
I heard that you came out to try to get a couple days here in testing, but rain stopped that, and you pretty much only had a half day to somewhat run the track. But how different does the track change week to week, day to day, hour to hour out here?
It's a very good question. I came in here so much confidence. I loved the track from when we ran it early in the week. There was so much grip. It was so loamy. It felt great. And then today it's very slick in certain spots. Other spots got traction, so it just totally went away. But thanks to Maxis, we were able to hang in there. And, with 4-wheel parts and Realtree, we brought it home third, so that's good.
Well, congratulations on your 3rd place finish.
Thank you.
Guys, give it up. The Wild Man in 3rd place for the Pro 4s. And moving on up to 2nd place. I don't know if you caught my ad earlier, but this is Jack River here at Bark River. So he pretty much was named after his dad's favorite race, I think.
Yeah, it goes pretty close to that anyway, Kelly. This is Jack River Jenkins. He's a 4-month-old baby boy of mine and my beautiful wife, Lucha. And it's great to be up here and visiting Bark River once again. Great to be on top of the box. Thank you, Traxxas, Gentech Water Treatment, Cooper Tires, Amsoil Fox Shocks, Mastercraft Impact. You know, all just badass companies. Go out and support them on Monday, please.
And you had such a great race. You came in here with so much confidence going, I will take Bark River. I will take that first place. You and Johnny ran a great race together. Talk a little bit about that.
I'm going to send Johnny a Mark Jenkins Rosetta Stone DVD so that he understands the language I'm speaking. He just needs to, you know, cooperate a little bit more with me, give me a cleaner line so that I can get around him. But, you know, he's got a fierce streak in him too, and he's not listening to anything I'm throwing down like that. So, you know, it's great to compete with Johnny and Adrian and Scott, my brother. You know, fantastic to be up here. I'm stoked.
Well, happy early Father's Day. Say happy Father's Day, Jack.
Thank you, Pop. Wish you were up here with me.
Well, guys, give it up for your second place finisher, Mark Jenkins. And moving on to the guy on top of the box, Greaves 3, 2, and now 1. Congratulations again on your win.
Thanks a lot. You know, it was like I said before, it's been a great weekend so far, perfect weather, and you know, hopefully it holds off tomorrow and we can put on another good show. But I really got to thank, you know, Bark River Lions Club for taking care of this place and the crowd that comes out here. I mean, they're second to none, and you know, especially all our sponsors. We got Monster, Toyota, the Maxxis tires were unreal, MagnaFlow, Method Wheels, AMSOIL, you know, list goes on of great people that keep us up here. And just thanks everybody, and you know, I hope everyone sticks around tomorrow.
Well, guys, give it up one more time for your Pro 4 podium finish, Adrian Cheney, Mark Jenkins, and the guy on top, Johnny Greaves.
Thanks a lot, Kelly. Scott stepped away for just a second, and I'm looking out there at the track, and the UTVs are about to hit the track, and kind of makes me want to bring my kid. I live in Texas, but it makes me want to bring my kid out here and maybe try and buy a ride one weekend for him. He's a 9-year-old, just got out of the kid kart class, so this would be the off-road equivalent to that. And maybe they could be a future Pro 4 driver, like our podium finishers that are up there right now. Adrian Cheney, awesome pass right at the very end. We heard that. Mark Jenkins was up there in that first or second place position almost the entire race. Had a strong day, just not enough to take the victory over Johnny Greaves. The Deuce finally got it done. As we talked about, it didn't start out such a good day for Team Greaves, but at the end of the day, a 3, a 2, and a 1 is a pretty good finish and a pretty good end of the day.
Well, we've been waiting for this all day long. We've been talking about it, little hints here and there as well.
So we've got to do a little, take care of some business of the recap of what happened in the Pro 4 classes. These fans checking out some little Groms here, but the Pro 4 started off with Johnny Greaves. Our top qualifier was
actually
one of our back in the back. Oh, we're starting off. No, that's
Pro 4. Yeah,
that's it,
right.
Pro 4. I thought the guy who winds up winning the race moved his way up into second. He didn't start on the pole, but it didn't take him long to get up there in those front 2 positions.
Yeah, there he goes the inside. I mean, the guy knows his track better than anybody on that in the field. I mean, he's got so many laps around here, so many years of racing in so many different classes.
The 25 of Mark Jenkins was out in front until that move. Johnny able to position himself on the inside, never looked back after that. When the competition yellow came out, it was his job to hold off everybody. He did more than that. He pulled away from everybody.
Well, if you notice, his truck handled this track so much differently than everybody else's. You know, they hit the doubles a certain way and kick their truck off to the side or up in the air, nose down. And I never once saw that from Johnny Greaves. This truck handles this track so much better than everybody else, at least at this race.
Yeah, he proved that he had the better equipment and the better driving style out there today. Doubling up, making that way. That was actually where he made that pass earlier on that from that outside. A great move, enough to take the checkered flag today. And he might have developed some lines that he wasn't expecting to find, but he made it happen here in Pro 4. All right, welcome back. Taking a look at us one final time. So if we take anything away from today is we saw great racing, just like we've seen throughout the season. But as I feel the chill in the air and things starting to get a little cooler, we may have different weather tomorrow. If that's the case, throw everything out the window of what you learned today about your truck, because you're going to have to set it up different.
Yeah, it's a whole different notebook you have to rely on or create a new one, because the cooler the weather, the lower the humidity, the more horsepower, and that changes everything. Going all the way down through the drive line into the rear end, and where all the gears are and everything. We're talking once again about the transmission, torque converter, everything like that, with more horsepower and even tire grooving. So
absolutely.
it changes everything.
Yeah, the tire, the suspension setup for that. Your truck does not handle the same on hard pack as it would in a muddy situation, and/or to account for extra mud being held up by the truck. So things will be different for the guys tomorrow. It's a clear day today. We'll see what tomorrow has in store tomorrow. Thanks for watching the Bark River, Michigan event here, Throwdown in the UP. Scott, it was a good one.
I had a great time, and once again, expect more racing from a fantastic facility. We'll be here, like you say, Robbie, we'll be back here again tomorrow morning. Not exactly what time we're going live. I'm not even sure.
2:30. I think it's later on in the afternoon tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah. Join us once again.
Or early. I don't know. I don't know what it is. We are on all day tomorrow. 2:45, yes. So I was right to begin with. 2:45, we'll see everybody here tomorrow around the world on the Motor Trend channel on YouTube. 12:45. Let me say, we've got somebody in our ears telling us 12:45, so a little afternoon. Get on the internet if you're not here.
Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your coworkers. Join us tomorrow.
Eastern, 12:45 Eastern time.
On the Motor Trend channel on YouTube. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody. Well. Just tell me, Brandon.